Very good morning to you all from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, Jennings, Oklahoma, just about 40 miles west of the Tulsa metro area. This is the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company this morning. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined as always by Ryan West. Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning.
By JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Morning.
A little early on the West Coast for those folk. Calling down on the East Coast for the first time on the ones and the twos this weekend is Dustin Ollis. Our normal boy, Zach Johnson, will be back with us tomorrow. Dustin, a little bit of fill-in duty for the first time, and true to form, we are a little last minute in getting set up here because your boy got the track direction wrong for Saturday. One of the unique features of our Midwest Championship weekend here at Hallett is that we'll run the course in two different directions on Saturday and Sunday. Clockwise today, counter-clockwise tomorrow. It is a feature, a challenge to be surmounted here at Hallett. And our camera position's a little compromised this weekend to accommodate both directions, but in any case, it is a great view always from around this 1.8 mile little bull ring on the plains. We have been here once before, but not with the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. The circuit is an iconic one. We will talk more about that in the hours to come while we have plenty of time. But more importantly, gentlemen, this morning as we head out on the first of our two pace laps, this is the Midwest Championship weekend. It's the last opportunity to score points, and at the end of 4 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, Midwest Championships across our four classes will be awarded. Ryan and JT, you've had eyes on the championship a little bit more than I have, but I suspect we still have quite a few things up for play, do we not?
Absolutely. So, especially the GTO Championship, I think that's going to matter a lot going forward. I think that we really aren't going to see the end of that until today here, because I think everybody's close enough that having a good finish position, that, you know, it's something that we talk about a lot, but given the points drop situation and trying to make sure all the points are updated correctly, it's something that we'll be able to give you a more accurate picture of tomorrow. That way we can kind of lock in who needs what, you know, who needs to finish where, etc. Now that we know how many cars are going to be attending the weekend, you know, things like that. So we're going to be working that direction to make sure everybody's all taken care of. Yeah, I'm pretty excited to watch this weekend and see how it pans out for everybody in the Midwest Championship.
I am too. I love watching racing around this place. We're a little limited on the number of cars this weekend, actually limited by track length more than anything, capped at 40. We're going to have 31 take the grid this morning across 4 GTO cars, the remainder general production cars, which I think really opens the door in GP1. I think we had 14 on the entry list as of my last look. And just keep an eye on those overall finishing positions, because there is really a good opportunity here for the fastest of our GP1 cars. Moorhead Speedworks, PC Racing, Choice Racing, Ginger Racing are the top 4 starting in GP1, and really an opportunity there to snag a good overall result. Matters very little in terms of the overall, or in terms of the points race, but nevertheless is something to keep an eye on, and especially if it means you can come away with an overall victory. Up in GTO, your pole sitter, NFC Motorsports, number 123 Mercedes-AMG GT4, that crashed out on the Saturday at New Jersey Motorsports Park, but finished well on the Sunday, finished in first place on the Sunday, as a matter of fact. They'll start alongside the number 99 from GTR 99, the blue BMW. Ran into those guys yesterday at the hotel. Some fuel issues was what I heard in the morning, but all was well afterwards. They'll start on the outside of the front row. Screaming Goat Racing in the LS-powered BMW M3, starting in third, and the number 188 of Lupe Tortilla, or just Tortilla as it's listed on Race Hero. The BMW M2 Club Sport will start there in fourth. Actually, it looks like there is a 5th GTO car. Dexter Racing, the number 162, is a Toyota Supra GT4. As the cars head onto the front straightaway, side by side, it's actually Screaming Goat and GTR side by side. Looks like the 123 had it maybe started from the back of the field. The head up into turn number 1, normally turn number 12, for the first time as the green flag waves. And it's Screaming Goat that takes the lead out of the first corner. from GTR 99. Not so much of a split start this weekend as we normally get. The general production cars close in behind the GTO cars. Just a couple of car lengths between the back of the white Supra from Dexter Racing and the 147 from Moorhead Speedworks. Head up through what is the good, the bad, and the Tolly, just in reverse, so Tolly bad and good. And they'll come up over the crest down onto what little of a back straightaway there is here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. And into, again, what would be turn 6. This is 5 and 6 here. This is something of a switchback. Again, in reverse direction, you'll drop off the edge of a cliff here. And another short little straight. And into the brakes at the hairpin, which would otherwise be turn number 3. On the throttle early, big climb up out of the slowest corner on the circuit. You'll crest the hill and come into a really quick downhill braking zone into a nicely cambered final corner, or first corner, as it'll be tomorrow. And head up the short front straightaway. Once again, average speeds here, not much more than about 80 miles per hour. It's a quick little circuit, but a tight and technical one. Little smoke there at the back end of the GP3 field. I don't know if you had eyes on that car, JT or Ryan.
Negative.
Okay. Ryan, just losing Ryan there for a moment. I am struggling a little bit with internet connection up there in the booth, trying to get a solid look at our production feed up here. Nevertheless, lap 1 is complete, and it was a quick one, and it'll be like this all day, fast and frantic. And if you use racehero.io for your live timing, you will, well, we'll eventually see the Screaming Goat Racing number 29 in the overall race lead from GTR 99. Now, that 29, I don't think is in contention for any championship battles this weekend. A couple of races off and some reliability issues with that LS engine. But we saw that a car very similar to that, an LS-powered BMW M3, incredibly competitive at New Jersey Motorsports Park, and expecting more of the same here this weekend. That Screaming Goat car has been very, very quick over the course of 2023 when it's participated, and is going to have to take the fight to a handful of GT4 cars this weekend, including that Mercedes, which is now working its way through the GTO field up into second down at turn number 1, having gotten past that blue GTR 99 M4. Lupe Tortilla there in 4th, and then the Supra just off the back, now coming under fire from the 147 of Moorhead Speedworks, who has begun to gap the GP1 competing number 44 from PC Racing. Waiting for timing to update itself over on racehero.io.
Good start for the number 14 Palomar at BMW, jumping up to 3rd in GP1, opening couple laps here.
Yeah, Palomar was not at New Jersey Motorsports Park from memory. I think that was the, were they, JT? I don't think they were. I don't remember.
They were not. We only had 5 cars in GP1 there.
Yeah, and I mean, go figure. It's as far away from home as they're going to get, being San Diego based. But have otherwise committed to the full season of the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. One of our West Coast representatives made the trip out to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Nice to have them back on the grid. And GP1 today, I think, is really going to be our class of interest across the board. Registration just opened for Circuit of the Americas on Wednesday as well, and a really deep GP1 field to come there as well. So all good things in the top of our production classes. Slow car headed into the final corner, being passed pretty heavily. It is the 325.
Xipa Racing.
Yes. Very brightly colored and dotted BMW. Straight into the pit lane, and comes to the attention of the crew, who I don't think was expecting to see him in the pit lane. Not all is well with that car. Very, very slow down the final straightaway headed into, I guess it would be turn 12. Just in reverse, right? Normally turn 1. Apologies if we sound a little frazzled this morning. As I said, we were not anticipating the course direction properly, and just now getting ourselves in order. 4 laps complete. GTR 99 leads. Is that correct? Have we lost the Screaming Goat car already, or did they just not trip timing?
I have Screaming Goat leading just over 3 seconds over NFC, who just got by GTR.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was anticipating, but Race Hero is not playing ball with me at the moment. There it is. Quick refresh shows him in the lead. Yeah, 2.8 seconds ahead of the NFC Motorsports Mercedes. GTR 99 there in third, and the 188 from Tortilla there in fourth.
In GP2, it's the number 51 Choice Racing BMW that's taken the lead in that class. Pole sitter had been, I believe, the 160 from Moorhead. He's falling back to second. GTO Motorsports up into third in GP2. And then back in GP3, the 65 from Open Throttle having a good start. It's taking the lead over the 85 from AOA Racing and the 55 from AOA Racing.
Were we discussing GP2 there a moment ago, JT? Have we discussed GP2?
Yeah, I just went over the top 3 there.
Yeah. Nice to see Choice Racing
Yes.
with selections across the GP1 and GP2 fields again. The 522 up in GP1 was I believe it was the Bruce Innovations car was it Bruce Innovations that ran it at the Road America GP race? I'm sorry, Road Atlanta GP race back at the end of July. Also the car that won GP1 at NOLA back in January. Kind of a surprise entry there for the folks from Choice Racing, and it, were not for some reliability issues, would have absolutely stomped the field on Saturday, and I think did end up stomping the field on Sunday. Ridiculously quick car, originally built for GTO, and then tuned downwards a little bit for GP1. Really, really competitive. And then I believe the GP2 car is it was a GP1 car, then detuned a little bit for GP2. I'm going to have to catch up with Will, or maybe somebody in the chat will know a little bit more than I do. I'm actually a little bit surprised to see that car this weekend, but actually quite glad it's here. Adds a little bit more depth down in GP2 to an already very, very deep general production field. And well out ahead now, 5 seconds over the number 160 from Moorhead Speedworks. Other names we haven't seen in a little while, Fifth Gear Motorsports, number 550. Back with their Porsche Boxster up in GP1. Round 3 Racing, the 701, their solo entry for this weekend. Just caught up with Brad McCall as we were panicking. Oleg Gorshkov, Dennis Neal, and Brad are the 3 drivers on board that car this week. And I believe Oleg is slated to start that car. Zebra Racing we haven't seen in a while. Troubles early on, as we mentioned, for that car. Was down in the pit lane, only 3 laps completed, but nevertheless nice to see them back in the field. And of course, Big Mission Motorsports in GP1 with 2 cars, the 199 and the 134. This is, in a big way, and in a way we haven't really talked about yet, kind of a throwback weekend for WRL, right? NASCAR has Darlington, and we've got Hallett. It's a throwback in terms of feel and atmosphere. It's a tight little pit lane, 20 miles an hour speed limit. Both sides of the pit lane get used. There's no hard, cold pits. It's all grass on either side. Tire walls line the track on both sides. Big elevation changes. It's a track that will punish you if you get it wrong, which is not really the standard in American motorsports these days. So much more is being spent on having appropriate runoff, paved runoff, gravel traps. None of that really exists here. And it is unique in that way, and unique because it is still universally talked about as kind of a low-key bucket list track. I remember coming back here in April for some of our coverage with the SCCA Super Tour, and one of our commentators coming for the first time and saying, this is not what I expected. Really gently rolling hills in the northeast part of Oklahoma, beautiful scenery. The trees are just beginning to turn this beginning early part of November. And then the track itself is just kind of nestled here along the Cimarron Turnpike. And it still stands out in American motorsports as a unique venue, but one that is universally talked about as a place you just got to go. I think we've got our production squared away now. Production feed looks good on our end. Thank you, Dustin, for all of that. This is down at, oh boy, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. It should be turn 7. Those cars will run the opposite direction tomorrow. It was meant to be facing towards the camera, but anyway, a nice view through that. What is a decreasing radius right-hander run in this direction. So you brake early, kind of hold the outside line, and then try and bring it back in towards the apex curb for an uphill straightaway into the right and left. Turn 7 and 8.
I'm going to have to take your word for it because my track map only has 10 corners.
Oh, well, then I've got to do some completely different math. I'm going to rely on you for corner numbers for the moment, JT.
Okay.
Yeah, because I have camera numbers, not corner numbers.
Gotcha. So this is exit 1 here.
It is. Are they numbered in this direction?
Yes. Well, the track map that I have.
Okay. Why don't you post that in the Discord? I think I may have to go talk a little bit about this sequence of corners here coming up. There is a camera that I've positioned on the exit of that corner, but unfortunately, it's at the bottom of a hill where the coverage is not so good. It's a great angle, but not ideal. Yeah, this is what you see. So you get about half the frames you're supposed to get. Trying to do a little bit too much there at the bottom of the hill, but we'll have a nice away shot when I get a chance to step out of the booth and go tweak our cameras just a little bit. Some of the fastest running I've ever done this morning, approximately 8:35, trying to move a couple of the cameras to the right direction. 15 minutes gone in the Saturday 8-hour at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, Jennings, Oklahoma on DriversEye Live. Thanks for being with us, and thanks for your patience. In GTO and overall, Screaming Goat Racing, the number 29 leads just by 2.5 seconds now from the number 123 of NFC Motorsports. That Mercedes AMG GT4 is, well, not setting the world on fire, but is going very quickly at the moment. 120.6 is the quickest lap of the race, both for that car and overall. Interesting to note that that's come on lap 10. Normally we see very quick laps 2, 3, and 4 when there is no traffic and tires are still fresh and everything happening at peak in terms of grip and operating temperature. But interesting to note, still 10 laps in on a tight and twisty and relatively slow circuit that actually they've maintained that pace pretty well. If anything, increased it ever so slightly over the first 10 laps. So that speaks, to me at least, that we're going to be in pretty decent shape on tire wear here. And I think that's more down to load than anything, because it's an old surface. It's a bumpy surface. It's a little abrasive, not in the way that we've dealt with it at like NOLA or New Jersey, but there's definitely some grit to it. And yet, we are still setting quick laps here as we got a car off at, where is that, JT?
Yeah, this is 3 and 4 right
here.
Yeah. Driver's left.
Yep, I see it there. Far right side of the screen. Looks like a black BMW. Sound roughly correct?
Yes.
It does.
3 series.
I think that's going to be the number 325 BMW here.
It is not
No,
the 325. No,
No?
that car was in the pit lane
Okay.
while you were briefly out of town.
Yeah, you will notice the 325. It likes to stick out.
All right.
This camera appears to have solved itself and just sent its issues down to camera 8, which is a little annoying. But anyway. Is that the 51 that's just gone salmon on Race Hero? It is a black BMW.
I would buy
Yeah.
that. No, it's not. It said silver, though.
Is there a wing on that car? I can't tell if that's an end
No
plate
wing.
there. Just in no wing. Okay, I didn't think so. But that is the only car that's missing at the moment.
Yeah, and that was the leader in GP2.
Yes. Yeah.
We were just talking about them.
Yeah. I'd love to know when the last time that car was run and what class it was running, because I think there was a chance it was actually running GP1. But anyway, we'll...
I think it's a different car that you're thinking of. I think this is another car. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Because that car that you're thinking of, the GP1 car, I believe, is still being campaigned by a team somewhere.
I should have notes on this somewhere.
Probably.
Yeah. Well, think about how many times that car changed hands, right? Did it not run?
Tons.
Yeah, I mean, it ran for PC racing for a while. I think it had the 8-speed in it briefly with PC, and then they decided not to do that anymore, and then the car went somewhere else. And so
one of the ones that went to Big Mission temporarily.
Maybe it is a. Well, I'm going to back off that comment actually, but it has gotten around a fair bit. I believe it's the same car, but it certainly looks like it. But again, I'll have to try and catch up with Will at some point today and get the details on that.
The deets, as it were.
Deets, indeed. Nice to see we're doing a hot pull here.
I was just thinking that.
Yep.
So this is our first time here with the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. As I mentioned, we've been here once before, but not in a capacity for WRL. The series did not come here in 2022, and in 2021, we were just not a part of the adventure at that point. However, I did go through the results from 2021. Average speeds are not high, and we did have a few full course yellows on both the Saturday and the Sunday that were 5 or 6 laps in length, but it's such a short lap here that I don't think that that's really an issue. So we're not exclusively going to do hot pulls this weekend, but it is nice to see that the safety team here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit is willing to do more than a few and go out and retrieve some of our stricken cars. In this case, the number 51 from Choice Racing, as JT just mentioned a minute ago, the erstwhile class leader in GP2. GTO battle for the overall lead is on at the moment. The 29 defending from the number 123 of NFC Motorsports will try and pick that one up trackside here in a moment. You will note the orange-red, not really sure, and white BMW M3. Actually, starts watching 9 now, so they're headed up into the first corner, up the hill there. The big naturally aspirated V8 in the front of the BMW, and the turbo V8 in the Mercedes-AMG GT4 headed down into the braking zone at the Tully. Most experienced racers, especially here in this part of the country, will know this corner as the Bitch. It was renamed, I think, towards the end of last year to be a little bit more PC, as a few of our cameras dip in and out as the sun comes up. This does happen from time to time. But anyway, we actually had a yellow flag there briefly at camera 7. Everything looks okay otherwise. Anyway, we'll pick up the race lead battle here as they work around one of the big mission cars. It's the 199 through the left-hander and then down the hill. Screaming Goat able to just gap the number 123 a touch. Short little burst on the throttle and then down a gear. Left-hander at turn 8, right-hander at turn number 9. And then that it's goofy to watch, but a sort of off-camber uphill right-hander accelerating probably on the traction control if you're in a GT4 car in particular. Getting the most you can. Not really an exit curb to speak of, so you've got to be pretty judicious with the way you come back on the throttle. The Mercedes-AMG GT4 able to close up a little bit down the final straightaway before the front straightaway and through what would be turn 10 this weekend, or for today at the very least, and then head down into the braking zone there at what is now turn number 2. The totally, the bad, and the good run in this direction. Up over the crest and then down on the other side where we go into a little bit of a cellular dead zone and into, well, this camera's back, so this is
We'll have
birds,
musical
man.
cameras this weekend.
Turn 5.
This is turn 5. Thank you, JT. A tricky little corner that leads into an uphill sort of right-hand sweep. And then the switchback here at turns 6 and 7, 8, 9. Okay, we got it. Yep, we're good now. This battle rages on here for the GTO class lead. Down in GP1, it is not quite so close. 7.1 seconds the margin between 147 and 44. Nice to see Ginger Racing back as well within about 11 seconds of the class lead. Palomar another 8 seconds behind them.
Yeah, that was a pass that changed there about 5 laps ago, I believe. In that fight for third in class.
In GP1, so that'll be Ginger and Palomar.
Yeah. So Palomar unfortunately has dropped a little bit back, and so that as Choice Racing gets around the 7-1 from round 3 racing that lap. Definitely some good fighting for fifth there.
I think we're going to have to adjust our expectations here a little bit of how these races play out. Being such a tight circuit, one where, okay, you've got a couple of little bursts of full throttle between the hairpin at turn 9/2 and the final corner at turn 10/1. Other than that, it's just little shoots of the throttle and a lot of long corners that are just waiting to come back in the throttle. It's so many off-camber corners here, especially in this direction, that really kind of change the calculus on how your fuel usage or how your fuel is consumed, and therefore how long your stints are actually going to be. So GTO cars, we normally expect into the pit lane at a high-speed circuit somewhere around 55 minutes to an hour and 5 minutes. Mm-hmm. On a normal circuit, maybe an hour to an hour 10. Here, I wouldn't be shocked if we go an hour 15 plus, especially with that screaming goat car. Given how much time we're spending off the throttle here.
Yeah.
And that screaming goat car may go even longer than that. That has been their calling card in the past, where we see, I mean, time and time again, both with the BMW and again even with the LS engine, just ludicrous fuel mileage out of that car. It's an H-pattern shifter, and they really only ever seem to use like 3 or 4 gears. And they make the most ridiculous fuel mileage. And I expect that to be kind of amplified here this weekend.
It's that diesel.
I forgot that. You're right. In Motorsport Reg, that car is listed as a BMW 325 diesel, and I so desperately wish it actually were. But it very much runs like one, right? The way that car runs races, the way they approach the strategy in that car is just it really is a unique approach in GTO, where you have these it's not an arms race, but we're adding, more and more newer generation GT4 cars, and then you have that thing.
Yes, which is absolutely so competitive.
Yeah. I mean, well, let's cast your mind back 3 weeks ago to New Jersey Motorsports Park. There were 2 LS swapped BMWs in GTO, one of which, were it not for actually quite poor fuel mileage, would have won on the Sunday.
Yeah.
I do wonder if that was a fuel tank that was optimized for a different series.
That is entirely possible, Ryan. But I don't think you would want to give that up necessarily if you didn't have to. If you had a way to get even remotely in the ballpark there.
It's not the work of a moment to change that type of thing out.
True, unless you are just adding space.
I think it would have necessitated I don't think this is a case of taking balls out. I think this is a case of the cell is too small.
Traffic's really playing a role here.
That would be my
for these
assumption.
GTO leaders.
Maybe I'm wrong about that.
As the NFC Motorsports has to dip and dive through here carefully while trying to minimize the time loss to the Screaming Goat.
Well, I'm not really sure what happened there. We all simultaneously got kicked out of our TeamSpeak server, which is not something that has ever happened before.
We're doing it live.
But I think we've got everybody. We're just waiting on Ryan.
Quite the weekend here.
Oh, he's here. Hey. All right. Well recovered, everybody. Nicely done. Dustin getting us hooked back up on Discord on the fly. Oh, yeah, TeamSpeak's back. Very bizarre. I'm going to pick this lead battle back up here in a moment.
Yeah,
I just want to move to a comment written by Daisy. I assume it's Daisy? Daisy? In the YouTube chat. It says, fun fact about Hallett, the creator drove around in a field until it felt right. I had that almost identical thought this morning. So I hadn't been on track yesterday evening. I did all my camera setup around the edges of the circuit, but in the mornings, I usually get on track and speed the process up a little bit since we're in a time crunch. I was driving through the bitch, the good, the bad, and the totally, and it literally just felt like they had placed the road there because it seemed fun. Not because they were going to grade something out and create a really unique corner with banking and cambers and all this. Literally, they just decided, yep, we're going to put portions of track here. Because the cambers do not make sense. There's nothing natural to it. There's no obvious sort of lean into a corner. It is just a rise up a blind hill that requires you to, commit to the next apex before you ever see it. That's kind of an off-camber braking zone for the next corner that dips into the camber at the apex and then goes off-camber on the throttle. Like, it doesn't make any sense in modern track design. But they did it, and it works. It is the signature corner at Hallett in either direction, especially going counterclockwise, opposite to the way we are today. But it literally just felt like, okay, yep, we're just going to put some road here, and it's going to connect to the next part of the track. And so that totally checks. Thank you for that little nugget of information. It is unique.
Yeah, the word I would use to describe this track is a hoot.
A hoot.
It looks like an absolute hoot.
So iRacing recently added Willow Springs, right? Which is right. It is a crying shame that it wasn't Hallett instead. I mean, if you're going to take American club racing venues, historic American club racing venues, and you end up with Willow Springs, like, this is the obvious choice. The most obvious choice.
Do they have all of the Willow Springs layouts on iRacing?
I believe it's just Big Willow.
Ugh. If
Which,
it was,
by the way,
I like
just
streets.
it just got half repaved. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, they just repaved half of Willow Springs.
Uh,
Oh, red flag. So what is our story here? Everybody grinds to an immediate halt.
Deep Eddy is reported as smoking. Turn 9.
So turn 9 will be...
just off camera.
Unfortunately, we can't
yep.
see.
No,
Hopefully the
just off
driver's
camera.
out.
You see the smoke there. Their driver is left up at the top of the hill. Flatbed has gone to that car, presumably also with a handful of fire bottles. As our camera just thinks about doing something different.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now you see white smoke, which is
A good sign.
yes, for sure. A sign of some extinguishing there. So that is a Honda Civic.
Yes.
The number 79.
A TCA car? Question mark.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or at least that's what it was listed on the entry list, was the SI TCA.
Yeah.
So fortunately, nothing major here. I mean, fire is never ideal, but a pull-off there with the car smoking, then eventually, at least to some degree, being alight. This is standard procedure when we have things like this in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. We've been praising this since day one on DriversEye Live. Show up and remember, I think it was the first year we were at Circuit of the Americas, actually. Car caught fire something like 15 minutes from the end, and it was an immediate red flag that turned into a checkered flag. Everybody would have wanted the 7 hours and 45 minutes to be 8 hours instead, but when it comes to decisions of safety, in particular with getting cars extinguished and the driver safely out of the car and make sure everybody's okay, that there is no hesitation in what it means to the race as a whole, because that safety decision does now and has always come first. So red flags look very dramatic, but in reality here, this is a decision for safety first and foremost.
Absolutely.
This is a good opportunity, I think, to take care of one of our commercial ad breaks for the day. 35 minutes are gone. 7 hours and 25 minutes remaining after a fairly frantic, at least for us here on DriversEye Live, first half an hour or so. I think we're finally caught up, and this gives us a good chance to take care of some business as well, take a deep breath and reset, and come back on the other side from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, where hopefully we can resume racing in the Saturday 8-hour enduro clockwise. Jennings, Oklahoma, DriversEye Live. We'll be back in a moment.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
The World Racing League, powered by Hagerty, is here in beautiful Oklahoma at Hallett Raceway. Is it Raceway, JT? Hallett Motorsports Park? Hallett Raceway?
Motor racing circuit.
Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Thank you. I should have got that better. I should have a sort of script for that available. But of course, if we were doing it scripted, it wouldn't really be us now, would it? So we're under red flag right now, trying to take care of a minor fire situation. It looked like the Deep Eddy car had pulled off and was having some trouble keeping the car not on fire. So we're going to go ahead and get that taken care of course. A fire going on. We're going to stop everything cold. Red flag, pun intended there. And then as soon as the fire is taken care of, we're going to probably... I don't think we'll go right back to green, but I think we'll have a full course yellow and then go to green would be my assumption. I believe that's how they've done it in the past with this, but the fire thing doesn't happen too often, so we don't see this frequently. And of course, every track has a safety protocol, and they like to do things a little bit different based on their experiences, the uniqueness of each individual track, etc. So we will be waiting here for another few minutes, I would imagine, but it seemed like they had a pretty good handle on the fire rather quickly. So no worries there. Still a little early in this race. We've got about 38 minutes elapsed, give or take. So just kind of trying to find a natural rhythm here. I think this will disrupt the timing for the first pit stop, at least, if we're only simply going by amount of time elapsed. So I think we may artificially see Stints run a little bit longer here. We've got a mule going over to an entrant, or are they just trying to get back? Oh, they're turning around. Okay, got it. Occasionally, we'll see that vehicles have a hard time getting restarted after having stopped on track, so I'm always on the lookout for any potential of that type of situation, but it looks like they were just getting their course vehicle turned around. It very much seems that the course workers are retreating. Perfect. So we're going to have everybody go back to their initial positions, and we will be restarting here shortly.
Yeah, if it's hard to tell, but I believe in that turn 9 complex where the Deep Eddy car came to a stop, I believe there is a cutout on driver's left where a safety vehicle can exit or come onto the track there. So I believe the driver specifically aimed to stop the car over there.
Got it. How courteous of them. I wonder if this is the course vehicle we saw up there at turn 9 again. I wonder if this is them trying to make sure there's no fluid down on the racetrack, so that when we get going, we don't have, whatever the fluid may be, gearbox fluid, oil, coolant, whatever, contaminating the surface, potentially trying to get that taken care of as well. So safety, of course, an utmost concern here in motor racing.
Yeah, we've got a few extra minutes here, so it's good idea to double check, make sure track surface is okay, that there's no additional hazards that driver's going to be having to be aware of.
A little early for worker lunch, unfortunately. Not going to be able to get these flag stations manned with the appropriate food that they need for the rest of the race. Still a little bit early for that. Still just about breakfast time. I am interested in this. See, like, that's really steep right there. So the AOA car you can see right here, I believe that's going to be the 85, or is that the 55, JT?
Oh boy,
I get the colors but mixed up constantly.
I'm pretty sure it's the 85.
Okay, so right there, it's fine. I want to go out on a limb there. But there's a situation where if another vehicle had pulled off right there, you may have run the risk of getting high-centered. It's very disconcerting to see the car at that severe of an angle, having pulled off the track, especially versus the other car. What I like about this shot especially is you can see this vehicle on the left side here, this BMW, I believe one of the big mission BMWs. You can see how much the track falls away to the outside at that edge of the circuit. And even to some extent, the S2000. They, of course, are a little bit wider on the track to try and hopefully make a space for any emergency vehicles to go through. So it's not standard, yeah, beautiful zoom. But you really can see the way the camber has changed. And even if you look at the road surface as it falls away from where the camber is, you just get that kind of horizontal view. You can still see the camber of the track go away from the corner. If you drive a regular road car, 9 times out of 10, if you're getting onto a freeway on-ramp, the on-ramp is going to be banked to the other direction to help the car turn. And as Brendan was speaking about earlier, a lot of these corners at Hallett are banked to the opposite direction, which effectively makes it so it's that much more difficult to get the car turned, because now you need to apply a little bit more angle on the steering wheel as the car tries to scrub itself away from the direction you're trying to turn. The suspension on that inside comes unloaded, so the front right tire in this example won't be pressed into the ground as hard. It's really interesting to, that we have a moment to at least pause and kind of look at that. But you can absolutely see how much higher the track is on the right side than it is on the left side as it falls away over that rise right there.
Yeah, it's definitely a cool feature. And I should say that is the 55, the yellow MX-5.
Excellent. So that S2000 gets rolling along with the 55 there. Everybody's going to get going now. That, of course, the 701 bringing up the rear. The last year's championship-winning GP1 car. Hasn't been super successful for them this season. I do remember Brad McCall talking about not being overly thrilled with the pace that he was seeing out of that car several events ago. So hopefully they're getting that resolved. Man, I just must say, I love the double-sided pit lane. Where was it, JT, in pro racing that they did the double-sided pit lane?
Detroit.
Year. Was it Detroit? Oh, it was the new Detroit for IndyCar.
Yeah, the new layout.
Got it. So the double-sided pit lane, kind of an oddity as well. We are going to go...
Double stack it at AOA Racing.
The double stack at AOA, because there's just not 2 pit stalls right there. They've got to wait behind the flag stand.
85 gets going, then the 55 comes in.
Beautiful.
Get it, boys?
Just like they planned it. So this, as I spoke about, this is going to kind of throw a strategy wrinkle in here. People will have only done about half of the stint length that they're probably capable of, if not less. But if you're going to have this opportunity under full course yellow, as we've talked about before, you're going to go ahead and take that chance to get a cheap pit stop effectively. Because usually if the cars are running around really quickly, the lap time is really short. You're slowing down more versus what everybody else is doing. Instead of doing it under a full course yellow, when everybody's already moving slowly, you're losing less time in the pits. So some people are going to take the opportunity here to kind of go off strategy, including the second place NFC car. The GT4 Mercedes-Benz, they're going to pull into the pit lane here, along with all the others, whereas the Screaming Goat car stays out. And what that tells me, JT, is that Screaming Goat are very, very excited about the potential for their stint lengths here today.
Yeah, this is, something Brent and I touched upon a little bit earlier. It's the fact that this is a car that's usually quite fuel efficient while being very quick and being competitive at the front of the field. And so we generally see their stint lengths going longer than, your GT4 car in GTO.
Oh, it looks like the 55 is being pushed in the pit lane. I wonder if that's a car that can't get going again and they're going to have to push it into the paddock, or if nope, they just bump started it. So, potential starter issues there on the 55.
Yeah, and because we're at a relatively smaller track with, a smaller lap time, it's critical you're able to be efficient in pit lane.
Yeah.
So a full course yellow like this is generally going to be used as a time to top off your fuel tank, just because other cars on track are circulating at a much slower speed, you're going to be losing less relative time to them. Whereas if you were to do a green flag pit stop, you might be losing, a lap and a half or something along that lines.
And the important thing there is if you go down a lap, if you get lapped by the field and another full course yellow comes out, there is no lucky dog rule. You don't get to go around the pace car to join up at the end of the field. As soon as you get pinned a lap down, you're a lap down. And so any advantage you might be able to take by, hey, I've got a big gap, but if we get a full course yellow here, we'll be right back in the thick of it, you effectively lose that opportunity by going a lap down. So as JT was saying, of course, as soon as you have these shorter laps, it makes it that much more important to make sure that you're on the lead lap.
As I was coming back up, I was thinking about the strategy and how, at a place like Hallett, with a short lap, maybe it makes sense to come in and top off when you have these opportunities. Put the headset on to hear you guys doing exactly that. So even when I'm not up here, we're all on the same page, which is really nice.
Brendan,
good work, team.
I don't know about you. I've done this for a little while.
Yeah. Good work, team.
Beautiful. So we've got a beautiful view here of the cars on one of the correctly cambered corners here. I'm going to go out on a limb here, gentlemen, and say that I don't like corners that are cambered the opposite direction. That's because I'm bad. But additionally, it really reminds me of the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit, which I hate.
What?
With a passion. Yeah, can't stand it.
What?
Absolutely can't stand the Nürburgring Grand Prix
Man,
circuit.
bad take Ryan strikes again. Unbelievable.
Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit, Willow Springs, all these tracks with the off-camber corners. It's just immensely frustrating.
Wait,
I can't stand it.
Willow Springs didn't have that many off. I don't know that has any off-camber corners.
There's that one on the top of the hill before
the
you go into
one.
the
Does Nürburgring Grand Prix have any off-camber corners?
Yeah, the turn 2.
Oh yeah, that
thing.
section's garbage. That's fair.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the bottom half of the circle.
No. The bottom half's fine.
About?
No, that's fine. No, it's that first half of the Nürburgring
the
Grand Prix
Tilke redesigned. Yeah, garbage. By the way, when I was out resetting the camera, I happened upon the number 79, a Deep Eddy Racing Civic. Damage is pretty limited, actually.
Good.
Fire was at the front, out of the louvers in the hood, which were a little bit charred and a little bit white from the extinguishant, but otherwise everything appeared to be pretty safe and otherwise intact there. So also a little bit of oil that needed to be cleaned up on the racing surface.
So we confirmed it was oil.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's speedy dry down there. They were out actively sweeping at the tail end of the red flag there.
So hopefully that's just like a return line or something from the turbocharger, and that can be repaired simply. Now, of course, if you're having a fire under the engine bay, you're hoping that you're not charring wiring, which could be a nightmare in and of itself. But I think there's hope for that. But like any car that's been on fire, it's like, I don't know if we're going to see that again this weekend.
Not unheard of, but agreed.
No.
A little unlikely.
So, Brendan, to fill you in, NFC, as you were speaking of, they took the opportunity to go for the pit stop. Screaming Goat, not interested.
I mean, if you're Screaming Goat, why would you? Right? You're probably there. It is not unreasonable now to expect that car not to be in until 10:45 or 11 o'clock this morning. Like that is entirely within the realm of possibility. Between the red flag and this full course yellow that follows, very much in the cards for that car to go, nearly a quarter of the race distance on a single tank. So I would take the track position in that case, but we'll see.
That's, of course, going to promote the number 162 Dexter Racing Toyota Supra back up into second position, followed by the GTR 99 in third place. Of course, one of the full season entrants here. Speaking of the Toyota Supra, I think we can talk about it now because it was shown. Oh, we've got a green flag on the start stand. I'll finish that thought in a moment.
Yeah, when the leaders actually just headed down in the last corner now. So we'll withdraw the double yellows from around the circuit and come back to the Supra thought in a second. The green flag waves at start finish. Nice motion from the starter there. And the number 29 BMW M3 LS of Screaming Goat Racing heads off down into turn number 1. GTR 99 tries to fire it up the inside 3 wide. Has to back out of it just a little bit. Gets up the inside of, is that the Supra there? It is, well, we'll have to wait and
Dexter?
see. I think it's a Dexter Racing Supra. He's just gotten past in all of that. It's a plain white Supra, a couple of seconds behind the overall race lead. So that should promote, indeed it does, the GTR 99 BMW up into P2. Gets balked a little bit trying to make a pass up the inside at turn 3, goes around the outside at 4, which is actually not a bad move. Allows him to scoot past some of the general production traffic.
Oh my goodness.
Supra follows around. Yeah. So the other
99.
feature... Go ahead,
Oh,
Ryan.
The 99 has come into the pit lane on the green flag lap.
They haven't.
They
haven't.
It's showing them on the pits.
That's
I guess
them
that's
right there.
They're not,
Oh,
because we were just
okay.
talking about them passing the Supra.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can see them coming through the shot here.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, they absolutely swamped in some production traffic. I think they were just so far to driver's right, it actually tripped the pit beam instead of the regular beam,
Oh boy.
trying to make it 3 wide. So the other feature of this track that we didn't really talk about is it is exceptionally narrow. Right, it has all these cambers and natural, bumps and almost like a rhythm section, if you will, in terms of like motocross terms. But it is incredibly narrow. And on these restarts where you've got everybody stacked up together and in a jumbled order, 3 wide is a stretch. Like, it's doable, but everybody has to be absolutely aware of what's happening. And in some ways, it's a good thing that the overall speeds are so low. But it doesn't really detract from just how sketchy it can be trying to work your way through traffic. And that was kind of my point with the number 123 from NFC Motorsports. It's obviously a good idea to come in and top off because of the lap length and all of the other things we talked about. But the track position that you give up having to work your way through 30 production cars is immense. Like, it is worth so much time. And that's exactly what we're seeing for that car. Obviously for the 162 and the 99 as well, that have allowed the Screaming Goat Racing BMW a lead of 8.4 seconds as it is now. And that car just settled into the 122s now on the restart. GTR in the 128s, Dexter Racing a 33, NFC a 31. 120.9 that time for the LS swapped. Car in the tires there, driver's left. Is that Rapscallion?
Yeah, that's one of the Rapscallion GP2 cars who are running 1-2 at the moment. This car had light contact just a moment ago with what looked like the Dexter Supra going into, I believe, turn 10. Looks like the car's still moving. It moved backwards. It's going to try to get itself out, as it does.
Yeah, it looks very dramatic with those tires because they're just loosely stacked in like a herringbone fashion. So it scatters them all behind the tire wall. But it's not a terribly hard impact as a result of that. All of that energy is transferred into those tires that then move. So the car has continued. And the next question will be, do we have to go yellow to repair those tires? And I don't have an answer for that. Car actually looks okay.
Well, the good news is it's a relatively slow speed transition right here, going from left to right as you go from turn 8 to turn 9. So that oversteer, even though there's not a lot of runoff, the speed is relatively low, and the tires are absorbing quite a lot of the impact.
Yeah.
So luckily, the driver was able to reverse and give it back over again.
Too wide there into turn number 8. Zepa Racing is involved in all of that. Nice to see them back on track, as you say, JT. Personal best for GTR 99, a 122.1 on their 29th lap, but they still lose time to the number 29 of Screaming Goat Racing, despite being in relatively clear air now. NFC Motorsports, by the way, continuing to lose time in traffic. So it'll take at least a full pit stop cycle to understand the ramifications of that pit stop. But at least at the moment, doesn't appear to have been an exceptionally positive move. But again, we kind of need to wait for the equivalent stop from Screaming Goat Racing to make full sense of all of that. Coming up on the completion of the first hour already. Zipping by this morning. Of course, we had the red flag just a moment ago, but kind of interrupted things initially.
Screaming Goat just set a lightning lap of 120.3.
I think that's quicker than the pole time.
I
Let's go
believe
back
that.
and look. Yeah,
That seems really fast. Like that's
yeah.
I mean, I can believe that at this point you're getting a lot more track time than over the weekend. You're starting to build a rhythm into
Yeah.
how you're attacking some of these corners, how you're carrying speed through them.
Well, and remember, this isn't, I say, the natural way that this course is run. It is primarily run counterclockwise, right? So if you've driven it in sprint racing, maybe SCCA regional racing, almost always the course is run the opposite direction. So, yep, the corners are the same, the cambers are the same, but it races fundamentally differently because of acceleration zones being turned into braking zones, on camber, or, cambered corners, changing the way that you approach them and the way that they move relative to the way that you're traveling. It is not instantaneous. Yellow at the top of the hill there at turn 7. Producer Dustin says there was a red and black car off the tire wall there at the bottom of the hill, which maybe Rapscallion again. Yeah.
So they did not come in the pits after the last off in turn 8.
No, and I wonder whether that's okay. Are we counting some issues here where the initial contact with or reported contact with the Supra maybe set something slightly askew, and they're just not. The car is now a little bit more difficult to drive, or if they're just occasional little driver errors that have more consequence than normal there at the bottom of the hill. I don't know.
I'm thinking just watching how it moves through some of the corners, it might be a bit more the later.
Yeah.
So that car might need to come in here.
Yeah, let's see. It's getting away with the errors it's making. They don't seem to be causing any real major issues. Like the impacts are light.
Yeah, but this is not something you should be seeing right now. There's a little bit of possible overdriving there. So hopefully, they can bring that car in and driver can have a moment to cool down and reset. The sister car currently leads in GP2, the 135. That is, I believe, a green and black MX-5. Miata. I believe it's a NA, so the first generation. That's leading over 515 Motorsport in a Porsche Boxster. Moorhead Speedworks, third in GP2 with their BMW. It's good to see a new entry in this class, Operation. The 31, we're in a BMW, another 330 CI, currently 5th. $199 from Big Mission, fighting Ginger Racing for 7th in GP1.
KT, is that your favorite team? I know we joke about that a lot, but I do also want to give a big shout out to Chicago's fastest Lamborghini driver, Mo Dadka, joining us in the chat. Mo, how's it going? Hope everything's well for you. Hope to see you again this season.
Yeah, Mo got to have a lot of fun this year running in the Super Trofeo.
A lot of fun, but I think a lot of stuff that was outside his control that contributed to it not going the way that he and Cole Lofsgaard would have wanted. unfortunately. I think that's a car that definitely had pace and definitely was on for something on multiple occasions, but just kind of, I think, let down by the driving standards of some other drivers in that series. So, hopefully he gets another similar opportunity, both him and Cole. Cole Lofsgaard, of course, really trying to make a career out of this racing thing. He's
An international career, by the way.
And absolutely, he goes to Brazil.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think he's hinted that he has a full season of commitments lined up for next season, which is fantastic to hear. Speaking of full season of commitments next year, or I mean even a partial season, I wanted to mention Toyota here. So we have the Dexter Racing Supra running around here in a white livery, it could be said. Probably a newer car, is fair to say. I think we're going to be getting an additional Supra or two, at least for part of the season next year here in the World Racing League. So Kingpin Racing and Tyler Hoffman posted a photograph of a Supra, alluding to next season's plans.
We know that that's WRL bound?
They are selling their WRL Porsche.
All right.
And buying a Supra. So I believe it's fair to say that I think another Supra might be coming down the pipeline. And then additionally, I'd like to talk to Brad McCall, who is going to be running a Toyota GR86 program.
I saw that.
He posted that to his Facebook page the other day, and to Round 3's Facebook page, of course, and that they want to run that, concurrently in WRL if anybody wants more seat time. And then additionally, we got a white flag out here.
Yeah.
Rapscallion in the pits, the number 469.
Interesting. So it might be a car off where we just quite can't see it.
Yeah, maybe drivers left coming out of 6. So we're getting the green flag at 7 here. It's reported as the 135. When it rains, it pours. That's the leader in GP2, the other Rapscallion MX-5.
Oh, my word. Yeah, that car is now listed as missing on Race Hero, salmon color, suggesting an issue for that car.
And so to sort of finish my point, I do wonder if Brad McCall, who has run GT4 cars in the past, might also be tempted to add a Supra to their stable to run in addition to the 86 next season with Round 3, especially since it seems to be the vehicle to have.
It does. I'm particularly intrigued by that GT86 program. I believe we had that conversation with, oh boy, was it Tim Myers towards the end of last year about how that car had the potential to fit really nicely into like a GP2.
Yeah.
It was expected to be pretty popular, and the idea of running a parallel program, even then, was one that I think featured prominently in a lot of people's minds.
Right.
And it would be really nice to see something like that come to fruition.
You see the, of course, I'm watching on the YouTube, so it was delayed. But to watch the open throttle car come up and over the curve and have to counter steer there, that was quite impressive. Now I'm back to watching live, though, so I can respond appropriately. Continue, Brendan.
No, it would be nice to see that concept finally come to fruition.
My understanding last year was that there weren't enough chassis to go around for people to feel comfortable doing that. In addition to, it's the first season of a new formula, and nobody really knew how any of the parts runtime, etc., were going to shake out. And so I think now that we're into season 2, people have a little bit better grasp on what to expect from the car, and I do believe that will be a popular addition, just because you're going to have a somewhat cost-controlled way to do it. It's my understanding, given the parts prices that Toyota wants to charge. Oh, we get full course yellow here.
Yeah.
To finish that thought real quick while we search for what's going on. It's full course yellow on timing, but is... Yep.
Yeah, there we go.
Toyota charges quite a lot of money for the parts trackside at the weekend for that. I think I heard the number 15 to 20 grand thrown around for an engine, whereas that engine at a junkyard or even from the dealership is closer to like 5 or less. So a car which should be cheap to run in a WRL configuration.
So let's, back up a little bit there. That the GT86 Cup or
GR86 Cup.
GR86 Cup, excuse me, as GTR 99 ducks into the pit lane immediately, is it's a sprint series that races like a sprint series.
Yep.
Right? There are some young drivers, there are some inexperienced drivers, but in much the same way that our friend Modadka had some frustrations with how he was raced in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo this season, I think a lot of those frustrations have spilled over into what I've seen of the GR86 Cup this year. And I'm trying to think of a nice way to say that, but honestly, like, it is a calling card of the World Racing League powered by Hagerty to be a non-contact series. So if you're going to take the same car and say, okay, you can get 2 half-hour races or 45-minute races or whatever the standard is in the sprint series, which is, okay, you get penalized, but if you hit somebody, but if you get taken out, tough luck. You get taken out. That's track time you don't get. Whereas high driving standards are continually encouraged and reinforced in the World Racing League, that now you have significantly changed the value you're getting out of what, as you rightly point out, Ryan, is fundamentally the same car and the same operation, maybe just tweaked a little bit to fit the top end of a production-based category. I think this is frankly the right place for every car, but I'm biased. So we'll see if anybody pulls the trigger on it.
Well,
but if I were the one
very
spending
much appeared
money,
that Brad had already pulled the trigger.
It pulled the trigger on the car, yes, but pulls the trigger on the WRL program specifically. Right.
I hope somebody does.
I think it is the right type of place to race those cars in terms of the value, the seat time, the experience that you get, and the risk that comes with a rookie-oriented sprint series versus an amateur or time-building oriented endurance series. But you're right, Ryan. This is kind of,
see for sure.
Overall, this is silly season in a way, right? And it's not drivers changing teams and seats and new contracts. It's, hey, we're putting this program together for next year. Does anybody want to run it? Or we like the idea of this program if we can get it funded. Does anybody, are there any interested parties in the seats? This year in 2023, as we come to the end of the season, it was the Supra, right? Debuted at COTA last year and then kind of became the car in GTO, the easy button in GTO, so to speak, for 2023. Who knows what that is going to be in 2024? It may not be in GTO.
I think that making, just as like a service to it's a money-making organization, right? But at the same time, as a service, WRL has now effectively provided a out for that car.
Yeah.
You run the risk of here in 2 or 3 years when there's an inevitable update to that car and they go to a different design, different chassis. Oh, we changed XYZ.
The Evo.
Right, exactly. And I would imagine that you'll be able to upgrade it. But at the same time, it's like, it would suck to be left holding the bag for, this is just the car that you can use. And maybe you find an SCCA class. But if there's a whole series that's embraced, like, hey, you know what? You can bring this to GP2 and we'll be happy to have you. That makes it so that team owners can buy that car more confidently, having somewhere else to run it. And so I think that's going to be really good for any owner that has purchased that car, and maybe they've decided after this season, like, we went through a lot of spares. Maybe this isn't what we want to do. But the fact that there's somewhere else to race it, I think is really exciting. And I think also one of my things that I'm hoping at least comes to fruition is I think Toyota's doing a pretty swift business with WRL right now, or WRL entrance anyway. So in my head, it would be great, and I'm sure other teams out there are annoyed to hear me say this. I would love effectively a WRL spec M2/M240i class and a spec GR86 class. Like, if we could get like 6 or 7 of both of those cars running every weekend, that would be amazing. Because then you no longer have it being a builder's cup so much. You don't have the excuse anymore of, oh, well, the new BMW has the better traction control, or XYZ car has more torque because the engine's different and mine doesn't have a turbocharger. It just becomes like everybody's running the same solution here and we're getting it done. Yeah, we see that to some extent in GP2, where everybody runs, except for this weekend, Most of the time, everybody runs a spec E46, and I think it's a great class as a result.
I agree with you. I think it has exceptional value in the cup type classes where the cars are built to a certain specification, and then rather than having to take the cars out of that specification and make them sort of freeform them in a way into a power to weight formula that maybe you provide an opportunity for them to run in their own subclass. But then, you get into okay, what are we orienting to here? Are we orienting to these cup cars, these low end cup cars, or are we orienting to what is power to weight and allowing them to compete into a freeform class anyway? I don't know that there's a right answer there. I would like to see those types of cars in WRL because I think they fit exceptionally well.
Yeah.
But
I'm also curious how the modifiers are going to play out for that car.
Yes.
Because it does not have a standard suspension on it or anything approaching that.
Yeah.
It's got aero, it's got a SADEV gearbox. Like, there's a lot different from that versus the road car. And I think, I hope it's not underpowered, given all of the extra stuff that it has attached.
Yeah, we'll see there. It may end up being a GP3 car more than a GP2 car. I don't.
It might be too fast. I think it's gonna. I think it may land in between, and people are gonna have to either take wings off or something.
I actually would love to see it in. Now that I think about it, fitting in GP3 would be. That'd actually be kind of fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially as the GP3 entries have dwindled over the years, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. That's just a reflection of teams having the opportunity to move up, to learn more, to drivers to be more comfortable with faster cars. There's a bunch of reasons for it.
I keep hoping that we'll see some Indy Cup cars in GP3, but that just hasn't come to pass yet.
GP2, didn't BSI run one on occasion in GP2?
I'm trying to remember, but yeah, somebody did.
Huh. I'll take your word for it. I'm sure it has, but I just thought that we would see more of them. And that's one of the concerns I have for the GR86. And like in WRL, I think it'll matter less, but that SADEV gearbox is really expensive. Like really, really, really expensive. And if it mandates that you need a new a rebuild at 50 hours, which would be an easy season or two in sprint racing, versus WRL, where you're going to bang through that gearbox in like half a season or less, that would become cost prohibitive. And so I almost wonder if that's the reason we don't see the ND.
That SADEV box is just about worth it now for a spec racer for Gen 3. Right, the top end of that class is moving towards that gearbox instead of whatever the sequential they're using now is.
I think that's.
But that is like the bottom end of club racing, right? It is amateur racing to the highest degree, and it is only just about worth it for sprint racing in that format. I don't know.
So expensive.
Yeah. There is the.
That is the 135. Yep.
Yeah, the second of the Rapscallion cars. Rough morning.
So, I believe the number 360 from Hardway Racing that we saw at Mid Ohio was a global MX5 Cup car.
I didn't see it.
Okay.
But I'll take your word.
Neither did I.
I believe that. I believe that. 100%.
That's just what I have in my penalties notes.
Okay. Nice.
Good news, no penalty from them. And then I have Astro Autosport, also GP3, as a 2016 MX5.
And that would make more sense to me that it was the first gen Cup car. Because the second gen one, obviously, well, that's not true, because I guess they made changes to the car before they did the update. Because I think that if you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, GT. I'm pretty sure the Cup car always had the updated gearbox that the ND2 has. Where it has the different gears and stuff, and then the second generation of the race car, they switched to the SADEV anyway. But that would make sense that an early one made it in because it doesn't have that expensive gearbox on it. I think that if you're gonna, especially for spec series that are supposed to be at like the SCCA level, if you're gonna start mandating that everybody has to spend 20 grand on a gearbox, I think that's the wrong direction. I don't think that's the direction racing should go.
Thank you all for joining us this morning. It is our Midwest Championship weekend. Those unfamiliar with the remainder of the World Racing League powered by Hagerty season, so we split the series Midwest and East Championships. Anybody can enter any race, but points are kept separately. Split 7 and 7 with a couple of dual-purpose events thrown in there. And then we have a national championship that'll be awarded at our final event at Circuit of the Americas in early December. But this weekend is the finale of the Midwest Championship, and those trophies will be awarded tomorrow around 4 o'clock Central. Well, a little after 4 o'clock Central Time. Obviously, we'll have to do quick post-race tech. But otherwise, this is the last opportunity to get yourself some points and make a run at this Midwest Championship. East Region Championship in 3 weeks' time at Sebring. Second weekend in November. Very much looking forward to that one. I know a couple of our past events we've ended up a little bit below capacity, which hasn't actually been a bad thing for racing. New Jersey Motorsports Park actually panned out exceptionally well. 2 really, really good races. But we've got 71 cars, I think, on the entry list at the moment for Sebring, which is just is what we love about WRL endurance racing. The depth is incredible. And I think the first, if you've perused the entry list on Motorsports Reg, the first time we're going to see a Ligier in the World Racing League?
Yeah.
Yeah. Up in GTO. Trying to get more details on that car, but it's essentially like the GT4 Cup equivalent from Ligier. They have the JS.
So it's like a Ginetta.
Kind of. It's like, I think they call it the JS P4 or 4P or something, or JS4R. It is unique. I believe it's a monocoque. I don't think it's a tube frame. And Ligier does have a presence here in the United States, despite being a French manufacturer. The Cup Series only runs in Europe, but Ligier does provide a number of Formula chassis here in the United States. So that is a unique treat for our East Region Championship. As I said, 3 weeks' time. The end of the season, things kind of crunch together here. It's 3 weeks between races pretty much across the board. Jersey, Hallett, Sebring, and then Circuit of the Americas before we loop into 2024.
You get excited about that. I'm excited to see 94 Motorsports bringing their Corvette back.
There it is.
Corvette and Mustang in GTO?
Yes, and. Sorry, I thought we were doing improv.
Yeah, they have a 2004 Mustang listed.
I don't think I've seen that car yet. They may have
I
run
don't
it.
think anybody has.
Yeah, okay. So, look, that Corvette it's so good.
Yes.
We talked frequently about the E46 options in GP1 and how it is still kind of the platform. And it's a familiar platform for a lot of drivers, right? A lot of E46s race like a lot of other E46s. But that doesn't mean it is the ultimate platform to have, because on pace, the Montgomery car, the 235, not the M235, but the one that's built up from a road car, has a lot of potential, right? They've slowly been getting that car up to spec in GP1. And the potential pace is there for that car and that platform. The Corvette is ludicrously quick.
Yeah, and then MMR in the Ford Mustang.
Right.
Also quick. So
yeah.
The BMW just seems to be the more common option, but I mean, you can still have a Porsche Boxer, you can still have a Ford Mustang,
Well, you still
Chevy
have the
Corvette.
Cayman, right? For round 3, the pace is there. Although that car is a little bit long in the tooth as an endurance car. There's a lot of hours on it.
Yeah, so like 5th gear, round 3, frozen rotor,
Yeah.
all have the Cayman, whereas overnight Boxster. I mean, we even saw Saturn Sky.
That's right. I forgot about that
did.
car. Bring that back, man.
I think it's beyond repair. Was my
Oh, is that
understanding.
right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Where was that a casualty?
Road America.
Yeah. In fairness, it was possible that the 9.4 car, the Corvette, was going to be as well, but nice to see that car back.
GP2, gentlemen, a stout 10-car entry, which I'm always excited to see. Did you see the top of the entry list in GP2?
yeah, some people from Minnesota.
The national champion, Team North Loop Motorsport, national champions last year, are going to be making their return to the track. They are bringing back the orange car.
Oh, nice.
So the blue car, of course, after spending a long season trying to figure out getting that car back to where it was, had another
Safety cars coming in.
incident.
Oh, yeah,
Safety
back
cars
green.
back in.
The 85 is going to lead us to green.
They are. The 123 will lead the standings. A couple of cars behind them. That is the NFC Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4. So for the first time under green, the Screaming Goat car will not lead the race overall, having made a pit stop just after the full course yellow came out and fallen to 5th overall, 4th in GTO, but should be able to make relatively quick work of the, oh my gosh, the traffic. That is an incredible number of cars headed through the good, the bad, and the Tolly. 3 wide again for GTR, headed off into turn number 5. And a struggling camera down there at the bottom of the hill. Up through 6 and 7 here. This sort of a tabletop when run in the other direction. In this direction, it just kind of falls off a cliff. And just as you're coming back to the throttle there, the road falls away. And you pick up speed in a hurry before you've got to jump on the brakes for a snaking braking zone. The snaking zone. Left and then right again, where you've got to keep a wide entry, try and cut back to the apex. But with all this traffic, you've just got to kind of hold your line and hope for the best. Make sure everybody plays ball with you. As you go into that, probably a first gear corner there at the bottom of the hill. Incredibly slow, 30, 35 miles an hour, and then accelerate away up the hill before you crest just to beam the Hallett Motor Racing Circuit garage on your right, and then a downhill braking zone into the final corner. Really quick corner, well cambered, allows you to carry a lot of speed onto the front straightaway, but not a whole lot of margin for error in that braking zone. And our remaining 20, we're down to about 27 cars at the moment. One big pack head off into the first couple of corners once again. 45 laps complete, an hour and 24 minutes gone. Our Saturday 8-hour enduro from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Thanks for being with us, everybody, on DriversEye Live. NFC Motorsports leads from GTR 99. Moorhead Speedworks, your GP1 class leader, up into 3rd overall. Leading that class from the 522 of Choice Racing, who I think actually has fallen off the lead lap. Now, that may have been a function. Actually, I'll need to get eyes on the 522 on circuit just to confirm that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's on the same lap.
Okay, just most of a lap behind. 123
Just
comes across the
maybe not.
line. There's the 522. So they are on the same lap, but split by, I mean, the majority of a lap. 522 has been in once under our first full course yellow. That was during the red flag, or just after the red flag. I think Moorhead has as well, actually. So we've split the strategies at the top of the field up in GTO. GP1, it's a little more straightforward. PC... okay, now I'm confused. Because it's showing PC Racing in... Oh, PC Racing is there in second. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, I missed that the first time. Yeah, so PC Racing in second place, 12 seconds off of the class leader. Apologies for that. Choice Racing in third, who only has about 11 seconds in hand over the 701 Porsche Cayman of round 3 racing. Brad McCall to be in that car a little bit later on. It was nice when Brad is able to get behind the wheel. There is that car actually headed through turn number 7, just tucked in behind Screaming Goat, headed down the hill.
It's fantastic seeing how much too wide driving there is through these corners here.
I mean, the circuit kind of naturally forces you to drive at, maybe 80% anyway, just because of how narrow it is and how much movement there is to the track, and frankly, what the consequences are if you get it wrong. And that driving that far below the limit makes driving in traffic a little bit easier, right? You know that nobody that's around you is really pushing exceptionally hard, right? Everybody's kind of playing by the rules. And you can be a little bit more confident, being stuck around the outside of somebody, maybe at the hairpin at turn 9 or down at turn number 10. You're not going to get run off the road or anything like that. So, as you say, JT, it's nice to see everybody kind of playing along here, but also, I mean, it looks great on camera, right? It is really, really dramatic to watch multi-class racing around a place like this. And plenty more where that came from. 14 and a half hours of racing still to come this weekend.
Okay, so Sean Moffitt in the chat says the Montgomery BMW's expected to be at COTA at speed, and that their old E36 has been sold.
Thank goodness for that. Thank goodness he sold that
A little wide out there at the final corner. That is the 85, from AOA Racing down in GP3.
Yep, our
that is
leader.
your class leader, yeah. Really, really hung out there on the outside of turn 10. Lots of comments in the chat from, mostly GP1. Mostly GP1 competitors. Mo Dodka talking about the Porsche Cayman 2.9 liter, not having the torque of the E46. It's driven well, and we know it's driven well and consistently well as we jump on board the 29 from Screaming Goat Racing. Battle for overall position here. Up the inside of the number 147, having caught them. Bit of a fade there out of the Palomar number 14. Interesting. The old Pruitt fade in traffic.
Hi, Scott Pruitt's family at home.
Yeah. Good move there from the 29 to scoot up the inside. Cross start finish there, and that'll be P3 overall. Sets its sights on the number 99 from Team GTR. Additional comments, as you say, Sean Moffitt optimistic about the 24 being up to speed. The old 24 cars, the E36, he knows that car can win. We know that car can win. It is, it's got some years on it and got some hours on it, but it is a stalwart in the GP1 class in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. And excited to see that car back and have the depth in GP1 as well, on top of the 9.4 Corvette that'll be back at Sebring. And confirmation in the chat as well that the 9.4 Mustang is a brand new build, which is why nobody's ever seen it before. I love what those 9.4 guys are doing.
Yeah.
I mean, they ran the Lexus IS300s forever.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, one of them was, I believe, written off in an accident at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, final corner.
Last year, yeah. Not really any fault of their own. Just bad situation, and then a blind, quick corner. Somebody unsighted in traffic collected them in the left rear It's pretty much the end of that. They've got the GTU car that they've run a bunch. Took a class victory at Road America in 2022 with that car in GTU, which was just an iconic race. And added the Corvette this year at NOLA, obviously bringing the Mustang now as well. Just really cool stuff. As Ryan mentioned, some of these classes kind of turn into builders classes. It's not a bad thing if that's what you're into, and certainly seems.
I
to be
like
the
a
case
builder's
with my
class.
Forgers.
I like a builder's class without complaining.
So keep in mind that Corvette did win Sunday at Barber.
Yeah. It is an exceptionally quick car. I'm glad it's there. It's so we talk about Hallett being kind of a throwback weekend in a couple of ways, but when we think back to the early days of endurance radio, become DriversEye Live at the old U.S. Endurance Championship. I mean, those races were primarily full of garage-built cars.
Oh yeah,
right. At the time, GTO was the exception to where the depth was. Right, there were only a handful of cars, and it was, M235 IRs. This was 2017, 2018.
Yeah.
There was an NP01 stuck in there, but it wasn't a well-sorted endurance car at the time. Still a lot of teething problems.
Don't think the driver lineup in that was something to write home about either.
No, but again, when I say there wasn't a whole lot of depth to the class, it's kind of what I mean. It was just a place for people to run, cars outside if they didn't want to do the performance modifiers and get it down to a power to weight number and all of that, and allowed somebody to go as we get a slow. It's a black BMW. I'll get the number here in a second.
That might be the one we had earlier, the Choice Racing 51.
It's not Choice Racing. They actually just came across the line. I thought the same thing, JT, but I'm not sure this car's going to make it into the pit lane, actually. It's really struggling up the hill.
We'll go across the line. Moorhead Speedworks and GP2s. They've been battling the 515 Motorsport for the GP2 lead.
Sorry, that car is not in the pit lane entry. That is an access road for safety vehicles. And again, he's headed uphill there out of the final corner and into the pit entry.
That's the 48 from ZJS Racing.
Oh, good call. Yeah, you're absolutely right, JT.
Tough luck for Jim Johnson there.
Anyway, I mean, WRL has long been a builder-heavy formula, and it stagnated a little bit in GP1 in particular, but I think we're headed firmly out of that era now into a truly creative era in the production classes, and frankly, to some degree in GTO as well, where we've seen we had the GT4 arms race for a year or two, which I think was a little bit of a fool's errand for a whole variety of reasons, demonstrated by the fact that the TCR cars, when they run, are still uber competitive. Shouts to Tim Myers.
And Tooth Autosports up in Canada.
No, any of the TCR cars.
So they bring the car down, and the
Economy Motorsport.
Economy Motorsport.
The Hyundai, yeah.
Yep, Ice Racing Canada. I mean, those cars are still incredibly quick and incredibly competitive over long distances. I think everybody just decided that GT4 was going to be the way to go, and actually it turned out to not always be the way to go. So I think we're trending generally away from that time frame and into a more creative era, another more creative era in all four of our open class. Well, all five of our open classes to some degree. GTU is still largely MP01s, but yeah, I'm excited for what the future holds here. GTU could be a creative class. We get a little bit of a slow MX-5 there headed into the final corner. It's the other AOA MX-5.
I want to see somebody throw a different motor in one of those. I know that the frame is set up to accept that Duratec engine, but like...
Which car is this?
The NPO one.
Oh yes, absolutely.
But if we could get like, I don't know, like an Ecotech like
So is
GM motor in one or something like that.
Is
would
it
be cool.
just a 4-cylinder? I don't know what the engine is in that car.
It's
a
the
Miata.
It's the NC Miata 2
Oh,
liter.
okay.
Or you
Gotcha.
can put the 2.5 because it's the same mounting and stuff.
Could you get?
Yes.
Some thoughts.
Yeah, it's my understanding is it doesn't fit particularly well, but you could. If you're thinking the thing that I'm thinking, which, like, I don't
know.
think
What are you thinking?
Like, you can do non-naturally aspirated on that motor. It's just I don't know if it would fit under the bodywork.
Yeah, so I mean, in GTU, you don't really have a lot of incentive to do that because the car is
No.
basically detuned to run at 9-to-1 anyway.
Right.
Well, listen, I think there is only one answer to variety in GTU at the moment. Although we have had an MX-5 running that class in the past, I think the obvious answer in that class is a Volkswagen Fun Cup.
We've talked about that. I think I'm coming more around on like detuned Formula Mazda with like fenders. Like, let's bring a little bit of the CSR energy of we're gonna stick some fenders on our Formula B car and.
Do you
run
remember the Toyota Atlantic powered spec racer Ford that ran at Thunderhill years ago?
I do.
That feels like an opportunity. Although I don't.
It does.
Sports racers in GTU. I have to look into that.
There's no cockpit.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Not
Yeah.
enclosed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Halo.
Too bad.
Put a halo on a spec racer Ford.
There you go. That would look so bad. That would look terrible. I don't think there's a chassis out there designed less to accept that style. Oh my goodness.
My vote is the GT40 kit car.
I've always thought that Ligier not production-based, but they're like touring racer thing that we're going to see kind of looks like that. It does look like a small GT40.
Yeah, a little bit.
Especially if you painted it right.
It's a French GT40.
Yeah, there you go. GT40 with cheese and wine.
The Winer's Cup.
I
don't know.
Do you think we could get Orica to build a spec racer for WRL? And then they can pay RJ enormous amounts of money and make that like the better car to have.
I mean, Orica already builds all kinds of interesting race cars. I'm sure there's something out there that we could adapt here.
Do you think we could buy a Lola Mazda and then put a Frankenstein motorcycle engine into it and see if we can get it to run better?
I mean, it can't possibly run worse.
I just can't believe that was a thing that they thought was going to work. I don't. You could have run that car in its original configuration and it would have won the race. Why did you change it?
Sorry, I think we might have had a small issue with the 522 coming out of the last corner.
Yeah,
it's the third place car in GP1 was slow and actively upshifting past the start-finish line in a way it wouldn't normally. And it does put that car in a little bit of danger of going a lap down now. Whatever the time loss was there. Actually, it wasn't bad, but noticeable.
No, it's been doing some really good laps here.
Then the time it lost, it lost more relative to itself more than it did to the race leader then, because the time was only a 26, high 26, but still.
So keep in mind, when we went back to green, that car was 1 minute and 8 seconds behind. It's got under a minute.
Oh.
And so even with that issue, this last lap doing a 126, which is not a bad lap by any regard, it was still at what, 58 seconds?
Yeah. A little bit of smoke out of the back of the number 29 on acceleration out of turn number 9.
Have they had that problem before?
Yes,
for sure.
So
okay.
But they've also put holes in the block before.
Right.
So I saw that car smoking like 5 minutes into the start of the race.
It's getting worse through the first corner there.
Is that just a little bit bad diesel in it?
It's interesting you mentioned bad fuel. We had a brief elevator party in the hotel yesterday, where ran into Harold Petit of GTR 99, who was then met by Jason Marks, and overheard some discussion. I mean, we chatted briefly, but overheard some discussion about having some fuel issues yesterday, early on for that blue BMW, and I just wonder if maybe that has found its way elsewhere. Now, a little bit of oil smoke out of the back of a LS engine. I guess it's not, may not necessarily be the end of the world here, but you can see it there.
Yeah.
Under acceleration.
That's a lot. Usually,
It's
a little bit's fine. It's just a lot.
It's worse at turn 1. If we can follow this car into the first corner here, it may be a little too far off in the distance to pick up the detail. Just watch the back of that car on sort of partial throttle at low revs here, particularly around the second half of the corner. It's right there. It starts to pick up. You could see it trailing there. Yeah. So it seems to be okay around most of the rest of the lap, but for whatever reason, out of turn 9 and out of turn 1 is where it seems to be the worst. For that M3. See, it's fine there out of the Tully. Up and over the hill. Seems okay.
Is it because Tully's a left-hander?
Oh.
So is it maybe just fuel or something?
I don't think so.
No.
It's smoke, not vapor.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
Because it seems like it's noticeable in right-hand corners.
Yeah, I'll go through the left-hander there at turn 7.
A little bit
And
there.
it's the transition there. It's almost like first gear only, or second gear, whatever gear you'd be using there in the slowest speed corners. Let's watch it one more time here through the last corner and see what it does. It looks okay there. And the engine sounds reasonably healthy down the front straightaway. Okay, here's the problem. Even if it's not dropping anything and everything seems okay otherwise, eventually it is going to run out of the thing that is creating the smoke. Right, so this can't go on forever.
In the meantime, though, they are slowly reeling in the leader, as is GTR.
Yeah.
So that gap for the lead is 2 seconds between NFC and GTR, and then Screaming Goat is another 9 seconds back. So maybe that's just a little bit of extra fire they're burning to catch up.
It's the Ferrari Formula 1 strat, where it's like, oh, well, we have a 15-liter oil tank. And so that's going to...
We only need 10. Burn the rest. So that does remind me of a very interesting thing I learned about GT3 cars. About the fact that you can add oil to the engine without opening the hood.
So you can do that on prototype cars as well, JT.
Yeah, I didn't know that was something, you would have in a GT class, though.
So I knew that the GT class, because they talked about it, it was like a plot point in Patrick Dempsey's TV show, that on the Porsche, at least, for GTE, there's a reserve tank, and there's a button on either the dash or the steering wheel that's like, add 1 quart, or add 1 liter. Because they don't want to service it externally, and so when it gets low on oil, who was Patrick Dempsey's driving coach, who also wasn't a platinum driver? I can totally picture the guy. Anyway, he ended up having an issue where the oil light came on, and he happened to remember, oh, they told me there's a button for that, and you just press it, and it adds the oil into the engine, then the light goes away. So they had a reserve tank built in for that you didn't have to fill it externally. So I knew they do that, but I guess you're right. I haven't seen anybody fill it from the outside.
Yeah, I'll come back to this in a second. We have a new leader GTR getting around NFC Motorsports this past lap.
The 99 taking the lead at the front and not even on the pit cycle, just on track.
Yeah, catching them both is still that number 29 from Screaming Goat Racing, and they have become relevant again because I've been joined by Cade McKee out of the Screaming Goat stables. Thanks for coming up, Cade.
Yeah. I was in the car at the start of the stint, so that was me driving. Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Great start to the race. Things are a little sketchier now just because we have been following this white smoke out of the back of the M3. You just told me, however, that's oil. So
Yes.
not a huge concern at the moment.
Yeah, we think it's the same problem that we've sort of been having on and off throughout the season, which is a blow-by out of the head, and it lands on the flywheel, and it gets back on the headers and smokes.
Is it easy for you guys to dump oil back into the car, or is this going to become a problem?
We have a pretty big oil tank in the passenger seat. It's about like a gallon or more. So
that's the way. Can you refill it if you need to?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. All right. So we'll keep an eye on that. It doesn't seem to be
help his
dropping
Michelin Green X Challenge score. That's for sure.
No, we should be recreating the Green X Challenge. No, I like that idea.
Well, I don't know. We got 5.7 miles to the gallon last stop. So
Oh, there you go.
It's that diesel power.
It is that diesel power. So we were talking early on. We'll come back to your stint at the beginning of the race in a second. But from a strategy perspective, we're talking about the race as a whole. You guys already you get exceptional fuel mileage.
Yes.
You always have,
Yes.
even with the LS engine. This is a relatively low throttle percentage track.
Yes.
Slow, a lot of long corners, low speed corners. How far, you don't have to give me an exact number, but I mean, are we talking like 90 minutes on fuel here for you guys?
I don't know about the time,
Okay.
but the laps, we're over 50.
Yeah, okay. So you're not far off then.
Yes.
75, 80, 85 minutes, something like that. That's incredible for that car in particular. Your start at the beginning, or your stint at the beginning of the race, however, front row start,
Yes.
straight into the race lead.
Not necessarily should have been there, but
So what happened there?
So when we came into the back section of the track, that Mercedes is always on the pace laps. He's always played a little games with slowing down and catching back up to the pace car. But he came around one of the corners and he slowed down, and I guess either the car recycled or something, but he was sat there for 20 seconds, and so yeah, me and GTR just went by, and I guess he pretty far back because he at some point caught back up to us, but then pointed us back by. So I presume the stewards had told him to drop.
Yeah, that makes sense. I thought they had their time disallowed from yesterday or something, because they were in the 18s in qualifying, and okay, that's an outlier, kind of makes sense, but I guess it was just an exceptionally quick lap, and then obviously problems.
Yes.
Mentioned on the pace lap. So anyway, you start on the front row and then pretty much straight into the race lead.
Yes.
And then just controlled the pace from there. Are you guys driving anywhere close to the limit, or are you just cruising?
I was going pretty fast when we had the Mercedes behind me, trying to keep him behind.
Mhm.
But we've also been trying to keep the RPMs under 6,000 to try and keep the smoking to a minimum.
Okay. Is that when it's at its worst? Is high rev?
Yeah. When
Okay.
the higher we rev, the more it wants to blow by and come off.
Gotcha. So what we've noticed here is that in the corners, as you're maybe coming up, you're back on the throttle or you're at high revs, it smokes more. And then as you get onto the straightaways, much less. And that's just because you're in a higher gear than you would be, or keeping the revs down.
I think it only smokes really when we let off.
Okay.
It's because once you get the motor spun up, and then when you let off, it all of a sudden has to come out.
Gotcha.
Yeah, out of the blow by.
Okay. I'm a racing guy, not a car guy. So learning as we go here. But this makes sense to me. Who's in the car now?
Brett.
Okay. And as far as you guys are concerned, you're not really in for a championship.
No, not really. We've had one, the reliability issues, and two, we've only been able to go to 5 races this year. So
Okay.
it's not going to be. We're not looking at the championship. We're just going for trophies.
Did you guys have this one circled as like, okay, we're definitely doing Hallett, or was this now we have the car rebuilt, we should go back?
We've always wanted. We always loved Hallett, and when it was back on the schedule, we really wanted to go, which is kind of why I'm disappointed we didn't get more cars here.
Yeah.
I would have liked it to be full capacity, but I understand why people want to stay away. It's just a tight track with traffic in the lane, and it's kind of out of the way. It's not near any.
That's true.
It's not near any big places.
I mean, I sing Hallett's praises just because I love coming here. I
It's
think
an
it
amazing
is,
track.
right?
Yes.
People talk about it as being long off there from the
NFC?
race leading, second
No,
place
second.
Mercedes. Yeah, on the outside of the Tully. But But so many people talk about it as being like a low-key bucket list track,
Yes.
right? Nobody ever really thinks about it, but eventually somebody says, no, actually, you need to come here.
Yes.
Experience it once or twice. And then once you come here, you're hooked. But as you say, only the 31, 32 cars on the entry list this weekend. In a multi-class environment, though, maybe it's not such a bad thing.
Yeah, it was already, even in that, with 30 cars, it's already, you're passing a lap car every time. And,
Yeah.
and I mean, there were some moments in the first stint where there were 3 wide down straightaways with multiple classes mixing it up. And it especially as a slower class driver, these guys have to keep their head on a swivel to be paying attention to other things. So
for sure.
I a lot of props to them because they were not getting in the way. They were being respectful. It was good driving.
Do you find yourself having to be very tentative around everybody, or is everybody kind of driving to the same percentage of pace?
For the most part, most of the people are out there you're pretty comfortable with. There's a couple cars there's somebody might not be aware of that. Hey, they should just drive what they want to drive, and they're trying to get out of the way, and that score that can get a little messy. Or sometimes the driver's new to WRL and or new to the car or track, and it's a little bit antsy around them. But for the most part, most of the people are fine. But at this track, I do find in particular, if you try and hesitate and wait and try and not necessarily, I want to say like try and make a safer pass, because you can still make a safe pass without hesitating. But if you wait and you think about it, it's very hard to get a pass on the lap car because there's not much speed difference in braking and turning and cornering. So you sort of have to commit and make your pass and get there alongside so that they were like, all right, they'll all fall back in line.
Yeah, and it all happens within a couple of seconds of
Yes.
each other because the straightaways are so short. That makes sense. So far, it seems like everybody's played pretty well, which is great. For you guys, Screaming Goat Racing, as you mentioned, some reliability issues with the car. You've got the LS engine in the front of it now instead of the BMW 6-cylinder. Are there development steps for this car still to come, or is this just, hey, let's get this version figured out?
I mean, we always have plans for the car, and so there's some ideas and things we'd want to try, particularly maybe going a wider body and even wider tires to the car, just to help with traction and turn it. Because that's when we added the LS, we feel like we lost a little bit of the edge that the car had on the S54 and how nimble it was. And so that would be one of the things we try and gain back with the wider tires. And we're good friends with the Choices, and so they did that with the 522, and they've had relative good success with that car.
Yeah, it makes sense. That explains why that car has been so quick. And I wonder if we've been talking about the Corvette and GP1 from 94 Motorsports, and actually that would make some sense as well.
Yes.
You're wide tires. I guess one of the inherent advantages of not running a BMW. But I'd love to see like a wide body M3. That I'm here for that.
You could go full M3 GTR replica, but I don't think that would be our kit.
No, although an LS swapped M3 GTR would be perfection. What about your plans for the rest of 23 and into 2024? What do you guys got?
For 2023, we're going to run COTA. We know for sure.
Okay.
And that's going to be a great race. I mean, on the entry list, it's like got almost 40 GTO cars.
Yeah.
And a lot of cool cars are going to come there. But 2024, probably about the same amount of races, maybe one more or maybe one less.
Okay.
It just depends. And we don't know what races we were going to go to exactly because the schedule isn't out.
Yeah.
But for sure, if Daytona is probably obviously going to be there, COTA, and then we love Road Atlanta, we love NOLA, and so just whatever the other tracks we go to, it just whatever fits the time frame is in the right place for us to go to.
Awesome. You back in the car later today?
Yes, I should get in. Well, Brett will finish his stint, Brandon will get in, and I think we might do a tire change then, or I'll get in and then do a tire change at the end of this.
I actually do want to ask you about tires here. It's an old surface here, a lot of bumps, kind of abrasive. It's got a little grit to it, but it's not like a NOLA, right? It's not quite so bad. Just one tire change for the day, you guys think?
Yes.
Okay.
We one, because of the lower speeds and the lower loads in the tires. The tires yesterday, you could see the wear, but we were also running pretty old tires, so driving it, the tires don't seem to fall off a lot. But I will say you do see a lot of marbles, so that is something that would point to a lot of wear on tires. So
awesome. Well, thanks for coming up, Cade, and talking to us. And again, congratulations on the early stint. Certainly a lot of pace out of that car, and now chasing down the NFC Motorsports Mercedes for second. A little bit of a fuel advantage to you guys as well. So a lot of things going in your favor at a quarter distance here.
Yeah.
Best of luck today. And if we don't see you again this weekend, hopefully we see you at Coda.
Yeah. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Cade. Cade McKee out of the number 29 Screaming Goat Racing BMW.
Two hours in here to our 8-hour event here at Hallett. Of course, that Screaming Goat BMW is still holding up in second place. The GTR 99, unfortunately, just about 0.2 of a second a lap faster right now. That, of course, being the heavily breathed on BMW M4. The previous generation M4, it must be said. Still having some success here. Screaming Goat, of course, has the pace right now. They're about 2 seconds faster than the number 123 ahead of them. I have my mistake. It's the 99, followed by the 123, followed by the 29. So the 29s, you can see on track the gap right there. The NFC car ahead, and then the Screaming Goat car just chasing there. Seeing the tail end here. We'll just see if we can pick them up. Since the 99 just went out of shot. There's the NFC car, the blue and green. And then there, the white with the red bottom, is the Screaming Goat Racing BMW. So Screaming Goat reeling them in as best they possibly can. We're going to go in hunt of the NFC Motorsports Mercedes and then start working on the 99. That lap, of course, a little bit slower for the two cars behind. The 99 pulls out up to a 7-second gap. I think just having caught the traffic a little bit better than the two cars behind. So we will continue to see that gap ebb and flow as both the NFC and Screaming Goat Racing cars have now cleared their traffic. We're going to see them in open air and really, really get to see the pace difference between the three cars up front here.
Yeah, all three cars within 10 seconds.
Absolutely.
With 2 hours gone.
If we go into GP1 here, we'll see the 147 followed by the 44. Haven't heard that before this season. Moorhead Speedworks being chased by PC Racing, and then followed by the 522 of Choice Racing, the Choice Racing GP1 car. The Choice family electing not to bring their GT4 BMW to bear here at Hallett. They're going for the little bit slower car, which I think probably from an entertainment and running cost perspective makes a lot of sense here to not bring the big fast car if you can help it. Probably a little bit more fun to drive the 522. I'm sure we could probably hear directly from Will Choice's mouth on that, but I think he'd probably agree. GP2, we've got the number 160 Moorhead Speedworks car. They are in the lead. Of course, no Harrison Motorsports this weekend, so that leaves GP2 kind of wide open for the taking here. The number 593 515 Motorsport car chasing them, followed by the number 31 Operation. So that's kind of your top three in GP2 there. And then in GP3, you have the number 85 leading over the number 65. That's the AOA Racing MX-5 versus the number 65 Open Throttle Racing BMW E46. We are on board the Screaming Goat BMW right now, the V8 powered, and they are right up the back of the 123 NFC Motorsports car. So we are watching the battle for second and third. That 123 getting a little bit sideways there, really trying to get on the gas to hold this BMW behind, and has the legs coming out of the corner there. But I just think that we'll start to see the Screaming Goat car catch up here again. Dive on the brakes here, turn into the right. Track's going to start to roll away. Back onto another straight here. And another lap. Right now the gap sits at 0.8 seconds, but again, you can see the car right there on screen.
The gap has come down awfully quickly.
Yep. And so there we are. That's the external view of the battle we were just watching. So that Screaming Goat car had gotten right up on the NFC, and then right towards the end of the lap, it seemed like the NFC car was able to just fire it out of the corner a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it. First half of the lap is pretty mechanical grip heavy.
Mm-hmm.
That Mercedes is a pretty big car, long wheelbase. I wonder if that's just it has a natural disadvantage through that part of the lap, and then as it comes to the straight between 8 and 9, or I'm sorry, 9 and 10, in the front straightaway, it's just able to be. It's got a little bit
right
more
up on
power.
him this time.
Yeah. Those two long corners there really suited that M3.
Taking a little bit
good on the
different line,
brakes
too.
here as well.
And then the NFC car's just going to fire it up out on the outside and get a little bit of gap back here.
Yeah, the Mercedes just looks a little, not necessarily sketchy, but it seems like it moves around quite a bit, especially in the transition going from 8 to 9 here. We could really see that the car's moving around quite a bit.
Can you get a GT4 car soft enough to be compliant around Hallett?
Probably, especially one this big, I would imagine.
I would say yes, but probably not on DOT tires.
There, yeah, that's fair. Yep.
Which is why I think is definitely one of the reasons we're seeing this here is because these GT4 cars are not specifically designed to operate on these kind of tires.
Yeah.
So your driver aid systems are a little bit different in terms of how they react.
Go the nose here. Not quite going to have the room. The NFC car does leave the door open a little bit.
Ryan, are there any bits or memes about Montana drivers that we should be aware of here?
Only insofar as nobody's car is actually from Montana. Montana is a really easy place to file an LLC, and they also don't have a smog or indeed a very restrictive registration system, and they don't have sales tax. So, for example, if you're in cities like Miami, Los Angeles, Las Vegas, places of that ilk, it's very common to see people with multi-million-dollar sports cars have their cars registered in Montana, because then they avoid having to pay the sales tax on the car.
Right.
And they can also register it as a business expense. So I think that might be the joke, but I would want to ask them, obviously.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. More smoke out of the back of that BMW M3, as we said, or as Cade said, close to a gallon of oil in the passenger seat.
I think I remember him telling me that at one point. So
yeah, probably at Road Atlanta.
I think I remember him talking about that. So that's that doesn't surprise me.
How many jugs of Rotella T6 is that?
I don't know if it's Rotella juice. Oh my goodness! Like actually, we're using a Super Tech.
Oh, big slide out of the back of that Mercedes.
Yeah,
headed out of turn 7.
Yeah, it seems like 5 through 9 is where it really starts to struggle a bit, and then you start to see, it's able to do better going from this point on till turns 2 to 4.
Yep.
Yeah, and even to that point now, we've added the Rapscallion MX-5 in between them.
Woohoo! Back out.
Yeah, that is the 469.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that one has been back out. The 135 is not.
Yeah. 469 was the one that had issues at turn 8 a couple of different times, ending up sideways and in the tire wall, continuing both times without a full course yellow.
Yeah.
Although I do... Go ahead.
I think if you're the driver of the Screaming Goat car here, I think you're starting to get a little bit impatient, because I think their ultimate pace is higher than the NFC car. Agreed.
It's sort of thwarted the march of that car up to the back of the GTR 99, unfortunately. We'll see, though, because in traffic there and on the exit of turn 9, they've lost a couple of car lengths.
Yep.
But, I mean, it only takes a couple of cars that'll hold you up.
Because NFC's going to get a little bit of traffic here.
Yeah. That NFC car is just so much quicker where it matters, which are, the long straights into the braking zones. Sustained corners don't make great passing opportunities, obviously, and if you're in that number 29, there's really not too much you can do.
If you've ever played Gran Turismo, then you know the way to go is the worst tire and worst handling, but way more power than everybody else.
Of course, yeah. Ryan, you've bought the new Forza, correct?
I have.
Do you have opinions?
You know, it's not fun.
Oh.
I play Gran Turismo, and you have ownership, for lack of a better word. Like, I bought the car, and you know what? If I want to blow 1 million of my in-game credits on buying a Renault Megane and putting ugly wheels on it and changing the aero and doing this and that and the other, then, like, more power to me. But it used to be that on Forza, you could do goofy engine swaps. And there's like a ton of them. And you could build stupid aero cars. Like, they were always way better with the modifications than Gran Turismo was. But now they've locked the modifications behind a stupid XP system where you have to drive the car for like an hour and a half to unlock everything. And it's just for that individual chassis. If you buy another of the same car, you have to do it again.
Interesting.
So, like, if I do, 2 hours of racing and I earn $1 million or whatever, then I should, in theory, be able to go into the, like, showroom thing, buy whatever car I want, and if I want to do stupid things to it, then I can do it. And you can't. And I think the way they've done it makes a little bit more sense insofar as it's more realistic, and it's forcing you to, like, if you start with the Subaru WRX, it's like one of the starter cars. And so by only unlocking some of the modifications at a time, you are forcing people who don't know anything about racing or cars or track days to make decisions about, because it gives you a certain number of points, and you can buy and sell the parts for full value. So it's like, oh, okay, I have 400 points. I'm going to do sport shocks and bigger brakes. And then you go to Road America and you get your doors blown off. And it's like, oh, maybe I should spend my 400 points on better head and exhaust and get more power instead. So it's making people understand what changes happen to the car, which is, like, generally probably a good thing. But that's not what I go to Forza for.
Right.
That's not what I want to do with that. If I wanted to, like, if Assetto Corsa had that system, I'd be like, oh, dude, sick. This is tight. I'm in. But that's not what Forza is. Forza is, like, I can build stupid cars and race them in series where I really shouldn't be able to race them. It's WRL Simulator, basically.
I was just going to say, this sounds, other than the I raced for 2 hours and got $1 million.
Right, yeah. It's the inverse, in fact. No, it did genuinely used to be that. It was a really easy way to go in, and you could make all these changes and do all kinds of stuff, and it was like, oh, great. And you can't do that anymore. And I think that that's a really missed opportunity. Also, the career mode, as with all career modes on racing games now, sucks ass.
Okay.
So, why?
Okay. Yeah, that's probably fair. I have a lot of opinions about racing simulators, but
It's
I
a
have
game,
I have spent,
not a sim.
Well, I have spent most of my time in Automobilista 2 lately, just because I haven't really lined up with the amount of time necessary to run iRacing reliably, and allegedly a career mode is coming to that sim, to AMS2. Big wiggle out of the 123.
This happened on this turn a couple laps ago.
Yeah.
I think this is a driver being desperate and just mashing the throttle pedal and the traction control pulling the car back in.
It kind of doesn't matter there, obviously.
No, it doesn't.
Relative to the 29 anyway. You're giving up lap time, absolutely, but not relative to the car that you're defending from. Anyway, it allegedly a career mode is coming to AMS2 that is supposed to be the most comprehensive and realistic career mode of all time.
The Project Cars career mode is pretty good. Have you played the Project Cars 2 career mode? I think that's probably the closest.
I liked it. And obviously the content list in AMS2 is a little bit different, but the platform is there to be, for it to be genuinely interesting. And the handling and the physics are so intuitive in AMS2. Anyway, we hop on board the number 29 from Screaming Goat Racing here. No worries about smoke if your eyes forward in this car.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Hammer down. Trying to make the chase.
The thing I love about this camera is it shows just how much movement and undulation there is in the track surface. Right? Yes, there's all this natural terrain and all these elevation changes, but the surface itself is never really, like, table smooth. It is always moving. The shocks and springs are constantly compressing and rebounding. There is so much happening on what would otherwise be a straightforward corner as it's drawn on the map. Really interesting to see that GT4 Mercedes moving around the way that it does.
Yeah, that's
through, especially down through the good, the bad, the totally, up around turn 6. It's really awesome. Thank you.
No, thank you, Brendan. Thank you.
No, the MVP, Michael Pete. I don't know what the V stands for. It is MVP. Just delivered lunch.
Ah, I see.
I didn't know you could have lunch delivered to 40 miles outside of Tulsa, but they've done it.
They managed to make it happen.
Yeah.
Is it not something from the track?
No, it's got a Subway logo on it.
Oh, okay. But usually, like JC, I don't know about you, but like JC asks me what I want, and they like send a menu.
No, it depends. That depends very much
So
on the
that
track.
depends on the track. Okay.
Yeah.
So usually, Young Clay brings it to me.
So it depends. Like NJMP, I was invited to just go into race control and grab a sandwich.
Nice.
But it depends on the track. It's actually a little shame it didn't come from the track this weekend because the cafe downstairs is very good.
Is it as good as the Thunder Grill?
It is one of the best cafes I've had. Their breakfast burrito is outstanding.
Can I just say, I have yet to find a club track that had as comprehensive a food order sheet as at Thunderhill.
Of course.
I don't know, did you ever see that?
For the advanced ordering, like if you're going to have your team catered.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
there goes
Mercedes
the
into the pit lane. Yep.
Yep.
So that'll uncork the Screaming Goat car here. They'll go through into second place and now can set off and hunt the GTR 99. They have been holding at about this 7-second gap. Again, I think held up a little bit by the NFC car. So now we'll be able to see what the ultimate pace of that car is, and if they can go hunt down the Johnston Paint Supply BMW M4.
Is that what they supply? Huh.
Yeah. Right, is that a brand you're not familiar with?
No.
Oh,
I mean, I've seen the logo, but I didn't know that's what they did.
Paint Supply. Yeah. Ask Harold. He'll tell you all about it.
I literally just met Harold for the first time on Friday.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, in the elevator. I only talked to GTR 99 team members in the elevator at the Hampton.
Nice. All right. Oh, so you didn't say the Holiday Inn that has the pancake conveyor belt thing?
No. I'm fully on board the Hilton train at the moment, which I don't love. Like, it's not my favorite chain, but I started there, so I might as well just keep going. In and out for that Mercedes AMG GT4. 57 laps is the fuel range of that car, with a hefty amount of full course yellow thrown in there for good measure. Now, they were in at the red flag, which was about 40 minutes into the race. So, hour and 40 on a tank? No. 540. Yeah. Let's say hour 35 with the full course yellow. Right. So maybe, yeah, it's pretty much right there. That's a good number for that NFC car.
That it is.
We will see well, it's still going to be a little while yet, actually, for the GTR and the Screaming Goat cars, which were both in at the second full course yellow. Also interesting to note that the Dexter Racing car has, at least for the moment, stayed behind. They have stayed behind the 123. The pace isn't bad out of that Dexter car, but it's just not. It's not been what the 29, the 99, and the 123 have been able to do.
I mean, it's still early days for them in that car. I think we are now numb to the fact that both Hitman and Thunder Bunny have run that car for, near as makes no difference, a full season. And a full season of endurance racing, so a lot of time behind the wheel, versus the Dexter guys who probably have a little bit less time. I think time in seat with a new platform matters a lot. And so the fact that they're only as far back as they are, I think is a really positive sign for them. So that means that they're probably only a couple adjustments and maybe a track that they're super familiar with away from being very competitive.
I would be really interested to see what a fully flushed out and confident super team would do around here. Not because I think it would be exceptionally quick, but because we know that car is very positive at the front end. And while the electronics are very good, this isn't a typical GT4 friendly track, right? So is it too positive at the front end? Does it bite too much for the long corners, the off camber, the undulation, the bumps? You know, I would just be interested to see if that advantage that it's had over the course of the season carries over here.
Right. I for one reason that advantage is starting to go away a little bit. The car has not been as dominant as it was at the beginning of the season, so I don't know if that's development on the part of everybody else.
I think so, right? You're always pushing the game forward, and if you have a natural advantage, eventually people are going to try and chase that.
Even if they have older cars.
I mean, we saw it with the M4 GT4, right? All of a sudden they started showing up, and everybody was like, oh, well, I got to go get one.
Yeah. Hey man, I also like spending money on stuff. If there's an excuse to spend money, with my current employment situation, less so. But generally speaking,
Did you literally just get a job?
I did just
get
a job. Yes. Yeah.
A new job, yeah.
Well, pending background check.
Okay.
So, unfortunately, I think they're going to see that I.
Whatever you do, don't put DriversEye on the list.
No, I 1,000% did. No question. I'm surprised you didn't get a phone call, to be honest.
So what is it you do again? Amateur
What do you mean?
what? Cell phones? What?
What? What do you do?
How many burner phones do you have?
Brendan, we're an end-to-end broadcast solution.
Let's not say burner phones, just in case anybody's listening.
What? What? What are we worried about?
What are we worried about? I mean, we use Cricket, right? Isn't that like burner phone adjacent? There you go.
My wife is convinced that they're all just burner phones. I have so when I was setting up the phones at the beginning of the season, both for this and for the SCCA Supercar coverage that we have, they all get named Brendan's iPhone. As much as I tried for them not to, they would just get named, and then in parentheses the next number sequentially. So Brendan's iPhone 1, Brendan's iPhone 2, all the way up to like 24. My personal phone just kept getting bumped down the line for whatever reason, and it literally gave up, so that now when my phone connects to any Bluetooth device, it just says Brendan's iPhone parentheses 100.
Nice.
It's like, okay, we're done adjusting. You're just 100 now, and if somebody catches up to that, you have a problem.
Wow. You know, the burner phone thing does beg the question that if we had been buying like $100 Android phones, I understand that the camera's not as good, but like we could have like 60 cameras.
We don't have the personnel required to set up 60 cameras every morning.
That's true. That is true.
Dustin's computer would be on fire.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Dustin, have you tried, I know that you're worried about the fire, but Dustin, have you tried pointing a tower fan at your computer to make it cooler?
Oh, God.
Yes!
He has one for his modem.
Dustin has one for his modem. It's not just me.
Incredible. I have done the fan thing before, but I was like 12 years old.
All right.
Running Flight Simulator on a computer that should not have been running Flight Simulator.
Man, Palomar is right there behind Big Mission Motorsports Parade.
JT, bring it back.
He's just crowbarring us back into something.
Half second last time across the line.
I'm happy to see Palomar back out here, by the way.
Yeah.
And
they've had a rough season, and I'm happy to see him here. I don't care what JT says about him. I'm happy.
Yeah, so it's just all those SoCal people do is just...
The 15 was my rival.
Bring each other down.
Yeah, pretty much. So here we're on board the 99.
Yeah,
Dustin says issues.
Well, issues with the Supra. But I don't think that's issues as such. I think what's happening is just you have two cars that are relatively close in performance. And so you lack the natural advantage that you have over a GP1 car, right, or a GP3 car. Instead, you're kind of doing the same thing at the same time, just not quite as quick as everybody else around you, or not quite as quick if you're the lead car, quicker if you're the second place car. And so you've got to send it in order to make passes.
Just like that.
Which is kind of what the 99 does there. Was in range, I think.
No, definitely.
Dexter knew it was coming.
Yes.
And if they needed to, the 99 driver would have been able to pull out of that. But it was enough to really show the nose, like, hey, you know, I want to come through. I'm here. What do you want to do?
Right. See, when Dustin said there was, you know, problems, I was hoping for, like, beef.
No,
it
it was just they're losing a little bit of time because they didn't have that advantage to get by.
Right.
And obviously the Dexter Supra is not going to be like pulling off to the side, slowing down and be like,
yeah, they're in fourth. They got a race to run.
Yeah, and anything could happen.
Yeah, and it's allowed that number 29 from Screaming Goat Racing to close the gap down to 4 seconds.
Ooh,
balked there by the, is that an S2000?
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, that's our yellow S2000 from Hera Plate.
Okay.
Man, who was it that ran that S2000 that had the 3.5 liter V6 in the front? That was the coolest S2000 build I've ever seen. It was at Coda. You were there when we talked to the guy. It was like early WRL, but they had the whole front end with like the cutouts behind the fender and stuff. Like it was like a wide body and it had all the cuts on it.
Oh yeah, it was a silver car, right?
Yeah. And they said that the 3.5 weighed the same and made basically the same power. So they were like, yeah, why would we not use that? And it was like cheaper to buy. And it was one of the coolest S2000s I've ever seen in my life, and I have never heard about that car again.
Is that the Odyssey engine?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
And the Pilot and the Accord V6. And,
right. So
yeah.
I just remember it being the Odyssey engine. They put a minivan engine in an S2000. I do remember this. I just don't remember the team.
Was it just to get like more torque out of the engine? Because
no,
that's not
it was,
as revvy, is it?
It's not as revvy, but they talked about the power and torque, the way they had it tuned ended up being pretty close. It was entirely a economics problem because they don't make a whole lot of that 2-liter that goes into the S2000. That's the only car that uses it, and there aren't very many of them thing. And so they were talking about it being like 10 times as much money to get the correct engine, versus the only problem they had was making it physically fit in the space, which was why they had the wider body on the front. So they said the engine was like way cheaper, and they were able to run basically the same lap time, and it was the same weight because I guess it's an iron block on the S2000, but it was like a steel or aluminum 3.5. So like the weight stayed the same, even though it was almost twice as big. So yeah, I'm sure the torque probably helped, but they really talked like they weren't missing anything about the 2-liter at all. Which I was surprised by. Because when I tell your standard S2000 kid about that car, they always like turn it, I have an AP2 and it revs to 9,000 RPM. And it's like, yeah, but like that, when push comes to shove at the racetrack, it doesn't actually matter. But yeah, we haven't seen that car since then. That's been probably 5 years now.
Well, and especially if you can avoid running 8,000 to 9,000 RPM for 8 hours at a time.
Yeah.
Right?
I keep hearing rumblings, and I'm not sure how much I believe them, but I keep hearing rumblings that for endurance racing, you don't want a K-Series motor, or a K20 at least, because if you run them at high RPM for a long time, they don't like that. And so that you either have to put a pretty restrictive rev limiter on them, or run it like way below your, look at me, I have a K20 and I get 400 horsepower. Apparently they're not super reliable. Like I've been hearing that from multiple places, but it doesn't fit with my like established knowledge of that engine. So I would probably have to talk to somebody in like the grid life circle to get to the bottom of that one.
Didn't we have a K-Swap Miata running a WR limit?
We did, and that was K24, I believe, which was the angle that I was going for, being an endurance racing type guy, where it's like, yeah, no, I want the more torque and lower revs. Like I wouldn't do a 20, I would do the 2.4. It makes more sense, which is what they did. Off the shelf.
Contact there at the exit of turn 9. That was who's that next to the S2000?
Oh, that was the 55. No,
No, I think it's 469.
Okay.
I think it's a Rapscallion car.
Yeah, that's the red one ahead. Yeah, that's the Rapscallion car. Well, I'm sure memory cards will be being asked for as we speak. Update on the 99 and 29 battle. They're now within 1.5 seconds of each other. So the 99, the sight of the BMW 3 Series growing bigger in the mirror of the GTR 99 right now. I don't think that onboard has a rear view camera, so it doesn't make that onboard particularly informative right now. But if we could get the 29s on board, that would be kind of cool. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Dustin. Much appreciated. So that blue blob ahead is the number 99. We're on board the 29, so this is the battle for first position. JT, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So I'm pretty sure I just saw a green car go into the paddock, so I believe that
Yeah, it was a 65. It is.
Bummer.
So it was slow in front of me, but the pit lane cones are speed cones are actually before where I was standing. Yeah, very early. So I thought it was just at pit lane speed, but it did look slow. This 29 is just at the apex everywhere. 99 back to it there at turn 7. Left wheels up on the second portion of the curb.
Yeah, you can see how squealy these guys get here. This transition under braking for 8, over the bumps, and then moving left for 9.
Everything at turn 9 is pushing you away from the apex. Everything. Right? You're uphill, the road is kind of naturally cambered away from you, and there's just no grip because you're doing 35 miles an hour.
Yeah, no, this is on entry.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right? And just everything on entry to turn 9 is pushing you away from the apex. And you could see it with the 99, even the 29 that was on the entry or the apex curb, literally everywhere else, isn't able to get back to that curb at 9. Right up to the 99 under brakes here.
Oh, he's able to roll onto the gas a little bit earlier, too. You can see him, he just came in and then had to breathe on it. So what'll be interesting here is watching the oil pressure. So, when they go on overrun.
Yeah, so going back to that oil pressure discussion an hour ago. Yeah, no, it was from Petit Le Mans. I noticed one of the guys that I follow on Twitter, Bozy.
Yeah,
he has
What's his rate?
he has a GoPro on his helmet, and so he showed how he had this pressurized canister to deliver oil, basically in a slot just at the bottom of the windshield during a pit stop, and it was like 2 or 3 seconds, and he was done, and then reaching over and going back to doing tires, and it was awesome just how quick they can do that.
Bozy, if you have listened to him on a podcast, he's a mechanic I think he's a mechanic on the 12, but he ends up working for both cars.
Those are the Lexus cars that
The Lexus cars, yeah.
Yep. 99's wide. Real wide.
29's stuck the nose in, but just can't get the power down early enough to stick with it there. But he has, as an immigrant, really had a really diverse set of experiences and basically found his niche by doing the thing that everybody gets told to do if they want to be a race mechanic, by like just calling and harassing people about it. Has been a Jalopnik contributor. He does a lot of this fan engagement interaction stuff on the IMSA side now. He was a technical writer for NASCAR.com for some time. Yeah. He wrote excellent articles there. Just a really, really cool guy. So if you see him on Twitter or anything that he's written, go ahead and give it a click, because Bozy has a really, really cool perspective on stuff, and he's one of few people that I think are like me, wherein you're a car guy and a racing guy at the same time. And he has really, really good perspectives on stuff. So, but you know what, JT, now that you mentioned that, I have seen him do that oil thing and talk about it for a couple of years now. So I guess I did know, but it hasn't like registered that like that's like a thing.
Is he Bosnian? Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm interested in Millennial Bosnia.
Yeah, no, he's awesome. He loves talking to anyone. He goes out of his way to explain technical details and updates with the NASCAR, Cup car updates with like the safety stuff or whatever. It's fascinating how he's able to explain all these different technical things with these race cars, IMSA or NASCAR, whatever, and relay these to your basic fans who don't necessarily have this knowledge or understanding.
Yeah. He was one of the few people that I think was reporting in a really in-depth way on the next-gen Cup car.
Yeah.
And they eventually gave him access to, I think, like the NASCAR like technical rule book. And I remember they gave it to him after the next-gen car came out. And I remember the day that he had got access, him just tweeting like, "Oh my God, I wish I'd had this the whole time. Like, look at this diagram, look at this one." And it was just like really, really cool to watch. So give him a follow on Twitter there.
29 backs out of a multiple pass there at the inside of the last corner, gets balked a little bit by Choice Racing BMW and allows the 99 to scoot away just a touch. Margins out to 2.2 seconds instead of 2 or 3 car lengths, but I don't think the 29 is playing the short game here. I don't think he's being held up terribly by the GTR car, and they are on more or less the same strategy. So not a lot of hustle. Yeah, bad choice there. The 325 kind of sat in the middle of the road.
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot the 29 could have done about that.
Yeah, I would have just shown my nose to the inside there and made it clear that that's what I wanted to do. But anyway, again, playing the long game, not the short game. And we'll make the pass up the inside into turn 5 here.
Yep.
And I can't imagine it'd be more than 3 or 4 more laps from something back to 4. On the topic of the oil delivery thing, so I got into endurance racing in 2000, which was the birth of the Audi R8, the LMP 900. And the reason that car was so mind-blowing wasn't just because it was fast and relatively easy to drive, it was that it was serviceable. So when it had an issue, it wasn't in the garage for an hour or an hour and a half to replace an otherwise simple part. The car was built to be fixed. Right? Remember the whole rear end change that was outlawed after the 2001 Le Mans 24 Hours. But that was that defined what that car was and what the purpose of that car was. And what endurance racing became after the LMP 900 R8 was about making cars more serviceable, more repairable, and minimizing time loss when you do have issues. Obviously now the issues are few and far between, but at the time, right, you needed to be able to deal with them. And that's what that car did exceptionally well. GT racing took a lot longer to get there than prototype racing, but for obvious reasons, right? They're road car based, not just prototype, race cars, although GT1, we can have a discussion about that, the old GT1. But more and more now, even, you're seeing GT cars be more serviceable. So we get the 147 from Moorhead into the pit lane. That's your GP1 class leader. Bodywork is modular now, where in a GT car, if you destroy a fender because of contact or a tire blowout or whatever, you just unclip the front and the back of the fender and clip a new one on. Right? It's not like you've got to undo screws and all kinds of stuff to get it sorted. Obviously, I think amateur endurance racing has a much longer way to go as we get race leader in the pits. But GTEs are gone, but GT3s and probably eventually GT4s as well, I think are going to go that way, of making the car more serviceable, easier to maintain. Certainly on the exterior, if not also on the interior. Back to the race at hand, and I think our point of interest here is going to be just how much longer that Screaming Goat 29 can go than the 99 currently is, or just did. That stint for the 99, they were last in at 44. This is 96, so 52 laps. Not quite as far as NFC went, actually, but with less yellow to their credit. NFC 157. So if we think here that the 29 can go even further, then I think this is like it may be another 10 laps before we see that M3 in. GTR is moving again. See what kind of time the 29 does here. 23.1. Could have a little bit of traffic to contend with. Speak of the pit lane there, you saw it on the roof camera on the tower here. One of the interesting features of Hallett is with it being such a short pit lane, you've got stalls on both sides. Dustin just mentioned the 99 clipped a cone there on pit lane exit, is that right? Not the last one.
Gonna have to pay for that.
It's Jordan Worth trying to see if he can get the cone to stay on his F4 car for an entire lap.
Send him out. Oh, the 29 is coming
There we go.
right behind the 99 again.
Beautiful.
Oh, that is
Well
so
done.
frustrating.
That is an exceptional pit stop from GTR
Yeah.
to stay on the lead lap here.
I mean, it got them back into contention in New Jersey. That car by rights probably shouldn't have been, but they were just so good in the pits. Up over the hill here in the last corner.
Over the hill, around the bend.
I actually listened to a clip the other day with James Allen commentary. I never really listened to much James Allen back in the day because obviously we didn't get the world feed at the time in the U.S. He wasn't good.
No.
I know that there are people that don't love David Croft either, but man, James Allen was not good.
I'm just hoping that Apple successfully gets their total rights for everything. Like they're trying to bid $2 billion, I guess, for it, just to like have
For what? For F1?
Yeah, Apple.
That is
Apple
unbelievable.
Apple wants to pay F1 $2 billion for the international rights to F1. They want
That
to be the
is-
sole.
Oh, move
person.
up the inside here, headed into dead zone. 29 showed the nose.
Oh, he did it.
On. Yep, that'll
They
be.
made it.
I think that'll be a driver change on the 99. Just getting their feet wet.
Yep. Well, that's all
Remember,
it really
we
is,
haven't-
Unfortunately.
If you are just getting into the car for the first time, you won't have run this layout since, at best, back at the inside. At best, just before lunchtime yesterday.
Ooh, that's just. Oh, there was a little bit of fire.
Yeah, that's been happening always since literally lap 1. When I get off the
purchase
throttle. Yeah.
I
Well,
saw
there's
the pop of flame too.
there is a pop of flame out of the
Okay.
the left. Well, yeah, the left side exhaust exit. It's been doing that already.
So they use the 99 skillfully uses the slower class car as a pick and just takes advantage there, hammers it.
That was actually very surprising to me. I thought once the 29 got by, he would have scooted away.
Well, it's the traffic, Brendan. You know.
Yeah, for sure. I see the cone there. Yeah, now I see it. I couldn't see it when we talked about it initially, but I see it's in there. Anyway, $2 billion for Formula.
They want to pay $2 billion.
Here we go.
International rights. I hope
Here
they
we
change
go.
commentators.
Look at this. PTZ.
Wow. All right, Dustin, enhance. Yeah, there we go. Good times. Of course, if you've seen any of the Apple TV's MLB broadcasts, you should be very scared that Apple gets their hands on the F1 rights. But
I haven't, but I heard about it.
that's so bad. One of the cool things that they brought up, and I think they might be able to bring this to F1 too, it would be nice. Apple TV can play everybody's walk-up songs because they have the rights to the music, because they have it tied in with Apple Music somehow. So they can use real music for their live broadcasts.
Does it come out of the speaker? Like, is it just picking up the ambient speakers in the stadium, or is it played on the...
They tune it to where you can hear it on the ambient speakers, whereas for like actual broadcasts, you're supposed to turn it down so that it's not played. The 29's in the pit lane, Brendan.
Yeah, this is the race leader, and as we mentioned, it was this is going to be the next turning point in the race. How much farther can they go than GTR? The answer is not much.
No, not
2 or
at
3
all.
laps is all they got.
I wonder if it was oil refill time. So that's going to set them back bigly here, unfortunately.
Well, yes, but
if they don't
we'll
have
see.
the range advantage, then they're going to have to make it all up on pace. And I don't know. Like, we're 2 hours in. I understand.
Yeah, there's a lot of smoke coming out of that car. That's mostly rear brakes, I think.
And front
we'll
brakes,
see if
as
they
it turns
open
out.
up. See if they open up the passenger door here, and yeah, there you see it's the only one in pit lane in front of the red easy up on the right hand side. We'll see if they open up the passenger door to add oil, adding lots of fuel. Remember, these cars, well, the Scream and Go car only runs a handful of races a year, whereas the GTR 99 or 123 have run fundamentally a full season. So I have substantially more pit stop experience. Look at all that smoke.
Heck of a burnout.
Yeah. Those,
Oh man.
good news is bugs not an issue in the pit lane today.
Unfortunately, if I am scrutineering for the SCCA, I'm required to call that car in. Like, that's a lot of
For smoke? No. If it's not dropping, it's fine. No.
If you're sending out that much smoke, you're dropping something. It's not
No, you're
all.
not. No.
Yes, you are. Yeah, you are.
They're-
I'm 100% calling that car in. No question.
No.
I'm handed that to the stewards and being like, nah, I don't think so. You're spraying stuff all over people's windshields. I'm out. They're not achieving 100% combustion out of the tailpipe. It's just not. At some point, it's going to build up enough, and you're going to start spewing vapor. And
there
it's
is
gonna make
nothing. The pit lane marshals are looking at it now. There's absolutely nothing in their pit stall. There's no fluid in the pit stall. It's bone dry.
No. I bone dry. I don't know. Is it making actual drops? No, I don't think so. I don't think it's causing an oil slick. But I think if you're behind that car while it's doing it, it's fogging up your windshield.
Nobody said anything. The only car that, well, here, we'll see what car gets mentioned for dropping fluid. If it's a 29, it'll be fuel. But
Okay.
that car was watching for smoke at 9:25 this morning, and that was the last entry. Oh no, 10:44. Also smoking. Still,
And 11:03.
Eh.
yeah. Well, I don't know why. Why
I'm
it keeps
telling
getting
you.
reported.
I'm telling you, you don't want to be behind that car right now. It's going to muck up your windshield.
It's
going to muck up your windshield.
Okay, I guarantee you somebody would have reported it.
See, here's
If
the
somebody
thing.
said I've sat behind that car for 3 laps and I can't see out my window anymore, somebody would have reported it.
Well, nobody's sitting behind them for 3 laps because they're faster than everybody else.
Okay.
I always.
Yeah,
it was
all
a
right.
self-defense
All right, fine,
mechanism.
Look, man, I'm just saying, I scrutineered for the SCCA. All the old people that work there with me would have told me that I had to go pull that car in. Oh, like, it is what it is. Unless they're friends with the person driving the car, then they let them blow the engine up on track. But that's a different story.
As a corner marshal, if it's
That
not
was a long
dropping,
time ago.
if it's not dropping fluid, I report it and I leave it to somebody else. But if the condition of the car isn't changing, then I don't care. Okay, smoking. It's actually stopped smoking, by the way.
This was a GT1 car, Brendan, at the end of a season, leaving a trail of, like, it would go down the front straight at Sonoma and leave the trail in its wake.
Well, yeah. If it's leaving a trail, it's a problem.
In the process of expiring, and they didn't want to call that one in because they were friends with the person driving the car.
Yeah, well, that's different.
But in this instance, like the 29, I would be asked to bring them in. So, I don't know, man. Some say that this is a better gig than working with the SCCA as a scrutineer. Certainly it pays better.
Also, less time in the sun.
That's true, too. And I'm not doing pit marshal or paddock marshal work at the same time.
So the report for that dropping fluid was for the 44 PC Racing. I've been trying to keep an eye on them because they've been battling Moorhead Speedworks for the lead in GP1 as they normally do. For quite a while, we had about 11 to 13 second gap going into the pit stops here. Unfortunately, Moorhead just has the upper hand in the pit stops, and by the time it was all said and done, PC Racing is back to the tune of some 50 seconds behind the lead now. So maybe there was a little bit of extra time spent in pit lane dealing with any fluid issues. I don't know. It's something to keep an eye on. Their pace is fine right now. So it's whatever issue there is. It's not in terms of slowing the car.
Just creeping up on the 3-hour mark on the Saturday 8-hour enduro from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit on DriversEye Live, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. We'll roll on after a short commercial break. Brendan, JT, and Ryan will be back with you here in about 2 minutes, and we can carry on whatever it is we're doing at the moment. I don't know if it's half racing, half podcast mode, or exactly
Oh
what
no,
we've got going on.
JT's gonna leave shortly. Then
Oh God, I forgot about that. Oh
we really
no.
are in trouble.
Oh, I forgot JT had to step out. Oh no.
This is gonna be all bad.
By the way, you 0-2 on Field. I'm gonna go ponder that and come back on a couple of minutes here, and we can carry on. JT, you're gonna step. Okay,
I'm not
cool.
leaving yet.
Okay, no,
I'm glad we're making this public too.
Hey, not a
I
problem.
don't care. You do what you got to do. We're gonna let Dustin do what he has to do and take us to ads, and we'll come back on the other side.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh, yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit in Jennings, Oklahoma, about 40 miles outside of Tulsa. On DriversEye Live, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty rolls on. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Appreciate y'all's company. I know you have a choice. You can watch the Sooners now. You can watch the Cowboys later.
Oh boy,
this is next up in the state of Oklahoma at the moment. because Tulsa played on Thursday, and you know what? I was there.
I really wish I had gone to the SMU game when I was in Dallas for my brother's wedding last year.
So it's there was a guy sitting back into my left that I ended up talking to that does exactly what I did, which is he goes on business trips, usually during the week, whereas the weekends obviously, and he will just look for whatever collegiate sporting event he can find wherever he happens to be. Yeah, so he's I guess a Notre Dame fan, but he's going to be in Lubbock in a few weeks. Yeah, this is just what he does.
At what point am I too old to try to get myself into the student section?
Now, you're already there. Especially since you're like 6'1" or whatever.
6'4", thank you very much. Don't
Yeah,
shortchange me.
I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, it's a shame that there's no tall students in any athletic program.
Not that look like Ryan.
I don't know, man. I was on the Jumbotron at Montana State multiple times.
As a student?
Yeah.
Well, sure. You don't look like that.
I wasn't shorter.
Also, do you want to hang out with students, or do you want to hang out with random guys on business trips?
Students? What do you mean? Do I want to talk to stodgy businessmen carrying briefcases?
Who said they were? That's not who.
Hello.
No, but that's you.
Would you like to go drink some?
No.
Back up. With me later?
What kind of stodgy?
Hofmeister 6000 is actually quite good in this town.
What type of stodgy businessman with a briefcase do you think is attending Tulsa Rice games on a Thursday night?
Brendan, here's the deal. I'm an A's fan. I'm into the experience of
What's
going
that have
somewhere
to do with anything?
and having a great time. And having a great time and hanging out with people who are excited to be there and are a little bit drunk.
Sorry, JT, did you just say poor taste?
JT doesn't know what he's talking about.
The athletics, come on.
Sorry. One of the best win-loss percentages in the last 15 years. Thank you very much. Look at the last 15 years. They're like fifth in the AL.
I woke up this morning to a Facebook feed full of comments saying baseball is stupid. Dumb sport.
That's because the league is currently trying to make it not look as bad as it was going to look, as far as just handing the Phillies a World Series seed. If you find the scorecards for the umpire balls and strikes, it makes it very apparent. Very apparent.
Dropping wheels on drivers right there.
A little bit of dust.
Were they possibly 3 wide?
I mean, yeah, you'd have to be dropping wheels there, right?
I
don't think you'd be that far out to the right side if you were just side by side.
Hell of a tank slapper.
Yeah, right. And then somehow put 2 wheels in the grass and caught it.
Is this red Oklahoma dirt?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I was under the impression that if somewhere is country, it has red dirt.
No, that's just Georgia,
Tennessee.
Does Tennessee have red dirt?
The clay, yeah, see, there you go, the clay. There you go. Reading has red dirt.
Well, yeah, it's in the name. Can you imagine Reading and not having red clay?
That's very true. That's very
false
true.
advertising.
Dude, the red clay at the lake, it like sucks your shoes off. It's crazy.
Yeah. Road Atlanta is much the same. I have pairs of marshalling lights that will never be the same. Just from being at Road Atlanta. Although, I have sneakers that I've used at Road Atlanta for WRL that will never be the same either.
That's why you got to go for the Nike Air Monarch in black leather. Just
No,
throw those bad boys. Throw those bad boys right in the washer.
I'm going boots now.
Oh, that's terrible.
Nope.
Like Weldingtons or?
I don't know what these are. No, Columbia, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a boots guy, which is why I held off.
Nice.
On. Yeah, that's exactly.
How many horses do you own, Brendan?
0. I don't live.
Live at Hallett.
Yeah.
Where's your cowboy hat?
These hallowed grounds.
Hallowed ground. I don't.
Hallett, yeah.
I just want to be clear, Ryan. I heard you say Hallett Raceway earlier.
JT corrected me. I asked.
Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, which is the best nomenclature. The best nomenclature for a racetrack.
The best nomenclature. Everybody says it.
It's
fantastic.
Doing the hands thing.
Hallett Motor Racing Speedway Circuit.
No, Speedway's out, Raceway's out, Raceway Park, Motorsports Park, probably out. Motorsports Ranch, I'm not big on either. Motor Racing Circuit is
It's
perfection.
not the motor racing circuit at Hallett.
No, it's not.
I always think "at" is like the best way to name things. The University of California at Channel Islands. It's like, oh yeah, oh that sounds so.
Is that what they call it?
I think it's CSU Channel Islands. That one was correct.
But
University of California. The University of California at Merced is the official name of that one. University of California at Davis. Wow. I can't even respond.
What happens in Merced?
Anywho. Did you see the prices for tickets for IndyCar at Thermal? At the Thermal Club. The club at Thermal.
Somebody said you could go to like 5 IMSA races for that price. And I don't know what IMSA tickets they're buying. That you could only get 5 IMSA tickets out of $2,000.
Everything. You could spend.
You could do a season. Easy.
No, that's five Laguna Seca tickets.
What?
No.
Oh yeah.
You pay $400 to go to IMSA at Laguna Seca?
Yeah.
For one ticket?
Yeah.
No.
Parking for GA, and then
for one ticket. For one ticket.
Okay, but what does the ticket at what's it called include? Lunch and all the other crap. If you want all that stuff thrown in at Laguna Seca, you have to get like that first tier of lounge access. Yeah, which isn't that expensive. You could get 5 of those.
But this is just general admission. This is a general admission ticket with lunch.
Yeah.
For $2,000.
I don't think general admission is going to be the same general admission for 5,000 people at the Thermal Club is going to be a different experience than general admission at Sebring.
For sure.
It's going to be worse.
Oh, I don't think so. I think it's going to be. I think people will go and have a good time, and that'll be like the hot thing to get next year.
That's
100%.
Yeah,
that is not the same experience.
That's a well-known spectator track. That is.
Any hoozle.
It'd be like going to a race with Paul Ricard.
No, they're going to bring in one set of bleachers for turns 5. They're going to have people in the chalet. Like nobody's going to actually watch the race.
Imagine having to go to Thermal to watch a race. Thermal, California.
It's the worst. I don't know.
I mean, that's just for people who want to go spend a weekend in Palm Springs, right? Like that's.
Why would you want to do that either?
I don't know.
I'm from California. You couldn't pay me to go to Palm Springs. Like, are you kidding me?
People do.
Oh my gosh. So that was a really good movie on Hulu, by the way. Palm Springs. Very good. Got what's his name from Lonely Island, and the wife from How I Met Your Mother. Anyway, now it's all quiet.
I was just trying to think. So if next round for us at Sebring is a spectator event,
yeah,
you could buy how many tickets for the cost of one general admission to Thermal Club?
Get 100
tickets.
Yeah, exactly.
Get much better racing.
I don't know, man. IndyCar's pretty good. I think IndyCar at a track nobody's been to. At least not frequently. Might be cool.
Do you get access to watch testing, or as well, or is it just for the $1 million thing?
No, I think it's for the weekends. I don't think it's just for the one day.
Because it's tied in with spring training, right? I think. Or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
Worth noting, by the way, our race, but they've called it spring training for years. NFC Motorsports still leads the race, but pulling away just a touch from GTR 99. So they, despite not starting this cycle in the lead, have ended up very much in the lead. 34 seconds, as a matter of fact. Screaming Goat.
They're off strategy.
Yeah. Screaming Goat having given up time in the pit stop rotation. is now just 11 seconds behind GTR. Whereas before the pit stops, they were directly behind. And as Ryan rightly pointed out at the time, not only do they not have the fuel range advantage that we thought they had, but not quite as quick as the 99 on pit stops either. And
well, I mean,
a little bit quicker on track, but
based on what we saw before, they can't get around either, and at least not make it stick. So they're just permanently going to be on the back foot here, I think.
I think you're right, but if we get more and more green flag running here, I think there's a chance that this could still come back to them. But I think you're right. I think it's going to take. It's going to take being able to maintain a consistent pace advantage to do it, which at least at the moment it's not obvious that they have.
Right.
I mean, they're a little bit quicker.
Could be but trying to stretch it out too, and like comfortably see where they're at as far as how far they can push it. Like maybe they realized after pitting in this time that it didn't take as much fuel as they thought it would. And they're like, oh, okay, and so the next time they might have a longer stint. But I don't know. It's one to watch for sure. GP2, the battle for several laps apart as well. All right.
Yeah, no, GP2 kind of fell apart a little bit, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's just 515 and Moorhead were having a really good fight earlier on, but I think the difference there was lost out over time. It may have been right before the pit stops.
Right.
It's been really good watching GP1 though. A lot of these cars, unfortunately, have been spread out a bit, but they have similar pace.
Right.
So
that's what's kind of weird to me, is that like everybody's settled into a rhythm not next to anybody.
I mean, I've been watching, Fifth Gear and Big Mission, battling for what is currently 6th at the moment and running very similar, lap times. And that gap is unfortunately slowly grown out in favor of Big Mission, but it's tense constantly. So it's really good racing. Unfortunately, separated a bit.
I'd have to go back and reconstruct the full course yellows, but I think that GP1 was actually quite badly split up by the 2 full course yellows earlier. We know it put, at the time, it was the 522 that was in third, put them basically a full lap behind the number 147 because of where the leader was when the yellow came out. That's not anybody's fault, it just happens. And I think that kind of carved up the GP1 field initially.
So the 522 is a good one to watch because PC had that longer pit stop. That got them closer to Choice Racing to the tune of, I want to say like 48 seconds or so. And Choice Racing over this stint since the pit stop has been able to close that gap, which is now at 32.5 seconds. So we're seeing very good run here from the 522.
522, of course, as we mentioned earlier, one of the cars under the Choice Racing banner, including the 511, which is a GT4 car that we're not seeing here this weekend.
Yeah, I wonder what the reasoning was there.
I really think honestly, I think you've got 2 races at big tracks to finish out the season coming down the pipe. They're local-ish. And I think they probably understand that, like, this track's probably more fun in a slower, smaller car.
Yeah, that's probably true.
And not put runtime on a factory-built BMW race car when you've still, you're at the end of the season, you're trying to watch parts usage anyway,
The M4 is back on the entry list for the other events, though, correct? I believe it is.
See,
yeah.
Is it? I've not seen it.
To the ridge.
I'm looking at Sebring.
You not seeing it there?
The ring.
No.
The ring.
I see it listed on Coda.
Yeah, maybe they're not coming to Sebring then.
Kind of far.
Oh, AOA
For
taking
55.
some
Long form off.
A lot of it, yeah.
That's a 1X. It'll be a 1X.
Something a bit easier to do in an older MX-5 than a GT4.
Yep.
Solid chance the GT4 would have ended up there in the first place, but just traction control. You know, unless you get that transition wrong from the bad into the good.
Yeah, getting loose in 3 and just unfortunately having to cut 4.
Yeah, exactly. That is a fundamentally different corner going the other direction.
We'll find out tomorrow.
Yes, we will. And they'll be pointed right at the camera when it happens.
So I'm curious, yesterday during practice / qualifying, did they run both directions or just one direction?
No, it was clockwise, so this direction before lunch.
Okay.
And then counterclockwise after lunch.
Okay, good.
And in my head, for whatever reason, I don't know if I read it wrong somewhere or it was posted wrong somewhere or what, but I had, it made sense in my head that they were going to run one direction and then just keep the direction overnight, right? So there's no real changing or anything to be done. You just end the day one way on Friday and start it the same direction on Saturday. So I set all the cameras up this morning expecting it to be counterclockwise. And then obviously saw them sitting in the pit lane going the other way. Panicked. As it turns out, the places I would have put the cameras don't really work anyway. I had to move this camera back. This is where it's going to be tomorrow. It's not where I wanted to put it for today, or for the clockwise, but it's the only place that works because you go down the hill and the 5G drops off. So, yeah, not ideal. This camera will be moved as well tomorrow, but.
So we need to convince WRL to invest in a portable 5G tower.
To be honest with you, there aren't too many places where there's a real issue in coverage. Like, maybe over the course of the season, like 5 or 6 individual camera locations, maybe. So we're still pretty flexible, but I mean, in other ways, it actually kind of helps. Like, you only have so many options.
Right.
Yeah. You're not chasing, maybe this is better. It kind of locks you out of certain ways. Barber is the one place that I wish the trackside coverage were a little bit better. It's such a good track. It looks so good on camera.
But the boat show.
Yeah, so that's part of the issue. Part of the issue is the boat show. Part of the issue is that there are dead zones, like not just 5G dead zones, but like proper dead zones. And Choice Racing looks at the inside of the 701 and backs out of it.
Yeah, that's a 701 trying to unlap itself from Choice Racing.
It has unlapped itself, I think. Or trying to prevent itself from.
Yeah, it has gone through there. As they carefully navigate around the Palomar car.
Yeah, still 4th in class there. Also, like, just looking at timing now that we've sorted GP1 behind most of the GTO cars anyway. It's nice to see the GTO cars have all kind of maintained the same bracket in terms of pace and haven't really had any major reliability issues. The Tortilla car, the 188, has fallen back a little bit. But otherwise,
those top 4 are still within 2 laps and still doing consistent laps to the point that they now dominate the top of the top of timing. The GP1 cars have now fallen neatly into the next little range here from 5th down to 12th.
Yeah, it's interesting with that Tortilla entry. If I recall correctly, Denny Stripling's in that car.
Yes, he is. So Judson Holt is the primary driver there for Tortilla. Denny Stripling is in that. I think they're all Spec Racer Ford competitors in this part of the country.
Okay.
3 fast Tortillas and Denny.
3 fast Tortillas at Denny's, I think.
Nice.
Go get yourself some breakfast tacos.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe when Denny went to Europe to go do the Nürburgring, just caught the bug with that the 2 BMW and.
Is that what he was running over there? The M2?
Yeah, I think he was in an M2.
M-Dose.
M2. As it would be.
Yeah, maybe he just caught the bug and it's like, man, the FRS was fun, but this thing's just a little bit more.
They're entered in the FRS for Sebring.
Yeah. Could have sworn they were initially on the entry list for this, but did not.
Didn't swear.
Yeah.
Didn't place a wager on it. I still think that there's an angle here for WRL Daily Fantasy / betting.
You would, I think you could do it with pick'ems, right? I think that would be the safest way to do. Well, safest, easiest way to do it.
Get Bobot on the horn.
No, we'll just put together a spreadsheet. We'll do like a Google Forms pick'em. You pick your winners in every class, or
and
like we pick out a specific position every week. Like, oh, who's going to finish 3rd in GP1?
Nice.
You know, who's going to finish 1st or maybe 5th in GTO or something.
There's got to be an angle here.
And then at the end of the season, RJ will definitely send the winner something.
Also, Erwin, if you're listening, if you could message either the WRL or the DriverSeye Live Instagram or Twitter pages with a mailing address, I locked the series president into sending you a shirt. So if you could get us your address, I can get that shirt sent out to you.
He said specifically in the chat he watches ELMS and WRL, which
simultaneously.
As a choice of series to follow is a decision.
It's a decision, man.
Yeah, that is a decision.
We're the X Factor, Brendan.
We don't do ELMS.
No, we don't.
Where is he gonna go? This is one of the tricky things about being the fastest class and navigating traffic is a lot of the times you're coming up on a slower class car quicker than they're aware. So by the time they notice you in the mirror and decide where they want to place their car to help facilitate a pass, the driver in the faster car may already have an idea where he's going to be passing and starting to implement that. So you can kind of sometimes get mixed signals like we saw coming out of 9 there for a second.
Well, think too about how short the straightaways are here, right? Like how much time do you as a slower class driver have to peek up in the mirror, identify whether or not the car that's behind you is faster, and come up with a plan to either allow them to pass or anticipate what they're going to do, right? Like that, it comes so quickly here. I described it yesterday to Jason Marks as the Lime Rock of the plains. And his response was, "It is so much better." He's not a big fan, it turns out. But it kind of functions the same, where
It's not that you're always in traffic. It's just that you have a relatively small amount of time to react to and prepare for. So you just kind of have to constantly live on edge where the traffic is concerned.
Yeah, because I mean, we were talking about earlier about, oh, it's great seeing all this, you know, the too wide action that we're seeing constantly throughout, you know, the track. At the same time, it's really forcing drivers to really be heads up, really be aware that, okay, there is another car trying to go around the outside of me in this corner, that sort of thing. And there's always a little bit of risk that, oh, that driver didn't necessarily see a car because he's looking at an apex, he's looking at a possible, you know, flag from a corner marshal, something like that. So there's always a little bit of risk there, but it's great that we're not seeing that really be a large factor in terms of incidents today.
Yeah. Shouts to the high overcast today as well. This kind of takes the edge off of the heat and the sunlight for our cameras a little bit.
Nice.
It was interesting because at the drop of the green flag, we had clear blue skies.
Yeah, it was supposed to be partly to mostly cloudy today. So that's just what this means.
Brandon,
I'll take it.
Did you work my umbrellas?
No, I didn't. I actually wasn't anticipating being able to use them here because of the condition of the fence last time I was here. And then as it turns out, they've replaced like 11,000 feet of fencing here.
Wow. That's
over the
a
summer.
big number.
It was a lot. I was given the specific number, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Which, you know, I said earlier this place is talked about in the way that a lot of American motorsports venues are not being talked about at the moment for one reason or another. Some of those reasons are that they aren't spending money on infrastructure, right? They're spending more money on hiring and experienced managers and sort of the ancillary tasks of running a racetrack that don't just relate to what it's like when you're just here, right? If you're a renter, if you're an amateur series just at the track for the weekend. And when it comes to that stuff, the most important thing is infrastructure, right? They care less about, you know, how many people you have that are going to help them solve a minor issue and more about, you know, what is there for them when they get there and the quality and reliability of what they have when they do get there. And it's nice to see that as time has gone on, even for being a little, you know, sub 2 mile track in the, you know, northeast Oklahoma, that you're actually getting continuous investment here, right? They built this tunnel that we're about to come up over now, I think 2 years ago, right? Brand new. They just replaced over 2 miles worth of fencing around the spectator areas of the track. I've heard that there is interest in repave here.
No, respect the bumps.
But it's good to see that at the corner stations, I mean, are all, you know, semi-permanent structures that are all surrounded by big concrete blocks and well protected, despite being very much out in the open. It's despite being a club track and a stereotypical club track at that, it is still being upgraded and invested in a really high level. And yeah, I think it's great to see. There are professional tracks that would that could learn a thing or two here, I think. Well, one of them is being repaved, right?
I have a point to that, but it's like I don't want to disparage our partners.
No. One of the places that gets talked about is being repaved, right? So like now they're spending money there again, and okay, we're going to get a more positive experience the next time we go back. Everybody's going to get a better experience next time we go back. There's a lot more to be done than just fresh pavement, but okay, step one. And it's bringing bikes back too, which is not worth nothing. Right? That's an extra at least one spectator event a year.
No, mine was like an overarching. It's weird how tracks that are popular don't have to spend money on infrastructure because they can trade on the track surface alone and the shape of the track, versus club tracks that have to put all this money into, and indeed other tracks too that have to put money into. It's like if you have the track, you don't have to spend the money on the infrastructure. It's almost like so. It's on one hand, I'm like, well, maybe you should design better tracks, but on the other hand, it's like, well, that's
I don't know if that's necessarily true. I mean, what's track? I don't know about that. I think that is rapidly coming the other direction. I think more and more places are being called out for the way that they maintain their facilities and or the people that are involved in maintaining their facilities. And it's not like that's not a bad thing. I think customer service should matter. Infrastructure should matter. Right? We are an amateur racing show. We can talk about amateur racing the way we talk about amateur racing. Like all of those things are absolutely appropriate. I would love to see more venues invest in their facilities the way that places like Hallett are investing in their facilities. I think it matters more than it maybe ever has. What?
Yeah, you don't want to get me started, Brendan. It's going to be all bad.
Oh no! This is I only brought it up because it has been a hot topic in racing paddocks now for a long time, right? I've spent more time this year at racetracks than I ever have, and the more I've heard, I have heard more and more people talk about it as the season has gone on. So that stuff absolutely matters. And all I'm saying is it's nice to see places like Hallett doing it. If they can do it, everybody else can be doing it too. Because it pays off. Yeah. Back on track anyway. Battle for second has closed up once again, and the same as it's been at various points throughout the day. 99 leads 29 up the front straightaway for the 130th time now. 29 sends it in wide, drops two wheels. Yep. So I saw that out the window. I saw the wiggle out the window in real time. And I looked back down at the screen to see the car just give that little bit of a twitch. And because he had sent it in so deep in the first place, didn't have any room to recover. And dropped those two wheels there on the outside. Now the 99 goes up the inside of the MX-5, which is really going to compromise their pace through the corner. And indeed, the 29 is able to pick up a couple of car lengths, make the pass that much more easily on the brakes into turn 5. Come up behind the 31. Yeah, that looked on, but this is what we were talking about, right? If you're not in a sequence of corners like that, you have so much less time to check your mirror, process what you see, and react to it appropriately. It is just, it is a unique challenge of this type of racetrack, and that is that dynamic fully on display. That car did nothing wrong. You just don't expect, another car to send it up the inside of you in a sequence of long corners like that.
Dustin, do you think we could go back to the M3 on board and get a crank it up situation?
We're right on board the 29 here for a moment of DriversEye Live. Crank it up is probably trademarked somewhere, right?
I haven't seen it in a long time, so
maybe not then. Well, let this 29 LS powered M3 do its thing for a lap or two here around Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
Are we going to do the Bob Varsha thing where 3/4 through the lap we give up and just start talking anyway, even though we said it was going to be a whole lap?
Mr. Director! didn't go anywhere. I was going to say we're back, but we've been here. 3.5 hours in, 4.5 hours gone. As things kind of settle in here, this is really the main battle at the moment, 99 and 29. Although, again, I don't think the 29 has the obvious pace advantage that we thought it might, and certainly, even though it is regularly catching the 99, wasn't able to do anything as far as a pass is concerned earlier, and doesn't have the obvious opportunity to do it here.
It looked like they were leaving room, then they were, and then they weren't. That was rough. Nothing happened, obviously.
188 from Tortilla in there. 99 is able to scoot through on the outside of turn 7.
I assume that's Lupe Tortilla.
It is. I don't know why it just says Tortilla. It did that yesterday, but I think they were on the entry list as Lupe Tortilla.
Have they ever brought around tortilla samples?
No.
It's like there's nothing better than actual good tortillas.
I know. So I've seen Judson Holt at SCCA races this year as well. I have had multiple opportunities to receive tortilla samples, and it has never happened. Ooh, race leaders in the pit lane.
Do you think we could get them on board as like a title sponsor for an event?
Possibly. Yeah.
The Lupe Tortilla 16.
No. That's are tortillas? Oh, a little bit of dust there at the exit of turn 2. Are tortillas strictly a Mexican Spanish food, or do they exist in Spain as well?
I think they exist everywhere because of the proliferation of Spanish food.
But they're not natively Spanish. They're natively Mexican.
Right.
Yeah. See, I was going to say, if we're going to go do this, the idea of 24-hour racing outside of the United States, that maybe a sponsor like that would help us get there. But
no,
I don't know that they would get us to Spain. Maybe just to the 24 hours of Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez. Yeah.
Wow. Nothing better than an Easterner trying to do a Spanish accent.
Excuse me, I tried real hard. Let it be known, by the way, I do tend to follow these sorts of other amateur endurance races. Since we last met, dear viewer, a Swedish WRL equivalent race has taken place.
Really?
Yeah, the 24 Hours of Mentor Park. And if you can't think of a better place to be in mid-October than Sweden,
that's
you are
right
just
up my alley.
Missing out.
That is right up my alley. I would
do
that.
They've got one.
So go to that.
They've got like one manned camera. Everything else is static, and a bunch of onboards, and a Swedish production and commentary team. It is literally like Swedish DriversEye Live.
Okay, but how are they able to do a manned camera?
I mean,
Can you ask them what kind of camera it is? So buy one?
So here's the thing.
I'll do it.
I don't think there is the appetite for spending more money on production across amateur racing there in Europe is higher anyway.
So what you're saying is we're in the wrong market.
I don't know if it costs less or whether it's just an accepted part of going racing, because like you see British racing clubs all the time. But you also see British racing clubs that'll pull in a couple of thousand spectators for an amateur racing weekend.
Right.
Like culturally, that is still a thing people do for fun. Whereas I think it happens less here. So maybe that's just part of it is like, well, the appetite isn't there to spend money on that much promotion at that level anyway. Doesn't mean we can't do it. It's just I think they're better set up to do it. Anyway, we are slowly discovering that there are more of these events taking place in more places, and that's the big one. The 24 Hours of Mexico City takes place in December every year. This year, that event is on like a Tuesday and Wednesday. Not really sure what the deal is there.
All right.
Normally, it's like the second weekend in December, third weekend in December, and this weekend it's a smack in the middle of the two. Very odd.
Is there like a holiday situation?
I don't
kind of like when they run the Super GT in Japan during the like holiday week.
Yeah, but that's like a big national week. I don't think that happens in Mexico in the middle of December, does it?
I have no idea.
I think it would just be Advent at that point.
And here's the
but
deal. I
don't
grew up
know.
in a small town in middle America, and I have no interest in other cultures, so I actually don't know anything about that.
I don't know. There's a 24-hour race at Hampton Downs, New Zealand. Right? Maybe Jason Marks will want to,
Pay for us to go to that.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, that would be expensive just to get there.
Get there. Yeah.
Just to get there.
Oh, believe me.
Just the three of us going would be like 15 grand.
I know.
Like,
what else have I seen?
I honestly wonder, like, there's expats from like Australia and New Zealand and such, that like how much of that is like, well, I got here on vacation, I spent too much money, and now I can't return.
I believe the 52 is in the pit lane. So the green choice car, right? The GP2 car. Is that right?
I buy
52? Yeah. Hood up on that car, which is not ideal.
Trouble.
This is a 25-hour Fun Cup race at Spa, which had a Sentinel on board this year for some reason.
Yeah, somebody's figured it out. Speaking of Sentinel on board, the 29 has caught the 99 again.
Yeah, I think it's just... I don't know that it's content to sit here, but it is just sitting here. This time actually kind of sets things up well if you can get back to the apex. I just think...
Too much.
Yeah, those turbo GT4 engines in both the M4 and the Mercedes just punch out of that last corner so much better.
Caught in the traffic here again. And that's the advantage, too, in having the more torque, is you can make that last traffic pass that you need to make. As we saw right there, because now, through no fault of their own, the 29 is back with a little bit more of a gap here. Yeah, it's going to be a rough one. I think there's not really... They have to make the pass happen at some point. That's all there is to it. Like, we're going to stay status quo here until Screaming Goat can find a way to get around that BMW and check out. I think if they can check out, they might have the pace. But it's going to be so hard to get around.
Well, it's going to take... I mean, we're going to run three laps today. It's going to take a consistent running of laps. It's going to take a consistent chunk of laps where they're not losing tenths, right? Right now, it's okay to sit behind and lose 3, 4, 5 tenths a lap because, well, is it really costing you that much? The answer is yes. If you sit here long enough, it will cost you that much because those 3, 4, or 5 tenths over 40 laps are 20 or 30 seconds, right? So, not that I think you'd be desperate to make the pass here, but you don't want to sit here forever and play the long game because you're not holding every card. You just hold some cards. And you need to take advantage of those when you can, if you're this 29 from Screaming Goat Racing. Worth noting, this is all happening very much out in front of the number 123 of NFC Motorsports, who is a pit stop ahead of the two on-track leaders. That is, it has made a third pit stop, whereas the BMWs ahead of it have not.
We also have the possibility for somebody getting a penalty and making it interesting.
Yeah, so that's the other side of this. We really don't have enough of a margin at the top for or for self-inflicted errors to not have a massive effect here. Like, it would come to that. Now, I will say, we saw at the end of New Jersey on Sunday that if you run the race trouble-free or error-free, that actually these races are still exceptionally close.
Yep, absolutely.
Right, and that these margins at the ends of races either come from cars not being reliable, or people doing silly things. And to this point, we haven't seen that yet. Car off the outside of turn 1. I think it's the 80. Now it's recovered. It's this. That BMW right there. I believe it was 3D Racing in GP1. It looks like maybe just outbraked himself a little bit going into into the first corner there and ended up out with 2 wheels on the grass. Now, one of the things we talk about here is it's not really, or haven't really talked about here yet. The track isn't really fast enough for minor missteps to cause big issues, right? Like, yes, the track has consequences. It's narrow, it's bumpy, it's unforgiving. But if you do make a mistake, generally you're not spearing off the road at 100 miles an hour. You're sliding off at 40 or 50. And
nice.
so there's something to be said for that, I think. Let me tell you something. My allergies.
Oh boy.
In the last hour and a half.
Are we doing allergy talk?
I don't know what happened. I keep having to mute myself and stop myself in the middle of sentences because my eyes are watering and I'm getting like drip.
You're getting choked up about it. It's okay.
Oh my gosh. I just love
Wow.
Oklahoma so much. Actually, I'm sad that they're losing. Things are not going well. Not going badly, but not going well. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm fighting.
You're fighting it? Are you fighting the power?
Well, no. I got the power.
I got the power. Sorry, that was terrible.
We have nothing better to do right now. It's fine.
We're calling this race. What do you mean?
Team operation into the pit lane. It's the number 31. Operation.
Okay. Will you
What?
help me fill this car?
That's good. That's pretty good. See, this is the content people came for. 31 cars, 1.8 mile track, WRL on a Saturday. Yup. We're here for... That's not even pop culture. I don't know what that is.
That's old man culture. Let's see if I can slide in the Doors reference as well. Brendan, here's a question for you. Are the Vols good?
Who?
The Vols.
The Vols?
The Tennessee
Vols?
Vols.
The Vols?
The Tennessee Vowels.
The Vowels. Go Vowels.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not as good as they were last year.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was thinking.
Joe Milton has a cannon, but is something of a liability. Yeah, we do have a Tennessee fan. Are you a Tennessee fan, Dustin? Yeah, we have a Tennessee fan here. I was afraid of that. What else is around you there? East Tennessee State? They're close to you? Okay. Yeah. That's what I figured. Yeah, close to Tennessee.
I think Tennessee is my favorite team in that conference.
Oh. Well, this year, yes. Next year, no, not this year, yes. I've never mind. I'm not a big Tennessee fan. But I don't know what the alternatives are. Like Vandy? Mizzou, maybe?
Yeah, I'm out on both of those.
Oh, you're kidding me.
I'm out on both. Oh, they're playing Tennessee Tech. They're not even. Why bother? Yeah, but Tennessee's going to roll them. They're going to get rolled. Oh man.
We all knew this was going to come to college football talk at some point.
Yeah, at some point. What's today? The 21st? Why is it showing me the 6th? This is basketball. What? What are we? What?
Yeah,
I asked for Pac-12 schedule,
and it gave you a 404 not found,
and it gives me NCAA men's basketball. Why? I don't want that. What? It's not even basketball season. There we go.
Imagine the Pac-12 being good and then self-destructing.
It's wild that ESPN was so scared to go up against Apple that they paid to like bring the other teams into the league. Like that is baffling to me.
Oh my God! Oklahoma hit a field goal. 1 for 3, baby. Let's go.
WSU at Autzen Stadium, getting involved.
I think they're going to get demolished. I think
Oregon?
WSU was good. Yeah, WSU was Washington State. They were good, and now they're hurt. I think they're going to get just absolutely torn apart.
Unfortunately, Washington's playing ASU, which is not gonna, do it.
Yeah, big resume building. I don't know what else. Penn State, Ohio State's happening right now, isn't it?
I just can't be bothered.
10-6.
Who are the Gophers playing right now?
Do you know what the total in Iowa, Minnesota is or was?
No.
I don't know what it closed at. It opened at 32.5.
It was something
That
low
is
like that for when they played
Army
Michigan
Navy
too.
stuff right there.
It was something low like that when they played Michigan, and I was calling a friend of mine. I'm like, should I take the over on this? Because I feel like they're going to get smashed. And sure enough, they were, and I didn't. So that was, less fun.
Instead of watching Iowa, Minnesota, you should be watching the World Racing League powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live.
Absolutely. It's not even on yet. I'm on until 2:30, so. Ooh, it's in Iowa City, too. Yikes.
Yeah.
Weather there is going to be terrible.
It's on Network NBC.
I can't believe
Also, it closed at 30.5. It's ridiculous.
I'm telling you, man, it's going to be really, really fun to watch Pac-12 teams play against the Big Ten.
Yeah.
It's going to be real fun because there's going to be some blowouts both directions.
First time USC shows up in Lincoln and just goes, where are we?
They're going to show up to Lincoln and outshoot them 74 to 36, and then they'll go to Ohio State or something, and it'll be a 10-3 game.
Yeah. So no, that I literally foresee that being what those games are. One half of the conference will be shootout, and the other half will just be shut down, miserable. We're going to make everybody play our style, and it's going to suck.
There's no chance. There's no way that you're going to take the West Coast offense out of West Coast teams. There's no chance. They've been doing it this way for too long. They're going to keep doing it.
Yeah. Interesting little scrap going on here between the 147 and I think the 199 for Big Mission. Obviously not for position, being that 147 is out in front, but kind of got shoved out wide at turn 2 a little bit. And allowed the 199 to kind of sneak back through. And then finally, the 147 just completed the move at the entry to turn 5. But this is kind of an odd little dynamic there coming down to the bottom of the hill at the totally, the bad, and the good. Of course, the Tolly named for Anatoly Arutinov, the founder of Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
Sorry, I just got delivered a sandwich.
Ah.
Little sandwich delivery. It's got giardiniera on it, which automatically makes it a top-tier sandwich.
What is giardiniera? Isn't that where Auburn plays?
Oh man. Oh man.
Well, that's the most fun we're gonna have today. Yeah. The second place car is into the pits, and crucially, it happens before the race leader is into the pits. So 29. Oh, the 29 is in, and nobody's ready for it.
Oh no, trouble.
Yeah, it is just sitting in the pit lane. There is no fuel ready. There is no, nothing.
Yikes.
Yeah, even the driver's door didn't get opened, as if they were going to do a driver's change, and now I'm actually not convinced that they are. I wonder if they're having radio issues or something down there, and the current driver just made the decision to come in based on what fuel reading he was getting in the cockpit. Did they even put a driver in that car? One got out, but I didn't see anybody get in. Huh. This is very interesting. I assume there must be a driver in that car, but like I said, I really didn't see it happen. A lot of smoke out of that car, obviously. Mostly the rear brakes, but Okay. Jack comes out. Looks like we're going to do left side tires here, which makes sense. It'll be the substantially harder worked side. If you could have gotten away with this for another stint, I think you would rather. Even for a half stint, it's really tough doing this under green. You give up a lot of time. GTR 99 has already come through, and that'll be a full lap. NFC obviously has come through as well. It's the 123 Mercedes. My guess is Dexter Racing will also pick up the position here, because I don't see this pit stop being done in the next half a minute or so. Okay, now the driver's door is open again, as if to suggest that a driver has gotten on board. So that's positive. And Dustin points out they're looking in the left front wheel. I think that's just where they're doing the tire change. Maybe doing a quick inspection of the brakes and everything else around it. But are we doing four? We are doing 4 tires here. So left sides are done. I'm actually a little surprised to see the right side tires being done here. I think maybe do that on a second pit stop, because you can stretch the rights a little bit further than the lefts, being at least for today, a clockwise circuit. NFC comes through once again, and we'll put a further lap on the Screaming Goat car. Dexter Racing has already come through and puts themselves in the top 3, as far as I'm aware, for the first time today. I'm going to assume Ryan has gone silent because he's eating his sandwich.
Accurate.
Yeah. Meantime, we take you to Rutgers, Indiana. No. Creeping up on halfway here. Also creeping up on lap 150. I think if we run any shorter laps here at any point in the season, I think this is the smallest track we'll run on all year. New Jersey is 2.25 miles. Mid-Ohio is right around the same, 2.25. Barber's 2.3. I think this is as short as we get here. Really racking up the lap count very quickly. Of course, only the 2 full course yellows so far. One of them was preceded by a red flag, which cost us about 10 minutes of running, maybe a little more than that. But a quick recovery to get the number 79 Deep Eddy Racing Honda Civic recovered. Put out, put the smoke out, and then put the fire out, and then recovered, I guess. A car probably not going any further today. We'll see about tomorrow. It was in relatively good shape when I saw it recovered at about the 40-minute mark. Not in the condition that you would hope, but all things considered, not in the worst shape imaginable. Then a second full course yellow, a slightly longer full course yellow, actually, to recover the 135 from Rapscallion Motorsports. That's the bright green Mazda Miata in GP2. Outside of the full course yellows, we've also lost the ZJS Racing BMW M3. That's number 48 in GP1. Also, spinner on the last corner. That is a Big Mission M3. Looks like looped it trying to get on the throttle there. And does a nice job to recover. Plenty of runoff on the inside for that number 199. And just like that, right back into the fold. Like we said, it is a track that has consequence if you get things a little bit wrong. But plenty of runoff if you do end up out there in the weeds, inside or outside of the circuit, actually. When we run tomorrow, actually, it's the same order today. When we get down to turns 8 and 9, which will become turns 2 and 3 tomorrow, there is a pretty lengthy bailout if you happen to lose your brakes headed into that corner. It's race direction for clockwise, so the direction we're running today. There is a long, what would be the equivalent of like a runaway truck ramp.
I was going to say, is it a truck ramp with
It
the gravel,
looks like
a
it.
foot and a
We'll
half
see it on the
deep?
next camera here, actually. So when we cut, sorry, to the next camera. Straight out there is a row of tires way off in the distance that runs up against the property line near the turnpike. And, it's the same car. It's a 199. Almost looked like he locked the right front that preceded that. I wonder if it actually locked the rears in addition and just snapped the car around as he changed direction, or as he turned into the left-hander before the change direction. That corner, you're arriving at maybe 85 or 90 miles an hour today. Tomorrow, you're going to arrive there doing about 120 or 125. So that bailout becomes a lot more important. I have seen cars in the trees here before. Arrives in the pit lane very, very quickly here. And comes to the attention of the crew, who immediately looks under. Dustin mentioned something about a flat tire. I will say it looked a little low, maybe at the left front, and that was the tire that, or the corner of the car that I saw smoke from initially when the car snapped. Whatever the driver is feeling, it's not something he's expecting out of that car. Now even more attention being paid to the left front. Little flashlight shown as we get attacked by a bee there up on the roof. A little more attention being paid to that left front, which would make some sense to me. And now the hood comes up on the car. Normally hood plus corner equals shock.
I'm surprised.
But, yeah, right. That's the outside corner of the car on the side most loaded on a bumpy track.
Moorhead Speedworks is up in the 3rd overall. Right?
Yeah, this happens on pit rotations. It's exacerbated now by the fact that the 29 had the long stop to change tires. That dropped it down to 5th overall. And Dexter Racing has been competitive, but lap for lap hasn't had the pace of the other 3 top GTO cars, right? The 99, 123, and 29. Mm-hmm. So it's just kind of there at the moment in that no man's land between the back of the GTO leaders and the top of GP1. And every now and then, when it stops, the 147 gets promoted up onto the overall podium.
Right.
44 was just in. We get basically to halfway here. I'd like to appreciate everybody for their company this afternoon. Now, there are plenty of choices for spending a fine fall Saturday. Indeed, plenty of choices inside the state of Oklahoma. But,
oh boy,
no, it's nice. Nice having people here. I saw some people wandering around earlier. It's
this thank you brought to you by the Oklahoma Tourism Board.
That's right.
Oklahoma, we have grass,
livestock, horses. Got hills.
We have
trees,
casinos.
Casino. Well, are any of them actually on Oklahoma land? I actually don't know.
Yes,
I assume some of them
one of them definitely is. Here's the deal, Brendan. My ancestors have allowed you to be in Oklahoma. In fact, Oklahoma is spiritually more my home than it is your home.
Are you? What's your heritage, champ?
Excuse me, heritage? I am a voting member of the Choctaw Nation. Thank you very much.
Are you actually Native American?
I'm a voting member of the Choctaw Nation.
What is that? Okay, what does that mean?
That means I am part of the tribe, as it were.
All right, I have questions.
Sure.
How have I not known this?
It's never come up.
Okay. I have questions.
All
I'll ask more later.
Okay, sounds good. No big deal.
Huh. But anyway,
I don't like to talk about it because I don't feel that I promote the culture enough, and like I'm not actually like ingrained in it, and I have like shame about that. So it's like it doesn't get talked about enough. But here when Brendan's trying to like try on Oklahoma as if it's a nice suit, it's like, okay, settle down there.
A nice
homie.
What?
You're trying on Oklahoma like it's a nice suit. Like, oh yeah, this is me. Yeah, no, Oklahoma.
I know. I didn't say
this
it's
is my
me.
vibe.
No. I didn't say it's me. It could be my vibe and not be me.
Anyways,
I wouldn't live here, but I like coming here.
All right.
I did live here. I did live here briefly, and it was fine.
I know you did. Yeah.
It was fine. Made me want to come back, but like not permanently. And that's fine. That's
oh
fine.
Boy.
I just don't like. I try and promote it when I can because I think there are parts of Oklahoma that get ragged on for various reasons, right? But it is actually very pretty countryside if you like hills, which who doesn't like hills? And I like. Everybody says, "Oh, it's so flat there." It's really not. It's really not.
Little
29
wiggly there.
awkwardly up to the back of, is that the Zipa car?
Yes.
325. So I don't know if this is true. I guess I should Google this before I say it out loud.
Oh, okay. Well, do that then.
Let's see what the internet says. Yep. Okay. Do you know what Zipa means in Portuguese?
No.
Leftovers. I had always assumed, and I may not be wrong in this, that it's only Zipa because it is apex backwards.
It could be.
Right? And this felt like, oh, yeah, I get it. And then I saw their crew members walking around in T-shirts yesterday that said Zipa, noun, Portuguese, leftovers.
All right.
And I took their word for it, and then realized
you
that
just
before I
checked a team, like you knew that that's what it was, and you just.
I mean, maybe they were being self-denigrating about their driving abilities, or describing themselves as personal leftover. I don't know.
Interesting.
Like, that is an approach to making racing fun.
It is.
If you want to do that, but also maybe it is. I don't know Portuguese. Right?
I also don't know Portuguese.
Ooh, big wiggle out of the Rapscallion MX-5 there. We have a Portuguese food truck near me in Lehigh Valley. Actually, quite good.
When's the brewery coming? Can
It's
we talk
not.
about that?
Yeah, it's not.
It's not?
Probably not.
It's canceled?
Well, it's not canceled, but it's on hold indefinitely.
Ugh.
We're having a great time, man. Life's good.
Ugh.
Listen, life is too good to risk messing up with another business.
I mean, Leila already does brewery things.
Yeah,
it just gives you something to do during the week.
No, I don't need things to do during the week.
All right.
I have enough going on with DriversEye.
All right.
Never mind the 30 weekends or whatever it is we're going to spend covering races next year.
It'd be great. I'm excited.
Yeah. Well,
He's
I mean,
excited, so am I.
At the moment, we only officially know 9 of them. So,
well, there you go.
we'll get the rest from WRL here hopefully soon. A couple of race leaders in the pit lane. First, GTR 99, and now just behind them, the 147 of Moorhead Speedworks. It's a quick in and out from GTR with no tire change, which is an interesting move. The 147, I also didn't see a tire change there. There is a non-zero chance here that 147 stays ahead of Screaming Goat.
Not for long, though. Screaming Goat.
Oh, no, I think it's already happened, actually.
Yeah, okay.
So that's a 701 behind the 147. 53. That's a couple of laps in between them, so that's not really a battle for position at the moment. 44. I'm sorry, it's not the 701. Oh, that's got to be 550 then. First gear. Or fifth gear. First gear. What am I?
Well, that's right. That's the Tiff Nadell car.
That's true.
Jason Plato.
Is there a less likable driver?
Who? The Jason Plato or Tiff Nadell?
No, Jason Plato. Hold the phone, gentlemen, sir.
Okay.
There's only one of you. We have a new car on track.
Is it the 641?
It is.
Or the 22?
No, it's a 641, the Flying Horse
right.
Motorsports Mustang.
Wait, that's been on track. I've seen it circulating. Yeah.
It's only done 10 laps.
I've seen it circulating.
Not outside of the last...
Yeah.
No. It's only been out for the last, 10 minutes? 50, probably 20 minutes?
Just 20 minutes, yeah, something like that.
Okay, that's still a new entry to the race. It didn't run the first 3 hours.
I mean, yeah, but I've seen it circulating. Like, it's not like new.
It is new. If you're telling me we're slow Lupe Tortilla here, if you're telling me we're 4 hours into a race and it's only done 20 minutes of it, that's new. Sorry.
I don't know, man.
I just saw it come past start finish. Like, oh, it's an FR500. What? Wait, what? It is. That's how I know it's an FR500S, because it's exactly the car that's in iRacing. Thank you, Dustin. Do you really?
Nice.
Yeah. The Matt Malone special. The FR500. Oh, it's AMS, which doesn't run or run in. Anyway. TCS Motorsports is the only other car on the entry list we haven't seen yet, or at least that is on the Race Hero side of things. That is the X Chill Out GP2 MX-5.
Nice. The paddle shifty one?
Or GP1. It was a GP2 car, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, the paddle shift one. Yeah.
Nice. Hell yeah.
The other immaculately prepared MX-5 that Chill Out had.
Yeah, see, there it is, Brittany, right there.
Who? The Mustang?
The Mustang, yeah.
I know!
Whoa.
But it hasn't been there for long.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Wow.
Somebody shut down Trading Paints too early.
Hey, man, I don't know what's going on with Trading Paints. I don't want them to send my passwords to Dubai, you know.
Has that happened?
Apparently there's some type of big security thing.
Yeah. Ouch. I think I already did. Yeah, already did change the old password. We have a lot of iRacers. We have a lot of iRacers here, right? But not like...
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I think it's pretty mainstream at this point. Like,
I think
iRacing
so.
is now in the... It's part of the zeitgeist.
From a preparation perspective, yeah, I think you're right.
They've done a great job, iRacing has, of capturing the oval market. Not entirely up to them, but also the fact that the official NASCAR game is pants. Just complete garbage.
Well, it's yeah, I've already got the license now.
Right. Yeah.
As look,
Redacted
my hope is that this will encourage these games to come to PC. I have no interest. I have interest in playing the World of Outlaws game. I do not have interest in playing the World of Outlaws game on console.
Nah, that's what Outlaws. Come on, you play Outlaws on a console. Like, that'd be fun.
I don't want to though.
You're just gassing it, dude. That's all you're doing. Just
That's
get like
fine,
on
but
off.
that's not what I
Have you seen
want.
an Outlaws race? It's on off. On off.
Yes, I
Drop,
get it,
drop.
but I don't want to do that.
Oh my goodness! I saw a video the other day of somebody running an Outlaw at the Final Complex at Sonoma.
Yes, I saw that.
That would be fantastic. I would pay to go see that.
Are you familiar with Saga Speedway?
No.
Okay. It was a flat oval. And I say flat, like it was a parking lot. It was literally an oval they built into parking. It was like a half-mile oval. or whatever it was. They ran Craftsman trucks there in the mid 90s, and then the Speedway shut down. It was really difficult to watch. There was absolutely no banking. I would now, like, I don't know how you would make a flat parking lot-esque race appealing over a race distance in a sprint or midget car. A sprint car or midget? I don't know. I don't know if that's possible, like, to make that an appealing opportunity.
No, but I think the folks at Sonoma right now are hurting because nobody wants to run at that venue. They have no big races. They have NASCAR and they have NHRA. That's it.
They have SRO.
Oh. Like I said, there are no big races.
Moto America? You get motorcycles there.
It's not IndyCar. It's not IMSA. It's not... like, the SRO is like, fine. But the SRO used to be part of the IndyCar weekend. So the revenue from having SRO there is way down. I think they're not having a good time. Let's just put that there.
Dustin making the observation that GTR potentially struggling with tires at the moment. I'm a diplomat, Dustin. I'm paraphrasing for what Dustin said, but the observation may not be incorrect. Tucked up behind the 123 here, there is a lap between them.
Brendan, do you want to get on dial pad and just start calling people?
No.
No.
Slow Lupe Tortilla again.
Please.
You do whatever you want.
I don't have dial pad on this computer.
Oh, that's a you thing.
Yeah.
To be fair, I don't either. I just use the website.
Yeah, but you have the actual sound mixer ability to actually move that around. I don't.
I don't.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess we're not doing
I just have mics plugged in here.
All right.
We're doing okay.
We're doing all right?
Yeah, we're doing fine.
It's all right? All right.
Live at 134 is into the pit lane. So this battle here... Oh, are we talking or are we waving? I think we're talking.
Gesturing.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening there for Team GTR.
All right.
Good look at the camber there at the final corner. Just kind of dip the car in and wait for it to catch on that little rut that's been built up against the inside curb. Dip the car into the first corner there. It's sort of a long approach to a decreasing radius. Somebody drops a wheel there at the exit of the Tolly. But that turn one, long decreasing radius, it allows you to really send it in deep and close to the inside if you want, and then diamond the corner off as you loop back around 180 degrees, or enter way out wide, keep the speed up, and then duck it back towards the apex at the end of the corner. Either way, it races very differently this direction than it will tomorrow, and even as you're doing that in this direction, going clockwise, you're climbing uphill all the time until you get to that last apex where it just kind of mesas out. This is another one I think Joseph has said on multiple occasions at Mid-Ohio, other than maybe part of the front straightaway, there's really no part of the track where you're going both straight and level. I think that's pretty true here.
Yeah.
Even the straightaways, except for maybe where the tunnel is, just because it's had to be graded to be relatively flat.
Right.
I think that's about the only part of Hallett where you are both straight and level, because as soon as you get to the other side of this bridge, it drops off and you are right back into the undulations and lefts and rights and all the other wonderful things that this 1.8 mile circuit has to offer. I was going to wait for Jason Marks to come up here because I wanted to play this game with him, but I don't know if he's going to come see us, so we might as well kill the time now.
All right.
How many supercars tracks is Hallett better than?
Lots.
It's lots. I was
Lots.
going through the list in my head yesterday after we talked about the Lime Rock thing, and I was like, actually, okay, Bathurst is obviously out, right? That is pretty much as good as it gets, and you can't really compare the street circuits. take the other permanent circuits into account, like it's better than Barbagallo, better than Darwin, better than Sandown, probably. I think it's better than Sandown.
What's that one that's on iRacing with where the pit lane is part of like a left-hand turn, and you have to run like right up on the wall, set up for turn 1, and it's like a counter-clockwise thing.
Pit
and you
lane
go under the bridge.
Left-hand turn.
I'm trying to think of what it is. I've run it in iRacing before, and I hated it. It's better than that track, whatever that track is. Is there any...
Sandown, Winton are the only two in iRacing I can... Oh, Phillip Island?
I think it's Phillip Island. No.
I'm not a... Oh, long off for the Mercedes. It's your race leader. Is he going to get it back on? Yes, he does. I was worried he was going to have to cut turn 4 there to try and get it straightened out, but... Ooh, 99 peaks up the inside. Thinks better of it. You'll notice we're not using the camera down at turn 5 at the moment. It's because there is no camera at turn 5 at the moment. At least not a working one.
It is Sandown.
Oh, it's Sandown. Part of a left-hander? Oh, the entry. Like the entry, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. The bend is not good. Tail and bend. So that's out. Eastern Creek is probably a little better than Hallett. I like Eastern Creek. Pukekohe probably doesn't count anymore. I'd say it's roughly similar. Bumpy, undulating.
Yeah, I mean that's a good observation.
Yeah, that track has been scanned for iRacing, even though it no longer exists IRL. Ooh, that was so close to being contact. 99 really punched the throttle there coming out of turn 1. And, Mercedes drops the wheels again. They all drop the wheels. Really punched the throttle coming out of 1, trying to get an exit. And the S2000 just did not go. See if we get a race control log report on that. Nope. No contact noted. Everybody been reasonably well behaved to this point in terms of penalties and errors. A couple of one-lap penalties, a little pass under yellow. There was some contact earlier between the 162 and the 469, which we did talk about, in fairness. But certainly for our main contenders here, all has been well. Just like we said at the end of the Sunday race in New Jersey, if you can go without making those little mental errors, or silly unforced errors on track, or in the pit lane for that matter, in for with a decent chance at a result.
I do like that Hallett has opted for the stamped concrete block.
Yeah.
For the pit lane.
Many of them. It's not just the pit lane. The tunnel. I guess it is a bridge. Whatever goes over the top of the tunnel, is lined with those stamped concrete blocks. There's the drainage area outside of turn 7 and 8 today is built up with those as well. It's a nice touch.
We're missing the sprint right now, BM.
Oh, is that happening as we speak?
I think it is.
Or is this a sprint shootout?
It's not a shootout. It's the sprint.
No, I know, but the sprint shootout is the qualifying for the sprint. They don't call it qualifying. They just call it the sprint shootout. Pass between the 99 and the 123. Again, not for position. is just to get the 99 back up onto the lead lap.
I'm sorry, you'll have to explain the rules to me then, because I watched regular qualifying yesterday. Why are we doing sprint qualifying?
It's now its complete separate entity. They award points, but it has its own qualifying session and is its own race.
Okay, so it doesn't set the grid for the real
It does
race.
not. No, it just awards points.
I just... what? Huh.
Yeah.
All right.
This is the way. I didn't understand it either because I haven't really paid attention to Formula 1 this year.
Nobody's explained that to me. I haven't been watching this year.
I
so
just learned 2 weeks ago at Qatar. 2 weeks ago at Qatar. I realized that, oh, these are separate qualifying sessions, and Saturday is its own little bubble. Nothing that happens on Saturday has bearing on either of the other 2 days. Just points.
Okay. So we've worked around to where they're doing the GP2 thing, where there's a feature and a real race. Or there's a sprint race and a feature race. It's just GP2. Like, that's what we're watching now. Excellent. Alrighty, so... Alright, we are going to go away for an ad break here while we pull through the timing and try to see all the little wrinkles that we got going on here. We're here at Hallett, the Saturday 8-hour, going to be tomorrow's, followed by tomorrow's Saturday 8 or Sunday 8-hour. Wow, I should really write these down. Here at Hallett, day 1. Tomorrow we're going to do the same thing again. We're about halfway through. We've got about 3 hours and 40 remaining. We'll see you in just a bit.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Welcome back to WRL here at Hallett. 3 hours and 38 minutes remaining. I'm Ryan. We'll have JT joining us later. I believe he's about to go take a stint at Sebring, I think it was, or Road Atlanta, one of the two. Brendan, of course, stepped away for a moment, so we are stuck with me right now. And we're going to give a little rundown. Do a little rundown of the positions as they stand right now in GTO. We've got the number 123 NFC Motorsports car. They've kind of been the class of the field as far as pace, separate from the 29, but we'll get to them later. So the 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes-Benz on lap 171 right now. Their fast lap, a 1 minute 20, currently running about a 123. That's about common for what we see as far as the split is concerned for lap pace here in WRL. Second place is the GTR 99, the BMW M4. They are chasing the 123 right now. We're going to wait for the time to update a little bit. I believe they are about half a lap behind, give or take. I haven't had a yellow in some time, and we've really let the strategy kind of play out. The trouble here is the 123 is, I believe, they're definitely off cycle, and they have pitted to, yeah, they're still on their third pit stop, and the GTR 99 is still on their second pit stop. But then there's a spot here where they probably pit, but it didn't flag as a pit stop. Weird. Anyway, all that to say, the 123 is off cycle right now, so we're going to have to see if there's any more yellows and how that kind of plays out. So it could be kind of a seesaw match between the 123 and the 99 here for first position. In third place, an early contender for the race win, the number 29 Screaming Goat Racing. That's the V8 swapped E46 BMW. A really lightning quick car. They just made a green flag 4-tire pit stop, which we don't see happen in WRL very often. But they brought the car in and made that pit stop a few laps ago, and that has dropped them right down the order. So they're pretty firmly in third position right now. Dexter Racing also having a couple issues trying to get, I think, some kinks worked out of switching to this new Toyota Supra platform for them. And then the number 188 Lupe Tortilla car having a not brilliant day. But we will see them tomorrow pick up the pace, I am sure. GP1, as usual, we have the 147 followed by the 44. Both of those are E46 BMW 3 Series. The 147 of Moorhead Speedworks versus the 44 of PC Racing. The two of them have been fighting at the front of GP1 all season, and it's nice to see that that remains the same here. Unfortunately, it seems that today the 147 has a little bit of a pace advantage, in addition to being a little bit quicker in the pit lane. So a big hill for the PC Racing car to climb, but more often than not, we'll see people in WRL make a lot of unforced errors. Really, the 147 is one pit stop infraction away from being right back in the clutches of the 44. So we see that battle swing back and forth from time to time. I don't think we've seen the end of that yet. In third position at GP1, we have the number 522 Choice Racing BMW. They are about a lap behind second place, and again, it only takes one penalty to have everything turn on its head. And then in fourth position, the number 701, last year's champion, Round 3 Racing, the Porsche Cayman. That's going to be the black Porsche with the big wing that we see running around here. They are in fourth position, and again, a further lap down from P1 and from the car ahead, indeed. GP2, you've got the number 160 Moorhead Speedworks, the sister car, which, if memory serves me correctly, is Ari Balo's family runs that car. His wife and daughter drive that car while he drives the number 147, usually with another driver. So they are currently leading GP2, followed by the number 593 515 Motorsports Boxster. So that's a pretty good showing in GP2 for a Boxster. We haven't seen that a whole lot this season. GP2 usually a Miata and or BMW Spec E46 class, so seeing that Porsche Boxster there is quite nice. In third position is Rapscallion Motorsports, number 469. The sister car, the 135, has run into some issues today, so I think they're hoping for a better day out tomorrow. In fourth position, we have the number 31 Operation. That is also a BMW 3 Series. And then in fifth position, we have the number 51 of Choice Racing. So that car also ran into some issues early on, hoping for a better drive tomorrow. And then down to GP3, we've got three cars here. There we go. The number 85 of AOA Racing, followed by the number 55 of AOA Racing. The 55 has had some issues and dropped a lot of laps. The 85 currently leads comfortably by about 20 laps over second and about 40 laps over third. That third position car being the number 65 Open Throttle Racing car. Open Throttle having kind of a split for their team today. They are in action elsewhere as well, so a little bit less crew going on. I believe Gino may only double duty. I know he's in the AOA car. He might be in the Open Throttle car as well. So Unfortunately, GP3 today just not looking super close unless the 85 frankly runs into more issues. Which, all things said, those NC MX5s don't end up having a lot of issues when they're unforced. So I think that it'll end up being okay today in GP3. So that's kind of a rundown we got right now. Not a whole lot of super close battles on track at the moment. The closest battle we have, let me look through here. Fourth and fifth place is 17 seconds right now. It's probably one of the closer laps that we've got on track, and that's going to be the number 46 Ginger Racing car versus the number 14 Palomar Racing car. Of course, Palomar Racing from San Diego. They've had a little bit of a rough season, I think, as well. They're down to running one car right now in the slightly older BMW. And then that advantage just stretches out to about 40 seconds there. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's Ginger's 16 seconds off of the 701, and then Palomar 40 seconds behind Ginger. So that 4th, 5th, and 6th, the top 5 separated by about a lap in GP1, with the 701, of course, currently leading the charge there. Three hours and 31 minutes left to go here at Hallett. I want to thank y'all for joining us today. As Brendan said, we got a lot of options today as far as things to watch. And if you're here watching a family member, a friend, a teammate, we're happy to have you with us. It's been fun so far, and we're looking forward to tomorrow as well. Let's see. So I just hear from our producer, Dustin. Yep, so the leader comes through. That's number 123 of NFC Motorsports. They posted a 10-second slower lap than normal this last lap. So they've lost about 10 or 15 seconds to the 99 just now. Didn't get to see exactly what that was. But 10 seconds is a lot of time to lose in traffic. So I don't know if they went off somewhere and we missed it, or maybe they had to pull the car off. It wouldn't be the first time that we've seen one of these GT4 cars need to be reset. 10 seconds would be a short amount of time to get that done in. So, something abnormal for them. We'll try to keep an eye on it here as we'll track the number 123 as they go around the track here.
What are we tracking?
The 123 just lost a ton of time.
Yeah. 26.3.
Look at the lap before, Brendan.
Oh, yeah. 32. No 4-offs or anything listed on the race control log. Car looks okay. It's really kind of thrown it into 8 and 9 there. Mustang got in there a little hot.
A little rough, for sure.
Yeah, sticks up the inside of the 80, but things seem okay there.
Yeah, it seems normal-ish. That's why I was kind of...
Yeah, next to the 24, so pretty good shape there. All back to normal. It was interesting that it was followed up with the 26, although that could be accounted for in traffic, I think.
I don't know. 10 seconds is a lot to lose in traffic. Like, a lot.
No, not the 10. The 126.
Oh, the 126. Got
yeah, I think the 26 that came after the 32, that could be attributed to traffic.
Right.
It's also possible maybe they just got muscled out somewhere, got stuck behind a big gaggle and said, you know what? We're not going to push it. Yeah.
Makes sense. Got to keep the car fresh for tomorrow. Got a comfortable lead right now.
And remember, they're down a chassis already.
Right.
Right. I think the car will be repaired. The previous 123. They had the accident on Saturday at New Jersey. The 124 car became the 123, and I think this car will run for the remainder of the season. You are allowed to do chassis swaps for numbers in WRL, but only once. Once you go to a new chassis, you can't go back.
Right.
So the old 124 will need to stay the 123 for the rest of the season. Automatic did something similar. The 908 was going to run as the 909. I think it still ended up running as the 908 on Saturday. Or on, at the New Jersey weekend. No automatic here.
No, only manuals. Last season's GP2 champions did the same thing.
Who is that, right?
That'd be the pride of Maple Plain, Minnesota.
Aha!
North Loop Motorsports.
National champions.
National and Midwest champions.
Yeah.
And very nearly East Coast champions, but not quite.
Man, their original car, the GP1 car, I remember like being so excited about that car, you know, kind of having being able to take the fight to some of the faster GP1 cars, the PC Racing, Warhead Speedworks, round 3. And then
they didn't have a GP1
written
car.
off.
It was a GP2 car.
Was it GP2? I thought it was a GP1 car.
No, they had a wing and stuff on it at one point.
But it was a GP.
It was a GP2.
Either way, like it was a quick car. It looked like they had designed it to be purposeful. Like it was meant to do, you know, it was a race car.
Right.
And then written off in an otherwise pretty innocuous looking crash.
Yeah.
At Road America. It just happened to catch a part of the inside wall that didn't have tires.
And
tore the front of that car to pieces.
Well, and the car that they got to replace it, also a really successful car, had already been a successful car in its own right.
The Spec E46?
Yeah, well, both of them are Spec E46 builds.
I don't think I realized the initial one was.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay. GTR 99, if you're watching the tower on the left-hand side of the screen, that car has not been on track for 134 laps. Just didn't trip the pit-in time, or pit-in beam
right
last time through.
And it had an issue earlier where it did trip the pit-in beam. And
yeah.
Did something. So there's something weird going on with that.
Some horrendous tackling on display there.
Oh boy.
Yeah, not good.
Oh boy.
Next door on track here, 147 and 44. Looks like the PC Racing car just slipped up the inside of Moorhead Speedworks and is able to put itself back on the lead lap in GP1.
Excellent. You know what, Brendan? I want to place a prop bet here. Are you accepting prop bets at this time or no?
Sure.
Sure. All right. Cool. I want to place a bet that there are no yellows. We're gonna take the under on 0.5 yellows for the rest of the race.
I'm gonna go. I'll take the opposite side for kicks.
All right, that's fine.
Over there. I don't know that I believe that, but because we've settled into a really nice rhythm here.
We have.
But we're not really at the part of the weekend where you're like, oh yeah, everybody that's going to break has already broken. Like, I think there's still a chance we get another couple of failures here.
Maybe, but all the cars that are running, for the most part, are like well-established cars.
Pit stop for the race leader, 123, just ducked into the pit lane. I agree with you, but we've seen goofy things happen at the end of long races anyway, regardless of who they are or what the deal is. So let's wait and see.
All right. I will wait and see. I will wait and see.
Oh, the 123's into the paddock.
Oh, no. That's going to open the door right back up for the 99.
Whoa. So the 123 had a 4 off driver's left at turn 7. So, driver's left at turn 7. That's an interesting one. That'll be the top of the, kind of the tabletop there before you drop off the hill. We had noted a couple of laps ago that there was a minor, like a time loss that really couldn't be explained. And now, just seemingly out of nowhere, the car ducks into the pit lane. Was 134 to 181. That's a little short for what it's run today, but not like horrendously off target. It came to its pit stall, stopped, and then made the right-hand turn through the false grid back to the paddock. Very, very interesting. Yeah. So that does promote the number 99 GTR BMW into the overall race lead. Also put Screaming Goat in with a shout here if something were to happen to the 99. Also keep an eye on tire changes for that 99 because we haven't had one yet. And also opens the door for GP1. Whoever your GP1 race leader happens to be at the moment we're looking at it. For now, it's Moorhead. Overall podium now definitely in play.
Absolutely. Moorhead, of course, no strangers to be in the top 5 overall.
Yeah, sure.
They run a almost flawless operation with that car.
Do we think, like, they definitely have a plan to run a GTO car, right? Like, that's going to happen at some point. We keep hearing about it from Chad, but I haven't seen anything yet.
Right. I mean, now that there's not a LMP3 car in play, maybe that becomes part of the budget here.
Yeah. I mean, are they still going to run that in VP? I don't know.
I mean, maybe, but that's still way less runtime than they would have otherwise.
Sure, yeah. Somebody sounds a little off song there. Maybe it's just the Rapscallion car. It sounded like somebody maybe had an exhaust issue or something, headed up into turn 1. But oh, somebody dropping some wheels there at the exit of turn 2.
What, the 55, maybe?
Might have been.
All right. Brendan, will you send me the link for the super timing?
Super timing?
Super timing.
I think I could do that. Oh.
I'm tired of waiting for
the Joseph timing, right?
Yes. I'm tired of waiting for the race hero to like update, and then it's current for like 5 seconds, and then it goes away again.
Ooh, man, that's tight. Headed down into 8 and 9 there. It's the 44 and the 147. Kind of been tracking this for a minute. 44 hanging on nicely. Got a long way to go to try and get the full lap back, especially on a car that's been as quick as the 147. Oh, man. 147 has dropped a whole bunch of time down the back straightaway. Now the 99 is going to come up behind them, try and put a lap on them, which is going to block them from trying to make the pass on either of the BMW. Actually, one of them's No, either of the BMWs. It was an M2. I thought it was a Mustang there for a second.
All right, I'm clicking the button.
Oh, no. I was wondering where you were going with that.
No, I really did want the interval timing to be better, but also, now that it's here, it's like, yeah, why not?
Some odd smoke down there in the distance. Huh. It looks like lockup smoke, but I don't know how you would lock a wheel going into turn. I mean, I guess it's possible, but seem to be headed off towards the trees, which would be more indicative of somebody actually going off.
Huh.
Standing yellow up at turn 1, waving. It's the S2000. Yeah, the yellow we're seeing at start finish there is a waving yellow. There's the green flag, and there's the recovering Honda. All has been answered.
So I think the
only thing we really don't have an answer on yet is what's happened to the 123 from NFC and where that car has gone. Moorhead Speedworks doesn't have his pit cart here because of the unlevel grass pits. Oh, well.
I think
10 tabs open.
The issue with the 99 is going to prevent this from being even remotely useful.
The issue with the 99? Oh, the pit stop issue.
With the pit thing. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So.
I was pretty sure Joseph had it written in there that if there was a significant time loss around a pit stop, that it would infer a pit stop, but
it is not currently doing that.
What is the issue? Is it putting the 99 way out?
It doesn't even show the 99 on the bar graph.
Oh, okay.
Let me see. If I switch, yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay, so if I do GTO, it'll do it. But if I have it on the overall, interesting. It still thinks that the 29 is just going to smoke everybody.
Yeah. That seems more to be data unreliability. I think the only thing that's going to really get the 29 back into this is if the GTR 99 M4 has to make a tire stop under green. And even then, it's not like a slam dunk.
Right.
But I think if we get a yellow, that bails out the 99 from doing a tire change under green. I think Screaming Goat will need this thing to go green the rest of the way.
Yep. I think so too.
By the way, 29 no longer smoking.
Wow, there you go. Gotta put that 60-50 in there, or whatever. 10-60. Get it nice and thick. Won't blow by. So this battle for the top 6 in GP1 really is unsettled. Amongst the 522, the 701, the 550, and the 46. And the 14. It's all over the place.
But the 147 comfortably.
The 147 is pretty comfortably, and the 44 is pretty comfortably second. But the rest of the GP1 is still kind of like
I'll buy
up
that.
in the air.
I'll buy that.
Yeah. If you get it to show you the overall, it thinks that the 147 has a slim chance at winning the race.
Oh, I mean, it is only 3 laps off the overall lead here. I mean, look, if the if everything goes, how do I say this? Everything needs to go the same way for both the 29 and the 147. So, like,
Right.
if everything pans out for either of them, it's going to pan out for both of them, which obviously favors the 29.
Yep.
But, you know, one small slip up for that 29 and the 147 is right back in the fight. Again, I'm pretty certain that the Screaming Goat car is the only one of these cars that's taken tires at this point.
Yeah.
So that will, or should at least, come back to the 29's favor. Offensive line, very bad. GTR did stop for fronts already, apparently. We're going to may try to make it on rears, but Screaming Goat hopes not. Just got that text from down in the Screaming Goat pits. Thank you for sending that around. Much appreciated. I think that was Kate. Sent that up here.
Beautiful.
Says, but as the day has gone, we would be happy with the podium. That's fair. I still think it's potentially in the cards here. Everything kind of needs to go, like I said, needs to go a certain way for them. But if it does, have not talked too much about Ginger Racing today in that number 46.
No.
Nice to see them back. It's been a minute. They're kind of in that Screaming Goat camp where you don't see them a lot, but when you do, certainly welcome the variety and the depth into the class as a whole. And when they are here, they are quick. Just a little bit outside of the pace of the 44, the 147 at the top of the class, and 522 to be fair. But top 5 in GP1 at the moment. Defending well from Palomar Racing, although I think the 14 is starting to catch them. That is the 14 just headed out of shot up the hill out of turn number 9 there. So keep an eye on that margin because we could well have a battle for 5th place in GP1 here in the not distant future. 5th gear also very much in contention there, another half a minute behind the 14 from Palomar. Gap's down to 1.3. Slow lap from the 46, 136.
So weird.
Oh, I think the 46 is nursing an issue. It's just not accelerating off of out of turn number 1.
Is that the curse of the commentator?
It might be, but I think I kind of noticed it because all of a sudden the gap had gotten a little closer. Let's see how much quicker this Palomar car is over the lap. It's almost like they're stuck in too high a gear. Like they're stuck in 3rd or something like that. 3rd or 4th. And it's just not accelerating out of the slow speed corners because it was fine at the end of the front straightaway.
Right.
But that's out of, a 3rd gear corner, 4th gear corner at turn 10 anyway. It just does not have the punch out of those slow speed corners. And to some degree, it doesn't look like it really has the rotation either. But let's see what happens out of the hairpin here. Let's just follow this car through. There goes the 522 to put a lap on it. Oh, you're kidding. Of course. Yeah, and that's a slideshow. Yeah, we were hoping to try and catch it under acceleration there to get a real sense of just how it was going to be able to accelerate. Yeah, no. They have a problem. They're headed into the pits here. Maybe? Nope. So the revs are up. The power is not. So it's not that it's not going. Maybe they're stuck in too low. I don't know. It's very odd. But that car is very clearly not well. Another 135 that time around. And fifth gear is closing the margin now, hand over fist, down to 24 seconds. Pit stop for the number 65. It's open throttle racing down in GP3. Currently third of 3. Been a tough day for them. Already 39 laps off of the class leading 85 Mazda from AOA Racing. Look at the interval timing here between first and second. It's GTR 99 and Screaming Goat. It is up over a lap. Oh, Screaming Goat's not giving us data for some reason. I don't know where that is. Ah, there it is. 2 minutes 1. They're still following the 46 here. That's a 701 behind them. Actually not, well, it's giving up a little bit of time still under acceleration, but it does look better than it was, which is a positive development. Let's take a look at the last lap there for the 46. 134, so it's better. No. This is this is not good for that 46. And of the bet of, are we going to have another full course yellow? The late fall Oklahoma heat getting to at least one of our cameras out there. It turns 3 and 4. Go get that reset when we have a third commentator or a second commentator. That Ryan appears to have.
No, I'm here. I'm just trying. I'm trying really hard to look for things.
There's not much to look for.
And watch things.
I mean, we're kind of in cruise control here at the moment. I think there are some questions left unanswered, but by and large, we're pretty predictable mode here. If the 29 can string together a stint here, I think it can claw its way back into contention. But we'll have to wait and see there. A couple of quick laps from Dexter. In that number 162, 123.729, quicker than either of the leaders the last time through. We're both up in the 24s. Hey! As we say it, 122.8. It's a personal best for that car. This is a part of the weekend where I really wish we had a schedule to talk about for next year. Forget the planning for
Easy
2024.
Easy now.
No. It's for the content, man. This is a question of content.
Hit up some. If you're in the paddock and you want to chit chat about your plans for next year, come on up.
Yeah, why don't you come on up? Third floor of the tower. It does say employees only, but you are, of course, welcome here.
Yeah. Absolutely.
We'd love to know more. The 46 from Ginger Racing is now missing on Race Hero. Has it made it into the pits, or is it somewhere else? Let's see what Race Control has to say. Car stop driver's right at turn 7 is the report. So that'll be... Where are we here? This last corner? Yeah. If we could see it, it would be somewhere up around camera 7. Maybe there's a red flag, or I'm sorry, a yellow flag up there somewhere. Or a stopped black BMW. Nope, I don't see any of those things. .31 is into the pits. That is not the BMW we were looking for.
These are not the BMWs you're looking for.
Yeah, definitely not.
You can go about your business.
I'm not a Star Wars.
Yeah, I know. JT would think that was fun.
Yeah.
Brendan's like,
into the wrong crowd.
I'm too cool to watch Star Wars.
I'm not too cool to watch Star Wars.
I'm too cool to watch Star Wars. I drink craft beer.
Okay. Those things are definitely related.
And I wear a hockey jersey for a school that isn't a hockey school.
I don't wear a hockey jersey.
Yeah, you do.
It's a hoodie in the style of a hockey jersey.
Yeah, whatever. Hey man, we're just all on the information superhighway.
What does that mean?
The internet.
I'm going to apply to jobs at Grizzle. It's for all the Parks and Rec fans. I think that 99 was about to drop a wheel there on the backside of the curb as it power slid out of turn 2. Just cut away from it.
Can you place a camera in the style of the classic SCCA broadcasts where it's like as if you were sitting on the hill watching the race?
As it turns out, we were invited to specifically not do that.
Okay.
I mean, I get the idea. Those cameras are obviously much better when you can move them around and stuff.
Right.
You kind of need to pick for stationary cameras, you need to pick cameras for information and also for, interesting angles. We did have a speed camera up here on top of the bridge between what is right now turns 1 and 2, up on those stamped concrete blocks. And it was wild.
Was it?
Yeah, it was a really
been saying
good
we should
shot.
buy a radar gun.
I mean, we have one. Oh, no, we have a temperature gun.
We have a temperature gun, which I also bought.
Yeah.
Speaking of, what is the track surface temperature right now, Brendan?
I don't know. Does that thing have batteries?
It's just double A's, but I think it works.
I'm not going to have double A's. I have triple A's.
You just pull the trigger once and you know if it's working. It goes,
I'm going to guess the track temperature is 104. That's my guess.
All right.
Touchdown, touchdown, touchdown.
There's no touchdowns. This is racing.
No. Touchdown. Heck yeah.
Okay.
And we're going to miss the extra point because we're 1 for 3 on field goals.
Wow.
Yeah. This is important.
Sure thing.
Yeah. The most important thing happening in the state of Oklahoma right now.
Wow. Right.
I mean, that's probably true.
If they were playing Texas, I would understand.
In terms of money that comes into the state, this is almost certainly true. Oh, why am I hearing wrong tire skidding sounds?
We're getting sideways, yo.
No, there's a spun car at the last corner.
Oh,
it's a 199.
Ignition.
We've seen that car in that spot once before. I was gonna say I was watching turn 1 as I was hearing the skidding, and I couldn't figure out why. Like, I didn't see anybody going off up there.
Right.
And I looked down, and there's a green flag at the start. Yeah, this makes sense.
Glad we got to the bottom of that. Everybody came together.
Yeah. I would just like to remind everybody, first, for the 80-some of you that are listening at the moment, thank you for doing so. Thank you for being with us and being a part of us, our event at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit this weekend. A reminder, should you find yourself with some free time tomorrow as well, this is our Midwest Championship weekend. We are awarding points today and tomorrow. And while the championship situation is not immediately obvious because of point drops and things of that nature, we will need a solid update tonight in order to have good, predictable numbers for tomorrow. But that by the time we get to tomorrow, we will be awarding titles. That is the culmination of all of the events of the Midwest Championship, 6 of them prior to today, the 7th this weekend. Started all the way back. Ooh, actually, did it? Was NOLA a doubleheader? I'm gonna look actually back through the archive. It was doubleheader. It was Midwest and Eastern. We've been to NOLA. We've been to Barber, Mid Ohio, Road America. High Plains was the penultimate event that determined our the invitees for this weekend, or the primary registration opportunities for this weekend. And then, of course, those 40 cars that were initially invited got the chance to register first before it opened up. So actually really like that methodology of rewarding points long or season-long points efforts and commitment to the series, right? Get yourself in a position, even if you're not chasing a title, in some ways you are rewarded when you get to these types of events where registration can be a challenge. You start pushing up against the track capacity or event capacity. It does offer an opportunity to get a leg up on registration, and all you got to do is to run 6 other events during the year and finish them reasonably well. It's a pretty fair trade. The same thing for Sebring. Top 10 in every class are going to get to run, or are going to get did get priority registration there at Sebring. Plus the GTU cars, says question mark. Yes, GTU cars as well at Sebring.
Nice. Prototypes running the bumps. You love to see it.
We're definitely calling NPO1s prototypes because I
am.
Okay.
What else is it?
I don't really know. LMP5.
There you go.
P4 is a thing, but I don't really know what the relative pace is there because P4s don't run in the States. And NPO1s don't run overseas.
Is
Dual
NPO1
class
just American CN?
It's slower than that, I think.
That's just... Uncorked, I bet it's not.
It's probably slower than that. They're definitely heavier than CN cars. And I don't think... Is it a 2-liter that's in the NPO1s?
Or 2.5, depending on how you...
2.5, okay. Yeah. Get him. I think... Yeah, I don't know. My guess is CNs would still be faster because they're noticeably lighter. I would love to know how much power you could run one of those things at their normal weight. Because I think they only weigh like 1,300 or 1,400 pounds.
Right.
Which means you're going to run, what, 140 horsepower?
I mean, you could get, out of a 2.5 that's like built and stuff, you could pull almost 300 for not very long.
Oh, I know you can. It's just you would be so handicapped by not having any power. Like, you would have to make your lap time just charging every corner.
Right.
And in a multi-class environment, that is just brutal.
Can't.
Yeah, that is brutal. Which is why the answer is VW Fun Cup.
Oh, boy. I still think those mid-jet things are what we need.
Little two-frame action?
Yeah. I mean, it's like, oh, what front end do you want on it? Do you want the Audi front end or the BMW front end?
Didn't they run one or two of those at Thunderhill?
Yes.
Under the
they weren't very good at Thunderhill.
No, they were terrible. They were EXR, I think was the name of the...
EXR Racing. Somebody bought like 10 of them because they had a bunch. They had like 40 or something.
Where did they run?
It was like some...
Was it Vegas?
I think it was at Vegas, yeah, at the Vegas Roval. It was like a series they were going to try to do, and it just
they did try.
Yeah, not very well.
I know they were a little more popular in France, but not desperately so.
Right. Here's a hot take. Bring GP4 back. Let's get some Micra Cup action going here.
I mean, those cars have got to go somewhere.
So,
right?
SCCA allows them for B-Spec.
The Micras?
Yeah.
That's fun.
Which some people were salty about. Other people were like, well, yeah, there's these cheap cars. Why would we not let somebody run them somewhere?
Yeah, that's good. I like that. And
I like that
they already have their own DLP drama over there.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah, might as well let them in and just deal with it.
Right. No, it's a good time.
Okay, but what about like a VW Fun Cup?
Oh.
Slow S2000 here. Well, is he just out wide or is there... No, I think there's a problem there. 701 is going to come up on that car, the blind crest here at turn 3. And obviously, because we don't have a camera, and I can't go reset it until JT gets back.
Right.
I'm not really sure what's going to happen around that side of the circuit. So, annoyingly, the temperature has really crept up in the forecast over the last couple of days. Today was supposed to be 80 or 81, and finally it was like, it got it to 85 2 days ago. Yesterday, the high for today was supposed to be 86. I woke up this morning and it said 88. You got to be kidding me. Those 8 degrees matter, man. Yeah, Dustin references the white flag here. Just creeping up the top of the hill. That is our S2000. Let's see if any of the corners have reported what the issue is. They have not. It's just the 247. Oh, that car ground still. He did get to a camera before he stopped. Thank you. That car did have a spin a little earlier on down at turn 9. Well, okay. So it's station 9. Oh boy. So I've just realized the corner stations are in the counter-clockwise order. They don't go the other way for a change of direction. Oof. So turn 9 is at the Tully, down at the bottom of the hill. This one can probably be a hot pull. We're looking, I mean, the camera's basically right at the gate there, the drive-in gate. And you're on the inside of a corner, so it's not really a super risky spot. You can get that car flat-toed to the paved access road there. You'd be in pretty good shape. Slowly inching our way towards a conclusion on this fine Saturday afternoon. 2 hours, 47 minutes remaining. Did Dustin just say my bed's there? Oh, the flatbed. Okay. I thought we were fully in nap mode here. Thought crossed the mind here. As we find ourselves kind of back in the homeland, spiritual homeland anyway, of the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. Not so very long ago, this series was the entry-level endurance series for the Midwest, right? At the time, a lot of amateur endurance racing was just segmented off into different parts of the country. You had series up in the Northeast, you had a West Coast series, you obviously had Lemons, which ran all over the country. And here in the Midwest and in the Southeast, as sort of a franchise of WRL, you had WRL Southeast. And at the time, the series was primarily run out of Texas World Speedway and College Station. That's where the headquarters were. It's where the owner was largely based. And we ran at tracks all over the area. MSR Houston. I said I wasn't part of it at the time, but they ran at MSR Houston. They ran at Hallett, Texas World. I believe they made a visit or two to Eagles Canyon, and they had also been up to Heartland Motorsports Park, Heartland Park, Topeka. And unfortunately, as time has gone on here in this part of the country, we've lost some of those venues. We recently lost, or a couple of years ago, lost Texas World Speedway, a big part of racing in Texas and all across the plains. And the announcement that Heartland Park Topeka is closing kind of leaves a gaping hole in Kansas. And you've got a track up in Nebraska, MPH, Motorsports Park Hastings, but that is a haul. And as we go full course yellow, the over 0.5 caches, I'll wait till Ryan comes back to make a bigger point about that. But anyway, it's not an ideal thing. I understand that there were some financial difficulties up there at Heartland Park, and maybe there is a chance that track gets saved and has a little more money poured into it. But it's a shame to lose places like that. Also, one of the original venues of the Craftsman Truck Series. Haven't been there in a long time, but I think whatever your opinions were on it being an interesting track to drive, it was a reasonably popular one for various reasons, and you'd rather have the track than not have it. That is for sure. Hosted the SCCA runoffs for a long time. I'm going to assume this full course yellow is to go get that Honda S2000. Maybe didn't want to drive counter race to go get it loaded up and pulled off track. Leader is in, as Dustin has pointed out, the GTR 99. Just tucked in there behind the 44 from PC Racing, who came in straight away. Has lost a little bit more time, or certainly a little bit more ground to the Moorhead Speedworks number 147, which is not really ideal. But a little bit of an opportunity here for that car in the pit lane to pick up a little strategy advantage. 29 is into the pits from Screaming Goat. 550 will be in as well. It's Fifth Gear Motorsports. So the good news, well, I say it's good news. The good news for the 99, anyway, is that if they're going to do tires, this is when you would do them, which unfortunately kind of leaves the Screaming Goat car without the advantage. Yeah, you see they're just working on the left rear corner, and got a tire off for the right rear there as well. This was going to be what the 29 needed, this tire change to capitalize on. And unfortunately, it's worked out where the 99 gets this basically free rear tire change under yellow. 99 is already sent. So the margin, now that they've passed each other in pit lane, is going to go up over 2 laps. Oh, it's worse than that because the 99 got out ahead of the safety car. The 29 did not.
Oh.
So the screaming goat car is going to get stuck at the end of the queue directly in, well, probably in front. Yeah, definitely in front of where the 99 is going to cycle back through. So this is going to be almost a 3-lap margin for the number 29. So I don't know that I really blame anybody here for making the call. You take the pit stops when you can. But this is a product of having these short laps where, especially on the transition into safety cars, you can kind of get caught out, right? If the full field isn't under control and you still have cars queuing up, you make a pit stop, you may well still have cars on track. That's a 247. Is that a deranged left rear corner in that car?
It was.
Yeah. Still have cars on track doing something like near race pace. And all of a sudden you find yourself behind the safety car. What you thought was a comfortable 2 or 2.5 minute opportunity to make a stop all of a sudden becomes a real fight against time. 99 got what they needed to be done. 29 definitely did not. But they also weren't coming in from the back of the queue, right? The field was all pretty scattered at the time that they made it in. As Sooners put up a touchdown. Thank heavens. I've heard that Ohio State, Penn State is bonkers today, but I haven't really seen any of it.
The WEC is coming to Austin, Texas.
For Lone Star Lamont, are they calling it that again?
It doesn't say that. It just says 6 hours in COTA.
Bailing themselves out of a bad branding decision. Actually, it wasn't that bad. It was a little hokey, but it wasn't bad.
No, it's pretty bad.
Was it?
I think so. I think the FIA's whole like thing about trying to like meme Texas into like being a fun thing is like too much.
Well, it's a little weird.
We're going to do cowboy hats for the podium. How about that? Like, ignoring the fact that the baseball hat is already an inherently American thing.
Right.
Like,
it's a little weird, too, because the track is specifically branded Circuit of the Americas. Like, they intentionally didn't do the Texas thing. Yeah.
They did in Austin, of all places in Texas.
Right.
Like,
the least Texas place in Texas, home of the Longhorns. But it is very, like, a little enclave in the state of Texas, culturally and otherwise. And you're right. It is, I've never really thought about it, but it is kind of a weird thing. And some of that is up to the promoter. I don't know if WEC promotes their own events or not, but
I think they did for the Lone Star Lamont. I think that was 100% their thing, because it was on the schedule like that.
Yeah. How excited are we for the 1,812 kilometers of Qatar next year instead of the 1,000 miles of Sebring? Are we pumped for that?
That's dumb. And, like, I don't know who made that decision. I don't know, like, what their logic was behind that. If it was, we don't want to play second fiddle to our...
The Qatari checkbook made that decision.
I think it was probably more to do with we don't want to play second fiddle to our own regional series. Like...
I mean, that's probably true.
Is inherently like, yeah, I get it, but like,
well, and I think
instead of calling it the 12 hours of Sebring, maybe do like make it an hour longer or an hour shorter. So
the very first year of that doubleheader, the initial proposal was to run the 12 hours of Sebring on the Saturday till 10 or 10:30. Have like a 2-hour break and then run the WEC race from like midnight to noon on Sunday, which
I think would have been fine. I
think
people would have
fine
for that
for everybody except for the marshals.
They can get 2 sets of marshals. Like that's not. You can get 2 sets of marshals. They either want to pay enough or they don't. Like that's all there is to it. They could have done it if they wanted to.
They're not paying. They're volunteers. They're all volunteers, and it's like 17 or 18 corner stations. Like, it's not a... I get that is a personal concern of mine, just because I'm a little more familiar with it, but still, like, it's... Of all of the
How do they do Le Mans? Like, it's doing a 24-hour race.
Different.
Doing a 24-hour race with marshals is not like a new thing. Okay, how do they do Daytona?
Daytona only has like 7 stations. Daytona's not a big deal. You'll get the same number of marshals split across a third of the number of corner stations.
Oh boy.
Yeah, see, this is a thing. I think that is a real part of the reason they pushed back. You're already doing 4 long days on your feet because it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Then pay.
On concrete, pretty much everywhere.
Then pay. That's it. Like, okay, cool, fine. Pay people then.
Pay all 15 extra marshals you can, or 20 extra marshals that the track employs. I don't know, man. I loved the idea. Like, the idea of basically creating a 24 hours of Sebring as an event. What an event. I think it would have been a lot of fun. Practically speaking,
speaking of 24 hours of Sebring, remember when people on the Mid-Move Motorsport Listeners Collective tried to say that WRL isn't real racing?
I don't think I knew that.
Oh, no, because people talked about, oh, wow, it's the first 24-hour race at Sebring ever when the SRO was going there. Or the 24-hour
thing. Oh, we're back to green.
And then people were like, well, actually, WRL did it. They're like, oh, well, that doesn't even count. That's not real.
That's ridiculous.
I was like, okay, whatever. Why?
That is ridiculous.
Well, if nobody was there, it's not a real race. I'm like, what? That doesn't have anything to do with anything. Like, what are you talking about? Go back to green here.
We are back to green. And if anything, I think we've just added a little bit more definition to the end of this race. Things have gotten clearer.
It did the inverse of what we were hoping.
Well, so hoping, yes. Expecting, maybe not. Because I think a full course yellow was always going to provide an opportunity for the 99 to make that extra tire change.
Right.
Before the end of the race. So they were going to gain something like half a lap or a lap in reality. On top of that, you had the safety car issue there for team for Screaming Goat. Sorry. I'm trying to process what's happening. For Screaming Goat that dropped them almost another full lap behind. Just kind of brutal the way that all panned out. But anyway, there's still a full IMSA length distance race to go.
Oh, God, I hate that too. IMSA should be embarrassed. They should be embarrassed that that's a length that they do. Like, you shouldn't be celebrating like, oh yeah, it's a 2-hour and 40-minute race, like all of our endurance quote-unquote races.
To be fair, Ryan, nearly half the schedule is endurance races now, like proper endurance races next year.
All of the schedule, Brendan, should be endurance races.
I don't disagree with you.
Endurance racing. That's what it is.
Fully agree. I fully agree. However, we're getting there.
Like,
I mean, it will never go beyond 50%, but it's a step.
If you wanted to do a short race at Long Beach, I understand. If you wanted to do a short race at Belle Isle,
that's an hour.
At Belle Isle, I understand why they have to do short races there. I get it. It makes sense. Like, it is what it is. But under no circumstances should races at Laguna Seca, Road America, tracks like that should not have 2-hour and 40-minute races, especially when Laguna Seca was a 6-hour event.
I mean, most of them were 6-hour events. Back in the day, like, you had a lot of 6-hour races. A lot.
Yeah, they should be 4-hour minimum races. Minimum.
I don't disagree.
And again, I understand that there's not time to do a 4-hour race at Long Beach. I would be okay with that being the sprint format. That's fine.
Well, look at ELMS. ELMS was 3 hours, and then they got feedback from their teams that says, actually, no, we want to be racing longer. So now they're all 4 hours.
Good.
Yeah.
And they should mix in a 12-hour periodically there. Like, anyway. I'm sure it's like a staffing problem or whatever.
No,
like,
it's a TV problem. It's 100% a TV problem.
It doesn't have to be on TV. They put it on Peacock anyway. Who cares?
It is 100% just a TV thing.
It's on TV, so we can show part of the race anyway, because it's going to get preempted by NBA Finals and whatever else is going on that weekend. So you're not really going to see it. We're going to bury it on some channel you can't even watch. And then on our
USA Network, how dare you?
And on our pay-to-view streaming service, we're still going to give you commercials, even though we let the live viewers do it in side-by-side.
Yo, should we light up about that?
Oh my god. I paid extra money.
Yeah.
I paid extra money, which usually means I'm paying to not have ads.
Yeah.
Therefore, I should get at least the same ad experience that the live viewer who has paid no extra money, if it's on NBC, is getting. And instead, it's worse.
I say this as a consumer, not as DriversEye Live LLC. Not that we're ever gonna end up on NBC anyway. It doesn't matter. But
yeah, it's too late. I've decided.
But as a consumer, it is incredibly disappointing that you would promote your premium experience, your premium purchase, as being ad-free. Right? That it is written out that way, that it is an ad-free experience. And then when you simulcast, quote unquote, simulcast whatever is you are showing on your main network or anything on television, really, that is not the commercial-free experience. That only the streaming experience is like the streaming specific items are commercial-free, not the television reflective items.
I almost don't mind.
That is not on.
I almost don't mind that it's commercial, that there's commercials during sporting events, which generally, not necessarily racing, but generally, they have the ad breaks built into the sport, like college football, for example. It's already all figured out. I don't want to watch a huddle for 2 minutes. Like that's not adding anything to. So I understand why for sports, like, okay, fine, we're just going to show the ads anyway. It is what it is. But to give me a worse ad experience than you're giving the live customer when I'm paying for a premium experience really frustrates me. It's actively, if it was the same, I wouldn't be saying anything. I'd be like, you know what, it's sports, like it is what it is. I understand. I can watch The Office without ads. Cool, fine, whatever. Yeah. But like, okay, sports, fine. But to like intentionally sabotage it and make it worse than the product that they're trying to get you away from, it makes me just like actually very angry.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like I said, as a consumer, it's incredibly disappointing. But
remember the promise of Motor Trend on demand? And they were like, we're going to have all the racing. All of the racing, we're going to have it. I was like, take my money.
For
I will
2 years, Motor Trend was the
money.
Car off at the first corner. It's a Boxster. I didn't get the number. For like 2 years, Motor Trend on Demand was the best value in racing, and it wasn't close. They had everything. That is NFC, by the way. I'm putting that out. UCF scores in the 9 minutes to try and tie it up. Good. I don't know what happened. Like, were they just paying too much for rights and not making enough revenue? I don't know what the deal is there.
I think it's a lot cheaper to make Two Guys Garage and Pinks.
Oh,
and
100%.
I think it's cheaper to make those shows than it is to like pay for broadcasting rights. Which is interesting though, because up until recently, all these series had to give the rights away because nobody wanted to show it.
Yeah. Surface flag down here at turn 9. I don't know if that is a liquid or a solid item that we are avoiding. Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him. Heck yeah.
Wow. All right. Anyway.
Okay, no, we're good. Bailed out by a bad play call by Gus Malzahn. Who knew? Anyway, so there's a thing. There's another streaming thing now. The Speed Sport 1 concept, which is
I don't even know what that is.
It's called Fast Free Ad Supported Television, FAST, and it's free to the end user, but they insert ads in there. They make their money off the ad revenue. But apparently, it's from the same people that designed and put together Speed Vision, like in its infancy.
Okay.
They were supposed to be the only place you could watch, I think, the Nürburgring 24. Like they just had the rights to the
What a pain in the ass.
before, but the website wasn't up. So everything was just listed as like this free trial or this trial of Speed Sport 1, but it was already free. And even though the website wasn't up, like they were just putting up single races that ran like a television network. So you couldn't just find the event you wanted to watch. You were like stuck watching whatever they programmed.
Yeah.
And if they didn't program the race in, like nobody in the States had any way to watch the Nürburgring because it was all supposed to be on Speed Sports 1, but Speed Sport 1 didn't exist. It was a very odd, bungled sort of development.
Why is racing not more popular in this country?
No kidding, man. No kidding.
Like we're able, like, capitalize on the momentum of, frankly, of Drive to Survive. Like people are going to talk shit. Oh, it's F1. It's not the same as endurance race. I don't care. The reality is, the Racing Tide races all boats.
For sure.
Capitalize on that.
So
we're moving into an era with IMSA where there's a lot of money being spent, and it's somewhat sustainably.
My current interest with sports car racing actually pivots completely around Formula One and the fact that a whole bunch of famous people just invested into Alpine. Right? Because Alpine is making a genuine effort to promote themselves outside of France. They have for a long time, and now they're actually doing it. And having that extra cash flow, not just for the Formula One team, but presumably then also to develop an American brand, right?
They don't need cash flow from Formula One to develop an American brand.
They're not getting
Nissan. They're Nissan.
They
could
getting
release the Alpine A110 as a Nissan.
Yeah, but justifying
tomorrow.
Motorsports expenditures outside of your primary market is a challenging thing to aboard. I understand Nissan could do whatever they want if they wanted to.
No, Nissan could sell all of the Alpine and Renault cars they wanted right now. They could do that tomorrow.
But they're not. The whole thing is going to go through like AutoNation or something.
Oh my God! What?
Yeah, have you not seen this?
No.
So Shank is rumored to come back in 25 with the Alpine hypercar and run it in the States as an Alpine, because Alpine is coming into the U.S. market in like 25 or 26.
Allegedly. And they're going to have AutoNation be the front for all the dealerships.
The link is, I believe it's through AutoNation. Is it AutoNation? I gotta look, actually.
It's AutoNation that's on that car. It's on the car. And no one's gonna care because they haven't advertised it. They've put no thought into it. It's the same thing Alfa Romeo did, and it's the same thing that Alpine's gonna do. It's the same thing that Alfa Romeo did before. Like they haven't put any money into it. You have to be everywhere at once.
It is easier to spend that money, though. It is easier to spend that money if you have it coming in from an outside source. So if Travis Kelce and Ryan Reynolds are going to go spend $100 and whatever million to invest into the program, okay, like now you can justify spending $40 million to run a full IMSA season with 2 cars and the branding and marketing on top of that, right? To make the activation make sense, right? You can run it with AutoNation branding and sponsorship if you want. Like, that, to me, makes sense. And that all pivots completely around the increased popularity of Formula One in the United States.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Unfortunately, that popularity of Formula One hasn't translated into popularity with racing across the board yet.
Because they haven't tried.
Right. So that's it, right? You have ESPN who has decided, well, people really like Formula One. Some of that has to do with Drive to Survive, but okay. Like, people are latching onto this, and we're going to let people do Formula One. 80 is pulling off at turn 1 and is going to come to a halt off track. That is the BMW M3 of... I did say it's the 80. It's 3D Racing. Got restarted, stopping again. Not so much a yellow flag there as a white flag, but okay. Are we like trailing oil or something that we don't want to get back on track? Okay, no. All seems to be okay there. Maybe an electronics issue with that car. Anyway, back to the thing that isn't what's happening on track.
Right. At least it's racing.
Yes. And it's racing at a high level, but it's nobody at ESPN appears to have made the effort with anything outside of Formula One. It's not like, oh, you know what? Actually, there's more depth to the sport than what F1 is. The fact that we are televising practice live for every race is unbelievable to me. Like, Speed Vision used to do it for a US GP if they had one, the Canadian GP sometimes, and like the first race of the season sometimes, and it would be only FP2. Everything else wouldn't be televised. You'd get qualifying and the race. And the fact that we are now at a point where people are like appointment viewing qualifying and sprints and opening bars up to show races at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning is like, that to me is unbelievable. That Formula One has come that far. And I think ESPN owes, like, we owe them some credit for being willing to make that programming. No, to make the investment
because they can put it on
adding
ESPN
it to their,
Plus. They don't care.
But they did but they didn't. And that's the point. So if you're willing to go the extra mile and say, hey, we're going to make this actual television programming where people can go and watch practice 1, practice 2, you know, with the the phoned in world feed for practice sessions, to be honest, but whatever. They chose to do that. They chose to do that. Not just hide it behind a paywall.
Honestly, that might be cheaper for them to run than a rerun of Highly Questionable or whatever. I honestly think that's an economic decision.
That might be true. That might be true, but okay, they did it. And it's been popular enough that they've not just written it off as like it's a blank space, right? Because they could put something else in there. They could.
Right.
It doesn't have to be, like you said, like a produced show, but whatever. The equivalent investment hasn't been made, or even a proportional investment hasn't been made in trying to promote other types of motorsport in this country yet.
And you know what really frustrates me? Not only is it not the investment isn't made, but if I want to watch IMSA on a day when NBC does not have other programming that's like major going on, it's not even on the front page. I have to find it. It should be right at the top when you open the app and you got the 3 things of like, here's things you can watch. There's like whatever's currently on the network, which like, okay, fine. And then you can watch reruns of The Office, like, I'm aware. And then something else. I actually have to dig. I have to go over to the sports tab, hit enter, and then I have to go to the motorsports sub tab to find it.
Yeah.
If they wanted people to watch it, they would put it in front of people, because there's a fair number of people in the football off season who don't have anything else to watch.
I mean,
and it's something different. It's not NASCAR. It's not F1, but it's not NASCAR. And I think that's the people who are watching F1 are people who hated NASCAR and probably still do to this day.
I mean, they're not even, NBC isn't really even force feeding IndyCar to people, right?
No.
Which is the obvious equivalent to Formula One there. You say, hey, you know, if you like Formula One on ESPN, you're going to love this on NBC.
Because everybody can win. Anybody can win. It's great.
Right.
They all run the same car.
We come to great American cities. We run street races. We run oval races. We run these amazing road courses that you're never going to see Formula One on. Okay, it's not as fast, and the technology isn't what it is in F1.
People don't know that. People don't know that or care about that. People have no clue that IndyCar is slower.
You know what? That's
true. And if anything, they go, oh, well, IndyCar does 250. That's what people think. People think, oh, well, IndyCars do 250 and F1 cars do 250.
Yeah.
IndyCar's faster.
I mean, maybe the driver interest isn't there. The cutthroat aspect isn't there the way it is in F1.
No, and it goes back to that they don't have a TV show that was super popular during an unprecedented time. Like that, that's all.
Right. So now there's no equivalent to that because you're never going to get the COVID period again. Right.
But you have to try to ride the coattails, and they haven't done that.
Right. Exactly. That is much more the point. It is a shame to some degree that like people are trying, but I don't know that you're ever going to match that type of drama in other forms of motorsport. Like as we get a little arm stretch there from the driver of the 99, I think endurance racing, when things are chaotic, is the most entertaining, nail-biting form of motorsports in the world. But less and less it is that type of chaos. Right. The type of chaos that you get in the Formula One paddock, not just on track, but off track, especially. but you've got to try, man. Like,
Yeah, you have to do something.
you've got to
about it.
try on the promotional side. You've got to try on the live programming side and really force people towards it. And it's just not happening.
No, not at all. Can you imagine if you put in, and like, I don't even know what would be around that time. Like, could you shift St. Pete to be the thing that comes on after the Super Bowl is over? No, because it would be nighttime. What could you run after the Super Bowl was over?
I mean, that's like 10 o'clock at night.
Okay, and then in the lead
On a
up,
sc-
oh, the
on
lead
a-
up, nobody cares.
On a school night.
On a school night too. Yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
it's Sunday, huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm thinking of like the big bumps that all these TV shows get. That like the slot behind the Super Bowl is always like super coveted, as like that's the thing we need to pump people towards. So I think it's smart to some extent that like a lot of these networks have realized like, well, if we don't have the football rights, then
Here's
like
a
we have to
question.
show something.
Do you know what I think the best possible sporting event you could put in front of the Super Bowl in this country would be?
Oh, soccer.
I was going to stick with racing. I think a Formula One Grand Prix that ended an hour and a half before the Super Bowl was supposed to start would do unbelievably well.
They would never start the season that early.
Early February?
Yeah. I don't think that you could get the season started.
They
at that
start now. They start the last weekend in February. Oh, well, it's the second weekend. Yeah, it'd be
they've
close.
already agitated about it not having a long enough off season. I don't
Yeah.
think they can push it. Now, should the Thermal Club stupid trophy day thing that should happen before the Super Bowl?
Oh, that'd be perfect.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
That actually is like probably the best idea I've heard for that event.
Oh,
Is you just
why?
put it directly in front of the Super Bowl, have it end like an hour before or an hour and a half before the Super Bowl is supposed to start. That's
And,
actually
like,
a really good
and
idea.
pick it up. They're racing for $1 million, and like you just do the whole thing.
Yeah, American gladiators behind the wheel of
Yeah.
the race car. Yeah, that's the way. Off season, winner
We gotta
take
beat up
all,
these
$1 million.
foreigners. All these foreigners
Well,
coming into our
okay.
country trying to do the. Oh, I mean, what? We're talking about the Fox viewer. We're talking about the Fox and CBS viewer here.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Like,
That's fair.
Yeah, it's got to be beaten up on the foreigners. Got to make sure the Americans win. It's the Ryder Cup for IndyCar or what? Like, you could totally paint whatever narrative you wanted.
Yeah.
They were going to give away money if Van Halen won a race.
Yeah.
Like legit. Like that's overshadowed by the fact that that day was super depressing and awful. But like they were straight up going to meme give away money if he did this thing that was going to be really hard.
Yeah, for one guy.
For
just a guy.
just one person. Like what?
Yeah.
Like for no reason. Like,
Happened to be their
we're
most
just gonna-
popular driver.
Right. Like we're just going to do the thing, and it's like, what?
Could you imagine NASCAR giving money to Chase Elliott to win a race?
They already do.
Okay.
Actually, no. I'm sorry. All that money goes to Bubba Wallace. Sorry, that's what it is. 23XI is.
I mean, they
loaded by
used to
NASCAR.
give their drivers money to run the Rolex.
They used to give Chip Ganassi a lot of money to prop up the Rolex Sports Car Series.
Well, them and Telmex. NASCAR and Telmex.
So I read a pretty convincing article the other day that was like Chip Ganassi were cheating in NASCAR, and part of the punishment was you will now go spend a bunch of money in Grand Am.
I have not heard that. I'm intrigued by that, but I have not heard
I'll
that.
try to find the article. It was like pretty convincing the way it was like angled. I was like, huh, okay.
How good was Grand Am, huh?
Awful.
Yeah, it was not good.
What if we merged those two
You know what
things
the best-
together and gained popularity instead of splitting it? And we
You know
could-
what the-
but we're still anyway.
Best thing about Grand Am was
What?
the two-frame Pontiac GTOR.
Not here. We don't have to pump it.
Do you know who has that now? That's right. World Racing League, powered by Hagerty.
Yes, they do. Absolutely.
Yeah. The pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania wins again.
The best class to have ever raced in IMSA, GTC, we got that too. GTC, dude.
996?
997 Cup, bro.
We don't have any 997s. We have
Yes,
a
we do.
996 sometimes.
It's not a 996. You're wrong.
Oh,
I've
it's the
seen car in
9971. You're right.
person. Come on, dude.
Well, no, but the new one. Oh, you did see the new one in person. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
The old one, I guess.
I've seen both. Both were 997s. Like both
Right,
of them.
yeah, 9971. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, we're
did
pretty
forget that.
sure that the car that got written off was a Thunderhill winner.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
From whom? Was it like
it would have either been Mercer or Motorsports Solutions.
Gotta leave that tortilla more room on the outside there, man. That was close.
I think that's what he was saying, was that the first one they had like Thunderhill provenance.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that makes sense.
Which I believe, because then the car's already been run for them. Anyway, moving on. 2 hours and 11 to go. I have access to grind, so you know.
No, let's do it. I'm here for it. Everybody else is too. Why else would you watch 8 hours of racing?
That's true.
Irwin's here for it.
Irwin's here for it. Did you hear on the NBC broadcast the drive-by us?
There's a wave yellow there at the top of the hill. Well, this is weird because there's a green flag at start. So there's a long distance here.
Oh no!
No!
That's the open throttle car.
That's
65.
65, and we are going to go double yellow.
Backed in. Is it missing a tire? I think it's missing a rear wheel.
It may just be a black rim.
I don't think so, because they have a new sponsorship with Apex. If we could zoom and enhance on this,
yeah, get that PTZ action going.
We got to get it to where it plays the loading sound from Star Wars Battlefront 1 when he zooms in.
I don't know what that is.
Oh my god.
Oh, there's a waving. Is that a waving yellow?
Yes.
So is there something else, or are they just waving that?
You could just waving that as like a, hey, there's a car right here. Please don't.
Yeah, but
do
that's
that.
supposed to be a standing. I don't.
Yeah.
I think there's a wheel there.
Okay, there's a wheel. All right, it's just the way the tires with it. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
That is pretty much exactly. Actually, they did pick the tires up from the 469 earlier.
Interesting.
I wonder if that car's actually just is just high-sided there, like it backed onto the tires, and now the rear bumper is just lifted the rear tires off the ground. You know what I mean? Like the tires are propping up the rear bumper and therefore lifting the wheels off the ground.
Yes.
Stewart. Yes, it's Sonoma.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is like the smallest possible example of that. Like, we're talking...
This is the minimum
maybe 2 inches. It could get halfway back to the ground, and it would get enough traction on 6 blades of grass to be able to pull away.
Well, if it was Tony Stewart driving the car, I think it would be sitting low enough that wouldn't be a problem right now.
Yeah, it's true. Where's JT, man? I feel like we've been at this for a while.
He said he'd be back within the last hour.
Oh, I thought he said he only needed to be away for 3 hours.
No, he said he'd be back sometime in the last hour.
No, it's a disaster. You want me to go reset cameras, or should we just keep grinding?
Let's just keep going here. I think that's going to be net positive. Yeah, like...
We still have onboard. I shouldn't say that out loud, actually. We'll be in real trouble.
I've still got access to grind if we want to do that. We can go back to that.
Well, Boy from New York is here, too. Irwin and Boy from New York carried, like, the first half of our season in terms of engagement.
Yes.
H, I think, was in there, too. I've seen H. Who I also saw during the ELMS race yesterday.
Ask Irwin if he sent his address so we can send him a shirt.
Irwin, yeah.
Irwin, send us your address.
Yeah. If you're on Instagram, send it to @DriversEye Live, please. All one word, obviously. We would appreciate that. We'd like to send you a WRL shirt. I'd send you something from DriversEye, but we don't really have anything. Oh, that's not true. We have magnets.
Yeah, you're welcome.
No. Who did that? That's weird. How do we end up with magnets?
Oh my goodness. Brenda was like, oh no, there's just a lot to pack. I didn't pack them.
No, I have them. They're just
I'm like trying to do the outreach thing, and Brendan's like, no, I don't think so.
I'm bad at marketing.
Yeah, well.
Irwin, why are you confused? Man, we would like to send you a WRL t-shirt as an appreciation for your dedication to hanging out. And,
yes.
Oh.
Yeah, anyway. No,
I don't know what he's confused about. Yeah.
I don't know what he's confused about either. Irwin, you are WRL's #1 fan, so we would like to reward you for that with a free t-shirt. So if you send us your address, we will mail you a T-shirt. It doesn't matter if you're not in the United States. It's like none of that matters. We're going to mail you a T-shirt. I have commitment from series management that this will occur, but we just need your address.
I would just buy it. Even if not, I would just buy the shirt and send it.
Yeah, there we go. No, RJ was in. He was all in. So we're good.
This is Erwin is our link to getting WRL in Europe. Truly, the World Racing League.
Do you think we could run at Rockingham and maybe like
nobody runs at Rockingham? It's dead.
No, Rockingham in Europe.
It's dead.
Oh, that one's dead too.
Well, it's actually dead. Yeah, it's used for
all right.
Car storage, outdoor car storage.
Ugh.
Yeah.
All right. What other No.
No.
What other?
No. I'm telling you what the deal is. Here's what you do. I'm gonna tell you. What you do is basically this. There's a series called the C1 Euro Cup that runs Citroen C1s, which are like the terrible equivalent to the 2CV. Well, yeah, they're
micro cup.
horrendously slow cars, but like, so the 2CV Cup in the UK and also in Europe will sometimes run companion races together with the C1 Euro Cup, and they do a 24-hour race at Portimao.
That's it.
Right.
That's
so the idea is you use WRL teams as field fillers, as it like an exception class, and you let them run in whatever spec they want. Right, GT4 or lower. Say, bring your car. We'll score you like you're in a WRL race. You get a little extra bump from promotion. You get coverage from DriversEye Live to be at Portimao at the end of October. And we will also cover your C1 Euro Cup thing and your 2CV thing. And it's like a bonus.
Wow.
To me, this feels like a win-win. Right? And then your next step is you bring all the VW Fun Cups over and run them at a venue in the United States as a cross promotion. And now, got all these links across the pond. Amateur endurance racing in Europe, which is well organized behind tube frame VW Beetles and Citroen C1s, and amateur endurance racing in the United States, which is a car builder's dream.
Wow. You fixed it, man.
Problem solved.
Boom.
Listen.
All right, I'm listening.
We're not just a production company. We're also a marketing firm.
Oh, are we?
And we're just out here and we just solve problems. You've heard of Entertainment 720. We're Entertainment 1080 because we're pretty much 1080p, but like bad bit rate, kind of. So...
Oh, man.
Ask me how much time I've spent looking up cell phone plans in Belgium.
I still think there's an angle here where we have a drone with a tether that can be powered indefinitely with a cell antenna on it. And then it has line of sight to all the phones. I still think there's an angle there.
I have nothing official, and I have nothing to go on.
Uh-huh.
But I would not be shocked if drones end up in our future. Not as a company, but with partners. To incorporate some drone feeds into
No, I don't want it as a feed. I want it literally as a repeater. That's it.
Oh.
I want it tethered with a Ethernet cable. Yeah, and then we can take it anywhere. We don't have to construct anything. It's like, throw the drone up there.
This is a terrible idea.
No, it's not. It's genius.
It's maybe the worst idea.
All right, fine. We get a weather balloon. Now what? Okay. Sell me on why that wouldn't work. Sell me on why that wouldn't work. Sell me on why we can't. You're telling me that every racetrack city in America doesn't have at least one hot air balloon door?
You can't carry a... Oh my God! Could you imagine at High Plains just launching an unidentified weather balloon from the plains of eastern Colorado and letting it go?
No, you have it
this
tethered
because
you have to power you have it tethered because you have to have the equipment on it.
That's what the batteries are for.
No, now it'll be too heavy. No, man. We're trying to democratize the King Air that they circle around the Nürburgring to get all the 24-hour feeds to work. That's what we're doing.
I mean, I'll go fly in circles for 8 hours. I don't care. Just give me a plane.
Okay, can you put can you mount a line of sight device to the bottom of the thing?
Actually, do you know how cost effective it would be to just
rent a plane? Okay, but that's commercial though. You don't have a commercial license.
No, I'm not doing it for pay.
Yes, you're doing it to service the business that you're.
No, I'm doing it because I like looking at the same thing for
recorded.
8 hours.
Now it's recorded, so
don't dig deeper. Don't dig deeper. let it sit.
Nice.
Oh man, Dustin is in race.
Dustin's
1.
doing the JT thing.
Although
right
hour 6, and again crowbarring us back into proper position here.
Yeah. What
Lights
happened
are
to
still
Zach,
on him.
who just lets us meme in freeform for fun?
Zach is running. Same. Zach is running graphics for a sim race. Yeah, the E runoffs. Yeah.
Oh, the E runoffs. Okay.
That's what he left us for.
Wow, he left us for E runoffs.
Allegedly, they had literally nobody else.
Wow.
I don't know how how he ended up finding you to do Dustin, to do this, but not to do that. I don't. It's been great. I'm not complaining, but it is an odd thing. Like, oh, they don't have any. Oh, it's an iRacing thing. Got it. I thought it was a contract thing. Ah. Well, this makes sense.
Got it.
Yeah, no. I did hear him say yesterday it wasn't race spot, so that makes sense. Yeah.
Interesting. So does he just do FTF on contract then, or is that a race spot thing too? Hello? Hello?
Hi, boy from New York. This is hi, guys in the booth. Yeah, UK Rockingham is mothballed. I have heard that Rockingham, North Carolina, is hosting a road course race next year.
Wow. Wild.
That place looks like it already has been mothballed. Like most of the stands are gone from around not the front straightaway. Like it looks like it's been deserted. The last videos I saw were from like a repave or resealing job, but they hadn't repainted the lines.
Nice. Gotta make sure those lines are fresh for when the racing comes back.
I mean, I guess it just looked like nobody, like it looks like they had worn away and nobody was going to bother. Like, okay, here's your mile of banked pavement. Have at it, boys. Right, with no guidance otherwise.
Right.
Is have at it, boys triggering for people, you think?
Yes.
I think
Yes.
so.
I think
it's, yeah. Lights are out on the safety car.
And there it is. The 65 is back out already. Yeah. They're circulating, ready to rock.
I mean, we saw the 469 in those tires twice with fundamentally no damage to the car.
Yep.
So I assume the 65 was fine. It was just high-sided on the tires, which appears to have been the case. The green flag waves at start-finish, and your race leader, the 99 GTR BMW, leads us back to green. Screaming Goat is... actually, this has helped them just a touch. It's probably too late to be functionally useful, but instead of being basically 3 laps down, they are now solidly just 2 laps down. So they have, in some small way, benefited from this full course yellow.
There we go.
Moorhead Speedworks also solidly into 3rd, and the more the more full course yellow running that we get, the tougher it's going to be for that Dexter Racing Supra to find its way back onto the overall podium.
No kidding.
I'm certain that they don't care that much.
No.
But as a matter of interest to us up here, it would give us something to talk about. We could talk about the GP2 race lead.
We could.
Try that on for size. 10 seconds between the 160 from Moorhead Speedworks and the 593 from 515 Motorsport. Now, that doesn't make much sense to me, but we'll work with it. Oh! Was that the 44 that just chucked it down the inside there at turn 9? I think it was. Let's keep an eye on these GP2 cars. 9 seconds at start-finish last time will probably be a little less than that now that we're at full pace. There's the 160 across the line, and then I think it's a red, black, and white BMW. No, it's a Boxster. That's the orange Boxster I didn't identify earlier.
It's an old Boxster. It's a first-year Boxster.
Yeah, that's good stuff. That is, I mean, throwback weekend, man.
absolutely.
Bring it back. Do you remember how many Boxsters were at COTA the first year we went?
So
It's
many.
like half the field.
Well, do you remember how many Boxsters are at any race that Overnight Motorsports like really shows up for? And they like unload like 4 race haulers full of Boxsters, and it's like, yeah, do you want to drive? Do you want to drive?
I mean, I would. Those cars. So, round 3 has. I think they still have the GP3 Boxster. That car looks like so much fun to drive. I don't know what exactly
on the road, Brendan. They're great. They're so fun.
I don't know what made it's the affordable Porsche, the everyman Porsche.
A better Miata. There, I said it.
Whoa!
I said it.
I think JT's not here.
Yeah, no kidding. It's a way better Miata, especially if you don't get the S. If you just get the regular one that has the 2.5 or the 2.7, it makes such a good sound when you rev it out because it's still a flat 6, and like the steering is like super tight, the shifter's like real short. It's like so tight to drive a first-gen Boxster. It's awesome. That is the most fun you can have for $5,000. The flip side is when you blow the motor in your NA, you and your homie can switch the motor out over the course of like a weekend. You go to a junkyard and buy a motor for like $100. If you blow the motor in a Boxster, it's a whole mess of money, and you got to take the whole car apart.
Yeah, quickest way to turn $5,000 into $25,000.
Yeah, but then once you put the new motor in, then you're like set, and it's still a really good car.
Until you do it again.
You should attempt, or Brendan, you should attempt to trade your BMW for a Boxster. You should throw that on Facebook tonight and say, we'll trade for first-gen Boxster.
That's
just
not
straight
a bad
up.
idea. Do you think it's... I mean, that BMW I could probably sell for $4,000 right now. It's not worth it.
I think somebody, there's some kid who just found out that his girlfriend's pregnant that loves his ratty Boxster and like now he needs a backseat.
It's not a bad idea. I
And,
don't
like
hate
that's
You're telling me a
100%.
first-gen Boxster is worth the same thing as like a Z3?
Oh yeah.
Because that's like the equivalent of what I've got.
Oh yeah. 100%. Yeah. I'd way rather have a Boxster.
Suggestions in the chat. What should I have instead of an E36?
You have an E46.
Or 46. Yeah, sorry.
But you have the
It's on the. It's a 99.
You have the weak motor and you have the automatic. Which
Yeah, automatic 328i E36, 1999. Tell me what I should have instead. Suggestions in the chat, please.
Yeah, it's a
Chad Moorhead's going to try and sell me on just more BMW. Like
He's
keep
gonna-
it.
no.
But,
What you need is this
buy
motor.
$5,000 of parts from me.
I got some scratch and dent. Do you need a wing with like an inch chunk missing from it? That's shipping problem.
The 515 number 593. It's going to get incredibly confusing. The 515 Motorsport car has very much caught the pack that the Moorhead BMW is heading up at the moment. So let's hang on this camera until we get the
2
silver.
seconds.
There it is. The silver BMW there, center of shot, just headed up over the hill. One car, not the car immediately behind, but behind them, is the number 593. That is your GP2 lead battle on track. Somehow, this has come back together in a way I don't think we had anticipated.
Absolutely.
Because GP2 was not in contention not that long ago. And yet, we find ourselves a pretty decent battle on our hands. Even the battle for third in GP1, which we had been talking about for some time, had kind of fizzled out. It's a minute 5 between round 3 and Palomar, which is not settled, to be clear.
True.
What that says to me is that maybe Palomar was at the front of the queue, round 3 racing was at the back of the queue, and they're just most of a lap down now. That's exactly what it is. I just saw Palomar go through down the other side of the pit lane here, between turns 1 and 2. And round 3 came through start finish. Oh my gosh, what has just landed on the window? This is why I don't actually live in Oklahoma. What is that thing?
It's probably a bug, I would imagine.
Oh, it's enormous though. I mean, this thing's like probably 1.5 inches long.
Would you rather have one large bug on the outside of the window or a commentary booth full of like 40 houseflies that slowly reanimate over the course of a day?
I know what track you're referring to, and I would much rather be here than there. Talk about spending money on your facility.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. I would, in every instance, rather be here than there.
Especially when you tell your people that are renting the facility that the room that you like to use isn't available because the building is, quote, condemned, end quote.
I saw that you mentioned that online, and that somebody said it wasn't true.
Well, they had people there for IndyCar.
No, well, they have to because it's their big hospitality.
I know. So, like, we were lied to. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
They didn't retrofit that building. That didn't happen.
No, they didn't spend money on it. Never mind. We can't do this.
Please
We
don't.
can't do this. Yeah, we can't do this.
Was that JT, the voice
I
of
think it was
reason?
JT.
Yep.
JT, how'd it go, man? Can we get an after-race report? Post-race tech here?
It was the opposite of WRL. Carnage everywhere.
Wow, okay. All right, did you survive?
I did. Second to last lap, contact with the lead car. I was within a second. The final stand-in prototype nudged him in the S's.
Oh.
So I slipped through and that was that.
He just sealed the deal. JT sealed the deal. He got it done. Do you remember that time that JT was on nationally televised television during COVID and was setting lap times that were similar to Brian Heitkotter, who was like the OG, like the sim racer, gamer, real life driver?
I forgot about Brian Heitkotter.
Does anybody remember
Where
that?
are
or
they
is that
now?
Is that just me?
Brian is doing a SRO.
No, but you did SRO or something, and it was on TV. Yeah. On TV.
Actual TV.
JT was on at the real TV.
JTV.
I don't know about actual TV, but it was definitely on YouTube.
I thought it was televised. I thought it was like on ESPN or NBC or something. Was it not?
I mean, not that I'm aware of, but it could have been. The SRO likes to do reruns and stuff.
Speaking
no, it was live. I don't know. Anyway.
Speaking of JT, Ginger Racing is in the pits.
No, but okay, I want to round out this circle. JT, you were driving the Lexus at Laguna Seca.
Oh God, yes.
Was that not on TV?
I don't know.
Anyway, JT, I also made a slanderous comment like 15 minutes ago that I thought that you might have something to say about, and
oh boy.
and it was that I said that the first gen Boxster with the base motor is just a better Miata.
I'd agree.
Oh, let's go! Let's go!
Sucks compared to a Miata.
Yeah, that's true. I said that. I 100% said that.
It's a similar car with a bit more power. Yeah.
It drives so good though. Have you driven one, JT?
I've not.
Oh man, a friend of mine bought one for like $3,500. We had to drive up to Klamath Falls, which is like quite a drive from Reading. And he bought one because he had driven my Miata and was like, I don't really like that, but like, what's something similar in this price range? I'm like, oh, you can buy one of these Boxsters. And so I drove it back because he was like, I want you to drive it so that if it's making a noise, you'll say something, whereas I won't know any better. I'm like, okay, that's fine. It's like mostly a straight road, so I was like, whatever. But that car had like 170,000 miles on it, and it's so tight. So tight. It drove really nice. And so like from then on, it's like, yeah, these cars are awesome. I love it.
Excellent.
Stereo didn't work. It made what I presume is the typical Porsche. It didn't have enough oil at one point. Clickety-clackety on startup, which is kind of freaky. Almost sounds exactly like a Volkswagen Beetle being started. Didn't like that, but otherwise the car ran great.
Miatas can get that with the lifter tick.
Yeah. But hey man, a 2-liter for an NC is like $500. So like, or a 2.5 anyway. A 2-liter is not that cheap for whatever reason. Because they know. They know in California that you're host. JT, another question for you. Have you been impacted by Washington getting rid of their smog regulations? Has that freed up any opportunities in the JT Tammy Miata world?
I mean, the Miata hit the 25-year rule a while ago, so I haven't had to worry about that.
I didn't know there was a 25-year rule there. That's fantastic. I wish they had that here.
They do. In California, they do.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't. It's 76.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. If you have a 1988 something and you want to swap a new motor into it, they have all kinds of problems with that. All kinds. It's like not allowed. Yeah, if it was a 25-year-old, nobody would complain, but it is. So. Man. Missing out. An hour and 47 remaining here at Hallett. We're going to do this all again tomorrow if you enjoyed the...
that we are.
The discourse that's transpired. At JT, we also grinded axes about NBC for about 20 minutes.
Oh boy.
That was a good time.
That was good.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I see that we gained a car. Flying Horse Motorsports came out.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Fantastic.
We've got a good fight on our hands in GP2 as well.
Yeah.
It's like the only thing we've got going in the moment is that class battle.
Remember, these two were fighting like quite early on in the race, like an hour into the race. It was these two.
Yeah. But then GP2 just wasn't a thing for a while, and now it's back to being
now
a thing.
it's F2.
Okay.
Yeah, it's quite good. Yellow there. Let's look at the bottom of the hill. Nothing there. White and yellow. What's happening?
No, there was another yellow there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a waving yellow. No, there's a car directly behind the tire barrier at the right at the station. Is that correct?
Is there? No, there's nothing there.
Okay.
I don't see anything. If it is, it's at the top of the hill, and we have an area where we just have no coverage there between. Do we have an onboard that maybe is headed that direction?
While
or
we're
just
waiting,
an onboard. We can ride it around forever.
While we're waiting to do that, Brendan, in the comments, the suggestion was an original Mini Cooper is what you should trade out your BMW for.
It's the 325 is the car that's reported stopped, by the way.
Zipa.
Yeah. Leftovers.
Leftovers.
Yeah.
Are you in on the original Mini Cooper?
No, probably not.
All right.
Although, so a good friend of ours does have a like 71 Beetle. That might be kind of a fun pair with that car. Is that worth like $5,000? An original Mini?
Not an original. I mean, like year-wise, yes. One that's like nice and is quote original. No.
Yeah, I've been thinking about a Triumph.
Good luck.
Yeah. I mean,
like those are now like really hard to find parts. Like difficult to
really
find parts
hard.
for.
Yeah.
They're cool, but they're a bit notorious for their electrical system.
Oh, they're British.
So JT, my supposition at this point is that any British car that's older than like 74 has had its electrical replaced. Like if it hasn't burned down by now, somebody went through and did it already. You know why British beer is served warm? It's because Lucas makes refrigerators. That's like an old man joke.
Oh.
I'm surprised you hadn't heard that before, being an SCCA worker. No. I'm pretty sure that's where I heard that.
So even if that joke was said to me out loud, especially in my early days of marshalling, like the gulf between me as a 19-year-old millennial who had never seen most of the cars that were running vintage races before, and the at that time already 70-year-old Marshall who had been watching those cars race forever. Right. The gulf between us was so large that I was never going to remember what they were talking about. And to be honest with you, you could reliably write off 40 to 50% of what they said as being just the tall tale anyway. So you're like, I'll retain this long enough for you to ask me about it later, and then away we go. Because they're not going to remember it either.
Yeah.
Nice guys, but you hang around for a couple months, you hear the same story 3 or 4 times. You're like, all right.
And it might change a bit.
Hey, Ryan, you remember that time I said that Oregon was going to get, Washington State was going to moss Oregon? Nope, yes. Other way around. Oregon was going to moss Washington State. It's 3-0 Washington State.
Nice. You love to see it.
Although Oregon is driving. So who's that?
Oh,
Dude,
is this the Ducks and Huskies or something?
It's Ducks and Cougars.
Cougars, gotcha.
Cougs.
I like how the Pac-12 right now is simultaneously trying to say, no, throw this lawsuit out because what's there isn't of any value anyway. It's just a waste of time. Like, if it's just a waste of time, why don't you let them have it? Like,
Yeah.
what?
Ginger Racing back into the pits. 162 also into the pits, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I don't know who, honestly, who would be watching football in the middle of an amateur endurance race that they're actively covering? Honestly.
Who would do that?
Who would do something like that?
Brendan,
Honestly.
is there a game in Norman today?
Yeah, it just was.
Oh, that's right, you were watching it. I was gonna say,
So the unfortunate tragedy of this weekend is that OU kicked off at 11, OSU kicks off at 2:30.
Oh.
And I think it was 2:30 anyway. And yeah, I neither one became an option.
Are there games in Dallas?
I'm not driving to Dallas tonight.
All right.
It's like 4.5, 5 hours from here.
Well, all right.
It's 3 hours from Oak City.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh wait, is Oklahoma State even at home? They're not. They're in Morgantown. Doesn't matter. But I went to Tulsa instead. Remember?
That's right. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
That's true.
Rain Kane, baby.
I considered
Except they
driving
lost
up
42 to 10.
driving up to Davis to watch Davis take on Cal State Fullerton in water polo yesterday.
I would watch that basketball game, but not anything else. Tulsa might be playing a women's soccer game tonight, or a men's soccer game. I don't really remember. But
we talked about how the University of the Pacific was so hard up for a PA announcer that they still have the listing up that says we will keep this listing up until we have 3 PA announcers, and they
Did you
still
apply?
haven't yeah, of course, and they still haven't contacted me.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Are they looking for students only?
No, it certainly does not say that, and there are positions that do say that.
Maybe
That's
I'll
because
take
they want 5 years experience or some nonsense.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. I'm
For
like,
a
get
college
student to do it.
PA sports announcer?
Well, for a college PA sports announcer for UOP, not even like
who's gonna.
Oh, like I don't know who they think they're gonna.
Who
get.
is going to take their 5 years of experience and turn it into a?
I'm going to drive to Stockton every day.
Yeah,
and we're going to watch UOP men's soccer and
or
do
ask
the
you to
PA
live
for
in
that.
Stockton. Even worse.
Yeah, no. Yeah, who would live in Stockton? My God.
Do you live in Stockton?
Of course I do.
You really?
Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't know that.
I live here by the university. I'm like, that's the thing. I could ride my bike to it and be there.
So
like
coming across the line and in turn 1, you see a silver BMW leading over a black and orange Porsche Boxer. That is your lead in GP.
They've been fighting through traffic.
515.
They've been fighting through traffic for a little while. This is the first time
yeah.
we've really seen them in properly clear air.
Brendan, that could be you.
In the Boxster?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it could be me in the BMW, in fairness, but
not automatic.
Not automatic. That's fair.
Not automatic. Ohio State overpowers Penn State.
Yeah, but how would your parts supply be running that old BMW?
I think it would be just the same as it would be on that Boxster.
On the Boxster, yeah.
I think it would be pretty close. Oh yeah, you can get either of those. You can go to any German parts, any place that has German car parts. You can get parts for either of those.
By the way, now that GT has returned,
Okay,
is there
it's
any
not a
urgency?
64, that's right.
Is there any urgency to getting some of these cameras reset?
I don't think so.
I might go do the one. Yeah, I think I'm going to go do the one that's at the turn 4 there because we got a big chunk of the track we can't see at the moment.
All right.
I'm going to do that road. I'll take 10 minutes or
10 minutes. So you're going to sprint down there?
No.
Oh, all right.
Yep. By the way, worth noting that Choice Racing is up into second in GP1. Keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was more issues with PC Racing or if that was something on track that developed.
I think it was catching yellows wrong. I think was part of it. And I think PC had a blah, blah.
Yeah, so
question mark.
I actually just went to the race control log to see if they were given a penalty or anything, because I don't know where that lap would have gone.
They've been pretty consistent. PC has.
Yeah, that's what I kind of don't understand, because there was at least a lap between them, I think.
It had to have just been a yellow thing.
Maybe.
Like 100%. Because there's nothing else. Yeah, nothing sticks out. That was a yellow. Have another yellow.
Well,
Pit
I'll let
stop
you guys
final.
carry for a minute here. Do we need to run ads?
Yes.
Probably should run ads.
I'm going to run an ad.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's, when Dustin's ready here, we'll take a quick commercial break. Take a quick commercial break from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. I'm going to leave forever so that I don't... no, I'm going to go reset a camera. What's that?
I said, do we have HR?
No.
I am HR. Strap in, Dustin. I'm going to go reset a camera, help us get a little bit of visibility back here, and Ryan and JT are going to bring us back on the other side from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, the Saturday 8-hour enduro on our Midwest Championship weekend. We'll be back in a moment.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pit.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
We are live from Hallett. It's WRL with DriverSeye Live. Hanging out here with an hour and 33 left to go today in today's 8-hour race. I'm Ryan. JT has joined us again after being victorious in his iRace earlier today. We already got a little rundown on that. Good job, JT. We got Dustin at the controls here today. And Brendan is out gallivanting, I believe, doing whatever. Oh, looks like camera 9 is fixed. There we go. Lovely. So that's gone well. And you can tell he's still standing there by the camera because he's currently adjusting it. What's really fun is when Brendan gets back, I'm going to tell him that the camera isn't level. And he's going to be like, how can I possibly make it level? It's attached to a fence. And I'm going to say, I know. That's what I say to you every time you complain about my camera placement. So, we're here. We got that marshal. What I noticed that was interesting is this marshal who's sitting in this marshal post right here has a swivel chair, which I have never seen before at a racetrack.
It's fantastic.
That's really, really cool. I really respect that. So we're currently watching this battle, so it's broken up right now, but that silver BMW in front of the green one, we'll come back to that here in a second. It'll become more apparent. So right now, that silver BMW at the front of the queue, and then the black and orange Boxster behind the blue BMW, those two cars are racing on track for lead in GP2. And so, as that blue and green BMW goes around, it's the Palomar number 14 in GP1, a different car in a different class. The silver and orange cars are brought back together on track, and it looks like the Boxster's pretty close. They might be able to make a move here at some point. And then they're going to lose a little bit of time on the straights, as one might expect from a car with a rather small six-cylinder engine versus a larger six-cylinder engine in the BMW. What's interesting about this, JT, is do you remember in the early ALMS years when BMW whined and complained that their motor didn't produce enough torque to keep up with the Porsche, and that was their justification for having the V8?
Was this with the E46 PTG era? Or...
Yes, it was, absolutely.
Okay.
And they couldn't use the S54 because it wasn't enough torque to get by them thundering. The 3.2 in the BMW was lacking torque to the 3.6 in the Porsche. So apparently 400 cc's makes all the difference. And that was justification to run a car which was not homologated as a road car at all.
Also keep in mind that the Porsche back then, which was, I believe, a 996,
yep,
had the engine a little bit further back, so you had a little bit more weight on the rear tires, so it could launch out of the corners pretty well.
Yeah.
So it's even if the S54 had decent torque, it's not able to use it as an advantage coming out of the corners.
I would say that the advantage comes in BMW trying to race a touring car with an actual sports car. In that, like, maybe if you don't like that, you should have designed a car that was more designed for that instead of driving a family sedan. But what do I know?
It was still successful.
It was successful after they cheated it and put an illegal motor in the car, yes.
I think even before it was.
If it was super successful, they wouldn't have changed the engine. That's my take, anyway. Fortunately, we're in the post-truth era, in that anything I say, I can just say is my truth, and it's my opinion, and I'm not actually required to justify it in any way, because that's the level of discourse we've sunk to in this country.
All right, moving on.
I will happily use that to my advantage here. See, that orange Boxster just closes right up on the BMW, picks a little bit wider line to try to get a better run on the ends, and just isn't going to be able to do it because that BMW is going to be able to stretch its legs going away. Even the base Boxster, I'm pretty sure, the 2.5, let me just do some live Googling here. That's what people love to see. 986 horsepower. I'm pretty sure it still had 200-something horsepower, which is about what the E46 with the 330 was rated for. If it's a 2.5, it's only 204 horsepower, so that is a little bit down. All right.
Interesting. I'm being told that BMW produced 10 special M3s with the
BS.
V8.
BS. Buy one. Buy one. Buy one. Go find one for sale. They don't exist. They were never meant to exist. They don't exist. That is fake news. Who told you that? Who told you that there was 10 produced? Or did you just look that up?
My brother.
Your brother. They didn't exist. You couldn't buy one. It was truly in the spirit of a homologation special, much the same way that they did for GT1.
Oh, yeah.
Where it was like, oh yeah, we built the road car, but like you can't buy it.
Well, yeah, because if you're only producing 10, you're not doing that so much for public consumption as it is to, homologation.
Right, but that's why I think the homologation rule should have been. You had to. He's gonna lose it here. even if he gets around at this corner, like even if he can get the lead through this corner, there's no chance that that BMW doesn't come back on this straightaway. Because he's not going to have any draft either. It's just going to be out there by himself, losing time. You can just see right there from even this corner right here, as soon as you get onto the straight bit, this E46 just stretches the advantage. The Porsche is going to come back on the brakes here. Man. What a battle. A true battle of the Titans. Boxster, of course, much lighter than that BMW as well. Just stay in single file here. Lots of patience. I do agree, though, that if there is even remotely an opportunity to make a pass, you have to use it as the Boxster and hope that you can build enough of a gap. So they're going to come up on this AOA Mazda here shortly. That's going to be another opportunity for the Boxster. They're really hoping that they catch this Mazda going into a corner and the BMW gets caught behind, because that's going to give the Porsche an opportunity to pick a different line and hopefully get some type of move done. Then the BMW will not have been able to rev up that engine on the straightaway as soon as it would like, because it'll again hopefully be fogged behind the Mazda. But a lot of things have to go right to make that work. And right now, that big mission car is almost getting more in the way, more so than anything else. And that is the 29, the Screaming Goat Racing BMW with a V8. We're going to see that cut in between this battle.
I actually think the Boxster is pretty content to just sit there.
They just made a move, Brendan.
Oh.
They tried.
Interesting.
Well, it was hard to see. It could have been the BMW just getting a bit wide there through 8 and 9, which was easy to do.
Right.
Just poking the nose to be like, hey, I'm here, I'm here.
Yep. Is the Boxster applying pressure? Is this the Intimidator?
It's just trying to box in the BMW.
Are they gonna take some the wind off his nose and just like put him in the wall? Do you think the BMW needs a couple more turns of wedge? Do you think that would help him get through the corners a little bit better?
No.
Do you think they need to take some big swings at adjustments in this next pit stop? That's wild. I actually heard the driver of the... Oh, I have the predictions. Oh, that's from a long time ago. Well, it doesn't show anything new, so you know, that's about that. The 7:01 and the 14 is supposed to be close, but 37 seconds. Okay. I actually heard the driver of the 515 Motorsport on the radio was saying that he thinks the car is pushy loose, which is rough when you're trying to run the top line, obviously.
Is he getting aero push behind the spec E46?
Well, I was saying there. I think they're going to try to take the air off his nose, and
yeah,
and let him go up into the wall there.
How effective do you think the side draft is at this track?
Not that.
Just gotta watch out for that snap understeer.
I really did enjoy the era of Grand Am when there were NASCAR drivers that were actively driving the Grand Am cars, and you could see them using the air on the oval and doing side drafting correctly, and like just going by people, like oh Mike Rockefeller, see ya, like bye. And
so you guys
who was it that tried that with McNish at Daytona? Was it Allmendinger?
It was Allmendinger.
But instead of side drafting, they just
banged
slammed into it. Yeah, wow, that was more than a bang. That was.
Yeah, that was awful. That was the start of me not liking AJ Allmendinger. It got no better in the following years when he was then subsequently failing drug tests.
Yeah, no, that was. Glad he turned that around though. I really enjoyed his Different Racers podcast.
It was good.
What's going to happen with that now?
It's a thing. It's still a thing.
It's going to continue.
Yeah, but what are they going to drive?
We'll see.
I don't know. Maybe Acura will sponsor us. Right?
And then this beautiful stop in 7 Arrow.
Yeah, because Acura advertising, branding might be different budget than what he was doing through
as a factory
HPD.
Yeah, right.
They may still feel it's worthwhile, but not to employ him as a racing driver.
Yeah.
Did Lonnie Unser take Ryan Eversley's jobs?
Doubtful.
Because but she's in at HPD, and Ryan Eversley is out.
Yes,
Ryan Eversley
but
out.
Eversley was also used as a coach through HPD.
Lonnie
is that
Unser is
right?
also a coach was a coach for Porsche or BMW, I think, one of them. And Lonnie Unser also
big mission off.
Wow! Oh my!
Is that the 199?
Good recovery.
That's gonna let this battle through.
No, that's not the 139 or 199. That is the 130.
134.
Okay,
Yeah.
134.
That 134, I think, was struggling because they had started to work a little bit of a lead, and then the 2 lead GP2 cars had started to catch them back up.
Yeah.
So I wonder if there's a tire issue going on there. And the tires.
Yeah, it did look like he just kind of got into turn 8 a little hot, which is easy to do. That corner, especially in this direction, will just kind of suck you in. Wait till we get to the good, the bad, and the totally tomorrow. This corner here, it does exactly the same thing. It will completely suck you in on the apex, on the first apex. It's left, what'll be a left-hander tomorrow, and send you over the blind rise. By the way, how do we feel about the extra zoom on this camera? I went bold today.
I like it.
You like it?
I like it.
All right. Yeah, I think I'm going to start getting more aggressive with the zoom. Obviously not here because...
Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
I've been trying to show runoff, but it hasn't always panned out for me.
No, this is WRL.
Yeah, I think the move is to zoom in on where cars are on track. I think I'm going to start doing that.
All right. I noticed that iPhone 15s are no longer overheating, or at least it's not being talked about.
Yeah. Slow big mission up the hill there.
I think that car's got a something. It's got trouble.
No, it's up to speed at the bottom of the hill.
They're way off the pace, though.
Trouble, Mike. But how much do you think we have to pay Mike Joy to come out to WRL? Not to commentate, just to hang.
Too much.
You think so?
It's opportunity cost. In all likelihood, he'd have to be giving up a
No,
NASCAR.
not from like a business perspective, because he came out to he was at the runoffs. He did like a whole thing at the runoffs.
Probably more than we can afford. I would rather have Bosey or indeed Bill Caswell than Mike Joy.
Oh god.
Okay, why would we get Mike Joy when we are already going to hire a Mike Joy impersonator to work with us?
Who's the Mike Joy impersonator? Oh,
Jordan.
Yeah.
We already have Mike Joy. We have Mike Joy at home.
Mom, can we get Mike Joy?
No, we already have Mike Joy at home.
I just meant because Mike Joy appears to like showing up to amateur motorsports events. We saw him at Hyperfest last year.
Hyperfest?
Well, Zach saw him at Hyperfest. I don't know. That could have been a lie.
Wow.
Probably not, but he was pretty convinced.
Does that mean to say that he saw an old white man walking around in rural Virginia?
He was convinced it was Mike Joy. And, like, Mike Joy is pretty recognizable, so I bought it.
All right. Can we start doing... I was just thinking about this earlier, and I didn't have a chance to say it because something was actually going on at the race. Let's see, I do filter. Can we get a recording, a clip of somebody saying, and then play that when we go back to green?
I would just use Joseph's green that he from IndyCar in like the late 2000s.
All right. All right.
The Brian Barnhart era.
Yep.
Yeah. I would probably go with that. Ginger Racing back into the paddock, by the way. I passed them on my way up here.
You hate to see it.
I was away for 10 minutes and I lost my parking spot, so I had to walk up. And
that's a whole thing.
when I did, in came Ginger Racing team.
That was always a call I had to make at VIR because like half the time I had a really clutch parking spot that was right on that little grass patch between the access road to the track and like the actual like parking. I parked there most of the time, and then occasionally I'd come back and somebody had parked in it, and I was like, oh, that was cool. Great. That was when I had a Genesis G70, and people thought it was sick. I got more attention driving a 2023 Prius than I did driving that G70. People were about the Prius. The new Prius is tight.
It looks all right.
Great car. Brendan's like, oh, what color of Nissan Sentra can I get? Me, let's get something cool.
Excuse me, I don't have a Nissan Sentra this weekend.
Oh, do you have a Versa?
I have a Kia Sportage. I'll have you
okay.
know.
All right. All right.
Are you sure you still have a Kia Sportage?
Yeah, no kidding. Is it still
oh God, no. Well, they tried to give me an F-150, but I wasn't going to take 15 miles to the gallon driving 38 miles back.
701 looks like it has a down tire or something.
Oh.
Wait a second.
There it is.
No, it's just smoking a bit. It looked like it was just
mostly up to pace there.
Yeah, a little bit slow down into 2.
I just love it when we're like somewhere close to the airport and Brendan's like, oh, we got to get more MPGs. And I'm like, bro, the track is 10 miles away.
I'm 38 miles away here.
Well, yeah, and you went to Tulsa, and you like that one. Like I understand.
No,
like, that makes sense.
I went to
get you.
Tulsa because it's the closest civilization to Jennings. That's not true. Cleveland's closer, but there's like one hotel there.
Gotcha. I want it to be known that I was very excited when you said I could get my own rental car for HSR.
We have to.
I was so pumped.
Also, shut up.
Oh.
Shut up.
I'm like, thank goodness. I don't have to ride in whatever box Brendan gets from Hertz. Oh.
Excuse me. I get my boxes from Avis.
Oh, sorry. Hey, man, I pay a pretty hefty credit card fee to have like fake privileges with National. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Mike Joy races Spec E46s. I did not know this. I knew he, did road cars. I didn't know he ran Spec E46s.
Dude, are you kidding me? How much
is he a Chad Moorhead customer?
Chad, how much do you think Mike Joy would charge to be in my car? If I wanted to run a Spec E46 and I wanted Mike Joy in my car, do you think he'd do it for free?
How many cases of beer?
Oh man, how frustrated would he get at me aping his bits?
That is like the only. I don't know Mike Joy at all, but that is like one of the few things I can imagine him getting genuinely cross at. Is somebody just like openly mocking
quoting
him in front
his
of
bits
himself.
at him.
Yeah.
Or indeed any like quote famous person end quote.
Apparently he's a super nice guy. So the deal is at Hyperfest next year we need to catch up with him and be like, hey, come record, at the very least come record some like bumps for us.
Yeah.
I think that's the move.
You know what?
Right?
We can't ask him to do bumps if he's already on Cameo. If he's already on Cameo, then like you have to pay him.
Sure we can.
No.
That's up to him.
No, you got to pay him.
That's up to him.
Pay the man.
If he says, get me up on Cameo, fine. I get it. But if you leave that door open for him to make the call.
All right.
If he says, yeah, sure, I'll do it, no problem.
Wait. We used to have a bunch of those.
Yeah. Our
like
boy
CJ
Tim
Wilson
recorded them at Thunderhill.
Yeah.
That was actually all his idea, too.
We should probably do that just with
shouldn't we?
the WRL entrance, just in general.
Just guys nobody's ever heard of.
Hi, this is Laura Hayes. You're watching
That's
DriversEye
not somebody
Live
nobody's ever heard
Radio
of.
Network.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, something like that. We'll figure it out.
Oh, that 701 might be dealing with something there. It was very odd.
Right? It looks like it's rolling out of turn 2, just a bit on the slower side.
I'm just going to assume everything is a shock until somebody proves me otherwise.
Well, it's not hard.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm really punchy right now, Brendan. That's on me.
You're
I'll
really
be
putting a damper on the mood.
Yes.
You got so loud with that noise that your mic muted you for you.
Did it really? I didn't get that much louder. Is the thing.
It was pretty loud.
I think the register
It condensed it and then just shut you off.
The register was different, but I wasn't any louder. Very specific about that. I'm a professional.
Well, this 701 slowing down or dealing with whatever it's dealing with has allowed the 14 to close all the way up. That gap was almost a full lap after the most recent full course yellow. It's down to 14 seconds. Another 1 minute 30 from the 701.
Yeah, that's a bit worrisome. That car's been relatively strong all day, running fourth, a little bit of third, I believe.
It just has kind of odd behavior there at the bottom of the hill.
Well, is there like a lot of compression there?
I mean, a little bit, but I don't see any other cars like. It almost looks like a driver would be forgetting to unwind the wheel, and so they unwind it all at once, and they're like, "Oh wait, got to steer back." It's almost like a tank slapper, but without ever actually losing grip. It's very odd. I mean, the car seems to be maybe otherwise up to pace, but yeah, I don't know. Pretty good there through 8 and 9. Follows the MX-5 up the hill. It's been big gains for Palomar here. Consistently in the 126 area.
Yeah.
For that number 14 BMW.
Looks like a little bit of work going on the 85 AOA on pit road here.
Ooh. You said the 85?
Yeah, well, the sister car's smoking quite a bit there.
I think it's the other way around. 85 is the yellow car? No, maybe it is the other way. Maybe you're right. You are right.
Just
forget those last 10 seconds ever happened.
I messed this up earlier this morning. I made sure to write down that the 55 is the yellow one.
Yellow, yeah. You're right, though. It is smoking substantially out of what appears to be the left rear corner of that car. These are your GP3 leaders, and neither of them are really in any danger of losing positions.
Yeah, my worry is I think they're sharing a pit box.
Oh, that would be an issue.
We did see them double stack earlier. Okay.
Race leader in the pits.
Jacking up the right side of the 85.
701 is in the pit lane.
Yeah, that's a good call.
We'll see what the move is here. 14 has just gone through already. Worth noting, by the way, that should be the final stop for the 99. Inside an hour and 8 minutes. I think that car will get home to the finish without another stop. They're going to do tires on the 701. Left sides.
Nice. So 701 pit guys work hard.
I got ahead of myself there. They're jacking up the left side of the car. That doesn't mean that they're doing tires.
There's kind of a gaggle here on track.
It is a gaggle.
A little gaggle. That boxcar's lost a little bit of time now.
That's the 5th gear car. That number 550 there headed through the final corner. 29 has come through and is now on the same lap as the GTR 99.
Nice.
Some distance back, but oh, they're going to stop anyway.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, Brandon, I've got a take to deliver here that I'd like your opinion on.
No, Ryan has a take.
I got a take.
Oh no.
Liquid IV is just race fuels.
I'm intrigued by this take.
It's not fizzy, but otherwise.
Sorry, that's a slow PC racing? Just as we cut away there?
That's
it's a slow GTR!
It's a 99.
Your race leader is at a crawl headed out of turns 3 and 4.
He's going to pull off to the right here. He's might come to a stop.
Yeah,
and do
I think he's just got pace there because he was headed down the hill. I think that car is dead stick. Oh my goodness.
I wonder if they're trying to do the reset thing.
Yeah, that's what they got to do here.
If that's the issue. Yeah, Dustin notes the camera's still up. They've got power. We can cut to that.
Not anymore.
Oh, not anymore, yeah. Yeah, oh, okay.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, so power cycle.
Control-Alt-Delete.
No, that camera stopped again.
Yeah, it's paused.
I think this is going to cause a full course yellow, given the width of the racing that we've seen recently.
Yeah, you know, you're probably right. Which is better news for the 701. They now have the hood up with the left side of the car jacked up. I'm going to assume it's a damper. Okay, brakes off on the 99. Recycling power, perhaps? Nope.
You can't recycle power. It's not. You know.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
I mean, it's only a one-time use. Energy is a one-time use thing. You can't recycle energy.
All right, I hate that. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Everybody hated that.
No one liked that. The 29 has already come through and taken the race lead. Now we know the 29 is going to owe us a stop. If the 99 isn't able to resume under its own... Got it.
So keep in mind, not every driver would know exactly how to do an immediate restart. So that might be the case here. Don't know.
Well, and remember, these M4s had this kind of crazy issue with sensors, you know, lifing out before they were expected to and causing things to fail at really inopportune times in the middle part of last year. And eventually the BMW teams all figured it out and got the reset and the parts identification and replacement down to a science. And it hasn't really been an issue since, I don't know, July of 22 was really the last time we had a big deal.
It's been a while.
I wonder if it's possible if something like that happened again, but it's been so long since it's happened that we don't have the restart procedure like ingrained into everyone's mind again.
Right.
That's entirely possible. And if the 99 comes through again, the idea of it being a sensor issue is actually very much on the cards.
Here comes the Palomar car in the pit lane.
Yep, having taken the position from the third position in GP1 from that 701.
Fourth position.
Yeah, that car's dead stick. That's still the GTR right there.
Oh yeah, stopped again.
Okay, so this
getting to the corner.
This second stoppage is now, I think, pretty firmly putting the game into, or the ball into Screaming Goat's court here. I think if they had got going back under pace, they might have been okay, because Screaming Goat does still owe a stop. But now, I don't know. Now we might be a little bit further adrift here.
Yeah, I mean, you think about how evenly matched these cars have been all day as the 99 starts to move again. How evenly matched these cars have been all day, and were it not for, you know, a long stop under green to change tires on the 29, and a considerably shorter equivalent stop on the 99, these cars would still probably be right together on track. I think they just...
Oh, pit marshal is waving the car off the track.
Yeah, trying to get him into the gate there where they can just push him off. Yeah, and that's exactly what's happening.
Wow. And there goes the 29 right through. So that's it for the 99, I think. That's cooked their chicken pretty effectively. Now we might... Well, it's a tough spot still.
Yeah, I actually like... I dislike a car being there more than I dislike a car being at the top of the hill where it was.
Yeah, I agree.
This is a noticeably worse spot for them to be, and a noticeably worse spot for it to be recovered, with the exception that you can do this. Back up, hook it up, and pull it away.
Real fast, but like...
It's just
if a car goes, like, gets 2 tires up on the grass on the inside there,
I mean,
it's like you're just a passenger.
I mean, that's what the waving yellow in the background is for sure.
This is lightning work by the Hallett crew here.
Well, I think they were prepared for it. I think everybody knew that that car was probably not going to make it home. They're like, well, if we can just get it into the cut, we'll be ready for it to appear.
Interesting. They pulled it and it didn't budge.
Yeah.
Is it stuck in gear?
No, that time it went. There we go.
Okay.
I saw the same thing you did, though, Ryan. They gave it that initial tug, and it sat there.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, that's turned the race at the front up on its head. That puts the 29 effectively into the lead and puts the 147 not only on the podium, but very much into second place overall.
This, as we come up to the 1 hour remaining mark, which, okay, makes a lot of, it feels like the picture has gotten very clear now, but there is still 61 minutes of racing left to go. I mean, we're not home yet. Nobody's home yet.
Nobody's home.
Right,
Hello?
that's correct.
Nobody's home.
Yeah. Does this impact the GTO Regional Championship at all? Should take a look at that.
Probably not, because the only other cars that would be in contention are not here or not finishing as well as the GTR is going to finish.
Yes. So the 123 is, I believe,
that's the one I was concerned about.
Has raced in every single eligible race this season.
Including.
Okay, but the 123 isn't circulating? Question mark.
No, it is.
Oh no, they're out there. They've been out there. They just lost so much time early.
They're only at 246 though. They need to get to 270.
Oh, in an hour? 25 laps.
Okay,
we're doing minute 20.
You're talking about the difference between second and third, though.
I mean, points are point. Well, they're not. Points are points. But
Dexter just comes through here in second.
It's actually going to be third and fourth.
Yeah, third and fourth. So it's like it's not a huge swing.
I mean, you are probably correct, but it isn't something that we should overlook. It is worth, looking at and then deciding whether or not it's actually going to matter. I would rather have the points than not have the points, of course. Point standings. This is what we want. As it turns out, we don't employ a full-time statistician, so we've got to figure this stuff out in real time.
Oh man, we're under an hour to go, and that means we've entered my favorite part of VMix.
Yeah.
Oh man, I love it.
Let's go.
I love it. Oh.
What is your favorite part of VMix?
That shows tenths of a second, so it's like real.
On the multi.
Slow Moorhead out of 9.
Oh no!
I believe that was.
Or was that the Porsche?
No, it was an orange car. It wasn't the Porsche. I was watching the Porsche and I noticed in the background that
there's the Moorhead car.
Up to speed there, yeah.
There's the Porsche. Huh.
Oh, apparently.
No, they had a 4 off, yeah,
okay.
down at the bottom of the hill.
Sorry, Chad.
So, NFC does have some zeros to drop here.
Okay.
Saturday at Barber was a non-score, and Sunday at Mid-Ohio. Oh, and Saturday at Road America, actually. No, Sunday at Road America.
Yeah, Saturday at Barber was a race to forget for them.
How? What? Do you remember?
Yes, I do.
GTR has a 0 score Sunday at NOLA, Saturday at Mid-Ohio, and actually that's it. Best 7 finishes count.
But your DNFs can't be dropped, which I believe.
No, your DQs can't be dropped.
Yeah, or
Your
DQ.
DNF
Yeah,
can.
yeah.
I don't
but
think
I think NFC has one. Do they not?
That may be an East region.
Oh, okay.
You're right. They did get dropped somewhere, but I believe that was an Eastern race because the points standings, as I read them, don't include.
So
it's your
even
best.
So the 99 will finish here, and so like if they don't run tomorrow, then I think it might have mattered. But if they can at least get in the race tomorrow, then I think if I would assume they're in the lead, are they not? On point count.
A GTR?
Yeah.
They actually trail the Thunder Bunny car, but yes.
But Thunder Bunny can't win
otherwise,
because they're not here.
That's not true because it's your best 6 finishes.
I thought you
Their-
had to.
their best
I thought you had
6
to
are-
come. I
their
thought you had to
best-
be in attendance to win. I thought that was the whole point.
Need confirmation of that.
Which is why I was surprised to see them not here, because I figured that they would be in the lead. But I'm pretty certain that you have to be in attendance at the championship round to win the championship. That's something you should text RJ about. I'll text RJ about it. Why not?
Yeah, feel free.
Moorhead comes in. The
Yeah, the number
160.
160.
Final stop for the GP2 leader.
Anyway, we're gonna get that figured out here shortly.
It does just say champions will be recognized at respective championship events, not that you need to be there.
I thought you had to be there. Huh. Maybe it's the national? No. I could have swore there's a thing where it was like you had to go.
Not the way it reads.
Okay. Maybe that was something that
Anyway.
was talked about and it didn't happen. I don't know.
That's possible.
I thought
in
I
any
heard
case,
that at some point. Either way, yeah. There we go.
Under its own power in the paddock, are we headed to the pit stall or are we headed back to the track?
Ooh, that's not a fight you'll win.
No, but as the driver of the Pro Truck, you should move over and not make the race car drive in the dirt.
I think we're headed back.
Especially since you modified your car for off-road use, quote unquote.
Right.
We are headed back to the
Possibly
pit entry
they're-
here.
Oh, pit entry?
Yeah, they are paddocked, I believe, at the bottom of the hill, down by the inside of turns 9 and 10 today, 1 and 2 normally. This is the tower here.
Where's Brendan's car? Let's see if we can find it.
It's back and to the left.
Okay.
I gave up my spot over here by the red Corvette.
So going left here is going to get him back on pit road, correct?
Yes.
All right, so they're going to be able to salvage
Yeah.
this race here.
It does leave a GP1 car in second. Actually, the battle for the GP1 race lead. A pit stop from Moorhead. No.
Are they both on the same stop? I feel like the 522 still has to stop.
No. How did
99's
this
coming
happen?
out on track.
Yes, it is. How?
The 522 hasn't stopped yet.
Did the 147?
The 147 has stopped more recently, yes.
It stopped.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
No.
The 147 didn't pit under yellow, but the 522 did. So they're a little bit off cycle, but not by a lot.
There's no. This was like a 2-lap gap. Wasn't it?
What am I missing?
I'm not sure.
I mean, what are you? Are you missing anything, JT, or does this make sense to you? That the 522 is now suddenly in the class lead.
Hold on.
Yeah, I can't see a single obvious item that makes it obvious.
Move on.
No, I mean it matters. It's the GP1
Move on.
class lead.
Move on.
All right.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe that.
Move on.
Okay.
Because they pitted under green, whereas Choice had down under yellow.
Possible. Yeah, maybe that yellow was the turning point there.
Got him within a lap or so.
Look at the oil on the 29's windscreen. Is that self-inflicted?
Huh. Weird. Oh yeah, there you go. Dustin mentions it might be sloshing around from the passenger seat and get on the inside, which I think is quite funny.
I mean, it is. You can see it run up the length of the windscreen, the span of the windscreen.
I mean, keep in mind what they were saying earlier about the baffle being under the hood. You can see that moving just a bit, you know, on these straightaways here when, you know, there's more airflow coming over it. And so if, you know, you're having a little bit of a spray inside, it might be the airflow coming in through the front grills of the BMWs pushing that.
Yeah, that's true.
Windshield.
I'm gonna look when they come by start finisher. I'm gonna look down and see if I see like black or dark marks on the hood of that car, being a white white hood. Let's see if it's been blowing oil up out of the louvers in the hood there. Let's see. No, it looks pretty clean. It is possible, by the way, that if Moorhead has been in the 20, they have been in the 28s and 29s for a little while.
There we go. They just had a pit stop. Oh, sorry. No, never mind. Wrong one.
No. So they were in the 25s, 24s, 26, and then all of a sudden they went 27, 30, 28, 29, 32, 29, 28. So the pace of that car just disappeared, like all at once. They were solidly in the 24s and 25s, and then it literally just disappeared. Chad is listening. Chad knows all.
Electrical issues.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I knew it. Oh, the rain light is on that car. It was on. Yeah. Oh, when the brake is applied, it's a solid light. Actually, I think it's just the rain light. Because it's got little on the 147. It's got the fog light equivalent. The lower left, lower right LEDs are on the front, and the rain light is flashing at the rear. With the it goes solid when they hit the brakes.
Yeah, you can see it flashing as it.
Wonder if that's an effect of the electrical issues they're having, or what?
I think that's a setting on that light. If it's the light that I think Chad sells on his store, I think there's like a setting where you can like make it do that.
No, what I'm saying is like, did they command it to do that, or is that a result of a short circuit somewhere that is engaging the rain light uncommanded?
Got it.
That's kind of what I mean there. Yeah.
I don't answer questions. I just ask them, you know?
All right. That's fair.
It's probably a damper.
Yes, I would agree.
Chad says the red light's always on.
Oh, what? Is that true?
See, if you guys would pay attention to GP1 more often.
Hey,
Are
man.
you telling me I've seen that car on track for 50 whatever hours this year, and I've just noticed that the rain light is always on?
Actually, yeah, I think I have seen it. I think we're right. I think you're correct in your assessment there.
Not my assessment. I'm just acknowledging my faults, man. My missteps and shortcomings. Well, I guess I'm fired. So GTR 99 and all of the kerfuffle, it was an 18-minute lap between when they disappeared and when they came back. They seem to be back to pace now, 24s and 25s. The only other thing we have to go off for that car this weekend, as I think the 44 comes into the building, indeed they do, is that they had fuel issues yesterday. And I'm not sure how fuel issues yesterday would translate to 270 laps of clean running, followed by disaster today. But they did just put fuel in the car. Recall. Literally just out of the pits. Little steam out of the front of the number 44. Front brakes. A little on the warm side. So back in GP2, back in the old days, the Moorhead number 160 has pitted. The number 593 of 515 Motorsport has not. That 515 car has been lapping reasonably quickly and actually been very aggressive in traffic there. Headed up into turn 1 past the open throttle BMW. But it means the 593 owes us a stop, and that pit stop will likely be the difference maker in this scrap for GP2. The advantage that they have is going to be that they are going to require much less fuel than the 160 did. Right? That number 160 took more or less, probably 2/3 of a tank. Right? They were in at, as the 522 comes in out of the GP1 class lead, they took something like 2/3 of a tank at the 1 hour to go mark to get that home. And that Boxster should require less fuel, therefore should, in theory, be a shorter stop. And going later always means maybe you catch a yellow that kind of works in your favor. But we'll wait and see on that front. Something to keep an eye on for when they do end up in the pit lane. I think we've got a driver change for choice here. Fuel goes in the left rear corner of that number 522. Sporting black and blue this weekend. Also promotes the 162 from Dexter Racing up into second overall. And almost certainly has already put the number 147 through into the class lead. Now, I guess the next question here is, does the number 147 require a stop?
I think it's a short one.
26 laps until they need to pit, according to our system here. 26 laps, 43 minutes. That seems like bang on. You get 38 minutes out of that.
Yeah. Yeah. Depending, 37 to 39 minutes roughly. So they might need a yellow.
Either that or they pitted when they did because they knew they were good.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have chanced that. No, they were in early. Going back through their history, they pitted on 207 and again on 247. So they only went 40 laps. Which, let's say there's a pickup problem or something, that would take them to 287. Now, I don't think that's the case. I think they could probably go those 55 or, whatever it is, laps. But that still leaves them short. If their hand wasn't forced by the electrical issues, I can't imagine consciously pitting 2/3 of the way through your second to last stint and not being able to make it home. So I'm going to assume either that car is good to go or that pit stop for these electrical issues came at exactly the wrong time. And that's not sure. I don't know that that's information we're going to get from Chad, because that is kind of crucial to the outcome of the GP1 race.
Yeah.
Oh, Palomar sticking it up the inside of the open throttle. 65 there at the last corner. The other pit stops we're waiting on. 515 Motorsport due into the pits in 16 laps is the number we've got here. So that'll be a splash at probably 20 minutes to go, 18, 20 minutes to go. Maybe a little less than that even. But don't anticipate that car getting home. They've got 2 laps in hand, so you certainly wouldn't chance it anyway. Just bring the car in, get it done, and move on. The 123 pulls into the paddock. My guess there is that they have nothing left to gain. No, that's not true. It's unlikely they'd have anything left to gain. The Tortilla car is still circulating, 268 laps complete. One of the things I'm interested in is just how early, I don't know if it comes across on camera, but just how early the number 29 is off throttle on the front straightaway. I'm sure some of that is just, hey, we're in cruise mode right now, get the car home. But it is, I mean, they cross the start-finish line and then pretty much come right out of it.
Right.
Yeah, don't break the car.
Yeah, you're headed uphill there anyway. Save some fuel, save the car.
Okay, but if the Moorhead Speedworks car gets close, do you start trying again to avoid the embarrassment?
Oh, that won't happen.
Okay.
There's 2 full laps there.
Right.
And Moorhead appears to be still nursing that issue.
Got it.
Last time was a 32.5.
Whoa.
What if
which is not representative of what they've been doing.
Right.
What if Moorhead's actually trying to save fuel right now, and the electronical issue was his calculator giving him the wrong number?
JT throwing shade at Chad.
Yikes.
I'm wondering.
We can never send JT to a racetrack for concerns over his personal safety. Yo.
It's JT and Scott at this point.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I don't think he'd have been. I don't think the Moorhead car would have been in the 26s, if that were or the 25s, 26s, if that were the concern. It seems like
there's an actual issue.
Yeah, for sure. Because the margin back to choice is now under a minute. Slightly slow 550 heads up the front straightaway. .27.6 that time from our head. So back in the range it ought to be.
Say really good performance so far from Fifth Gear Motorsports today, and both big missions. Little ways off the fight for the podium, but relatively strong performance.
Yep.
I say that as the 550 has a small spin.
Yeah, so I thought that car was recovering on the front straightaway there. Didn't sound quite up to speed. I don't normally like away-facing cameras, but this has been a great shot.
Yeah.
It'll be even better tomorrow, but it's been really good today. So we don't have volume on our trackside camera. Well, our production feed here.
Dustin says the red and white BMW that comes
the 199. I think it'll be the 199 for Big Mission.
Got.
Gotta catch them all.
My point, by the way, about the slow couple of laps there from Moorhead was going to be that Choice is out there doing 24s at the moment in the number 522.
Yeah. And
so the margin being, yeah, the margin was 62 seconds at last look. We'll see what we get here. Moorhead's already come across. We'll wait for Dexter. He's headed down the hill. Yep.
Who's also having a great race.
Yeah, it's all kind of just falling their way. They haven't really troubled anybody, haven't really pushed anybody. They just
they've stayed out of trouble, and they've turned laps, and it's gonna, if it keeps up, it's gonna net them some hardware.
522 crossing the line. It is now 57 seconds. Comes down another 5. Now it's probably not going quickly enough to catch the 147 on pace. But again, we have questions over whether or not that 147 is going to make it home.
Right.
On fuel. I tend to believe with Chad that strategy errors like that don't really happen. So either their hand was forced and they can't make it because of an electrical issue, or they pitted because they knew they were clear to get home. And we should not consider fuel as an issue at this point.
I can't tell from the multi-view. Is the 701 still on pit road being worked on?
No, that is the 52, the second choice GP2 car. Sorry, the 51, not 52. 51. Oh, hey, 21-0 is now 21-14. Go Cougs.
The Sea Dogs.
Sea Dogs.
Cougar dogs. Sea dogs. No. Yeah. Not.
Cougars are not dogs.
Yeah, dog. Yeah. Yeah. Dogs. They got that dog in them.
He got that dog in him.
29-1 for Moorhead.
Talking about the dogs might be triggering for Dustin. I don't know if we should be doing that. Yeah.
Keeps him awake.
So the Pac-12 going to make the playoff, or?
Oh, if they do,
or is that
this
ship
point,
sailed?
No, I think it could only be Washington or Oregon at this point. Like, Oregon would have to run the table, be the champion. It would probably have to be against Washington again, which is doable. Like, they only came up 3 points short. Oh, Mustang, yeah, really wide there.
Pulling out. Going the nose.
I think it would have to be Washington running the table or Oregon. Also running the table and probably avenging their loss to Washington. I don't think anybody's taking USC seriously anymore.
I don't think so either.
And I think there's probably a good chance they lose another game in there. But even if they don't, I mean, their schedule coming up is kind of ridiculous. So good chance they do. But if they don't, I don't think anybody takes them super seriously at the moment.
So it's out. At the beginning of the season, everybody was talking about they're going to get two. They're going to get two into the playoff. And now it's going to be done again.
It's if the Big Ten implodes, it's possible. But I don't see that happening.
I don't think Ohio State's going to implode.
No, probably not.
I think the only thing that's going to happen is Michigan might get banned, and then Ohio State will take that slot. I think that's the only.
That won't happen this year. That'll be a future punishment / vacate past results kind of thing, if it came to that. The NCAA moves at the speed of molasses with stuff like this.
Is he going to go back to holding the sign for his high school games? Holding up the down marker?
You may have missed it, but did the 85 go behind the wall?
They were lifting up that car in the pit lane, and I thought they were doing tires, and then I haven't seen the car since then.
So will that change?
No, I think
GP3.
No.
Will that change the complexion of the race?
Unfortunately, the other AOA has been on pit road as well, and I'm not seeing them there anymore, so they might be behind the wall as well.
Is it a stone
even if they
cold
came back
pipe
out
lock?
right now, they wouldn't be able to do enough laps to make up the difference anyway.
Yeah.
Although, open throttle. Oh no, they're way too far back.
Yeah, they're 10 laps too far back. But good to see that they did come back out after that impact with the tire wall earlier.
Podium finish for them.
Yeah.
NFC is back to not running again.
Yeah, we did make the call that they had gone back into the paddock about 10-15 minutes ago. We're just wondering whether that was we don't have anything left to gain, or we're having more issues.
Yeah. Well, they don't have a spare car anymore, so they really got it.
That's not true.
No?
There's a car with the number 50 on it. It's sitting right next to the main car.
So was this the one that was repaired then?
No, this is still
I
the
believe
other
this
one.
is the old 124.
It's the correct color. Should still be the 124.
Wow, Ryan.
What? I didn't have any
Acting
caffeine
like-
this morning. I didn't have
What?
any caffeine this morning.
How did
No.
that happen?
What do you mean how that happened? I don't drink coffee, and there was no Red Bull in the house.
Oh, that's failure of plan, man.
Probably.
Should have just Instacarted some.
Yeah, I'll Instacart, so I want to pay $17 for a Red Bull. That's...
No, you pay $17 for 4 Red Bulls.
No. What? No.
Do you not have Amazon delivery in your area?
Not same day, no.
Bummer. Not for fresh.
No. You gotta be in the real Bay Area to get that, not the Stockton Bay Area.
Gotcha.
It's like 20 miles from here. You can over the hill.
Around the bend.
Well, with the 701 most likely done for the day, that's gonna probably promote the number 80 of 3D Racing to 8th in GP1. It's another BMW M3.
Go figure.
E46. So if you had that on your bingo card, yes. But yeah, it's gonna be good to see them move up a little bit here.
Bridget, can you take your BMW to just like one track day? Just one before you get rid of it?
Yeah.
See if somebody wants to go with you. I heard there's a team in Hellertown, and I also heard there's a team over the border in New Jersey. See if somebody will go with you and show you the ropes.
Coaching by Jason Marks?
Yeah. Jason, hey, do you want to run the advanced group in my box, and I'll run the beginner group?
Lesson 1: how not to kill your front tires.
Hey.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Yep. There it is.
JT, scoreboard man. For those who don't know, JT's connection to DriversEye Live in the earliest days of endurance radio were because we sim raced against each other in both endurance and sprint leagues. And yes, I did have a habit of absolutely crushing front tires because I used the driving style for a video game and not for actual race cars. To the point that I have now had to fundamentally teach myself how to drive sim racing cars again. Because iRacing doesn't handle you just chucking the car in, leaning on the front tires.
Weird how that works.
Yeah, crazy, huh?
Now imagine having done as much seat time, if you will, as you have, but using entirely a controller, and then trying to unlearn those bad habits.
Oh, you don't have as much seat time as I do.
I did a lot. I did a lot.
What do I have 5 years on you, is that right? 4 years,
that's
5 years?
True. Okay, you're older. That's true.
And I did the overwhelming majority of my sim racing was between the ages of 15 and
25?
22.
So, like,
less than that. Yeah, probably 24.
Starting at like 11 or 12, I spent a shocking amount of time.
Yeah,
playing Gran Turismo.
we might not be close. Other than the 5 years between us, we might be close.
Right.
But anyway, honestly, Gran Turismo does have an impact on how I ended up driving the way that I did.
Oh, 100%. Like,
yeah.
I know
scrub the speed off with the front tires.
Yeah. But I still think that, like, the scrub the speed off of the front tires thing, like, sucks. I still feel like I get a lot out of driving prototypes that I got from playing Gran Turismo.
Sure.
I really think that, like, when I do that, especially in iRacing, when I get into the LMP2, it's like, oh, okay,
44 with a dive bomb here at turn 1. Everybody plays nice there.
There's no reason not to.
31 they went past. GP2 class leader in the pits.
There we go.
That is the 593, and this will determine, more likely than not, the GP2 class leader. I think the 593 has had the pace here.
Is this the
and
undercut?
The margin is 2 laps.
Overcut?
The margin is now just over a lap because the 160 has come through. Oh, wait. Sorry, no, that puts them on the same lap.
Yeah, they should be on the same lap.
Yeah, now they're on the same lap. Yep.
Nope, trouble. There we go.
Trouble, Mike Joy.
Okay, so there's the car. That silver
515's
car.
Gone. So this is what I was talking about, where they were only going to need, maybe a can or so of fuel to get through to the finish. That car is already moving.
1 can of Sunoco race fuel.
Or other fuels are available. Race fuels. The margin in GP1, meanwhile, is 41 seconds, which theoretically, man, it was 20 seconds bigger than that not that long ago. But I think that choice car is running out of time.
Yeah,
if that Moorhead car needs a splash, then
it's over.
It's over. Well, it's over for sure. If it doesn't, it also kind of feels like it's over in favor of the 147. Like, I just don't know that the 522 is going to have the time absent a meaningful issue for that number 147.
Very interesting. Well, we've managed to make a race of it a little bit, where it's going to come down to how the strategy plays out.
I mean, in some ways, it was always going to be that. Like, I think we only got to this place because of other little minor issues for cars that we weren't expecting.
Right.
But it did work out in the end. We've got 2 class battles going on at the moment. Although, I'll wait for the 160 to come back around here. 515 is already, sorry, the 515 Motorsport, 593 has already come through.
Yeah, it's getting better for Moorhead here. The last, 5 laps were all in the 125s.
Yeah, they seem to be more or less back on pace there. Even if choices in the 24s, obviously, you're not going to get, second and a half a lap is not going to be enough to... Yeah, 24 that time for Moorhead. It's a good lap. Remember that Moorhead car had throttle position sensor issues back at New Jersey Motorsports Park that cost it, very nearly cost it a race win. It didn't, but it was about a quarter of a second from having done so at the end of Saturday.
I would imagine that got taken care of.
Oh, for sure. We thought it got taken care of in the middle of the day, but apparently Chad's keyboard was more important.
That's true. Maybe he should.
No, but there was a recurrence of
keyboard guy.
I was gonna say, didn't they first replace it?
They did.
And then
Yeah, and then it failed
later,
again at the end of the race. They couldn't replace it. They just had to deal with it. But another electrical issue recurrence here that briefly costed some lap time, and then all of a sudden seems to be back in business. Margin's 39 seconds now. Again, it's just not, if your choice, it's not coming down quickly enough to make an impact anymore.
Okay, yeah. Catching up on the YouTube chat. Brad was in the car when Radiator Hose went on the 701.
Radiator Hose?
Yeah, so they're done for the day.
Bummer. Whoa, Dexter. Absolutely chucks it into 8 and 9. The margin in GP2, 58.2 seconds. So that appears to be settled in favor of a 593 from 515 Motorsport. 22.6 from Dexter.
Nice.
I do have the entry list for that car. I gotta know. I don't know any of these people. Warren Dexter, Ryan Dexter, Dylan Dexter, and Matt Rivard.
The Dexter family, dude.
Well, yeah, it's Dexter Racing, but I don't recognize any of the names that would be like, oh yeah, this guy that's wringing the neck out of this GT4 Supra is driver, whoever. Whoever it is just, I don't know if they decided to maybe have a little fun there. It's a good lap. Had actually done a 22 earlier in the stint as well, so it looks like maybe they just got a clear lap there. Does it again. That time almost drops a wheel, but gets the car back to the apex very nicely in a way I haven't seen a lot of other cars do. And we've talked about this with the Supra run by other teams. That car just has so much front bite. I don't know why I said it like that.
I don't know.
I
Either.
don't know what happened.
Always
I was trying to. I was trying to come up with a way to take you to task for that. I just couldn't make it happen in time.
I don't know if I was like half doing a NASCAR thing, but like
Got a real
stopped
bite to
halfway
it.
through or what. Anyway, that car has so much front grip at where other cars struggled to get back to the apex at turn 9, they just kind of keep the nose pinned. And even for taking a shallow entry to the right-hander, it lets him hug it right to that inside curb and come back to the throttle. Tomorrow's race, by the way, as we work into the final 20 minutes, another 8 hours. We're 8 and 8 this weekend. It will start 1 hour earlier, so we'll begin at 8 o'clock Central Time, 6 o'clock Pacific Time, 9 o'clock Eastern Time, and it will be the final race of the 2023 WRL Midwest Championship. Final opportunity to score points, and once everything is tallied up, drops are factored in, we will crown class champions for the Midwest division of the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. Weather anticipated to be similarly warm with less cloud cover, which is bad news bears for us here at DriversEye Live. He is not our friend. And the what we get as far as a race goes tomorrow, we'll see. This race we think would probably have gone pretty decidedly in favor of the GTR 99 were it not for the issue it had on track. Maybe that goes their way tomorrow. Maybe Screaming Goat has something figured out for getting tires changed. Maybe we see a fundamentally different race. Who knows? That's why we get to do 2 of these. And look forward to good things. In the meantime, let's step away here for our final ad break. Somehow we got through all of this without taking our 5th ad break of the day. So we've got 15 minutes left. Things reasonably decided at the moment. We'll keep an eye on the GP1 battle in the break and come back on the other side and bring you to the checkered flag in the Saturday 8-hour enduro from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. DriversEye Live. We'll be back in a moment.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, Jennings, Oklahoma. World Racing League, powered by Hagerty, just approaches the conclusion of the Saturday 8-hour enduro final weekend of the Midwest Championship. 2 rounds still to come. 3 weeks' time we'll be at Sebring for the East Region Championships, and then 3 weeks after that, first weekend in December, we'll be at Circuit of the Americas. World famous Circuit of the Americas.
These hallowed grounds.
Those hallowed grounds for the National Championship weekend. 90 cars expected for that one.
I heard there was a chance at a improved broadcast.
Did you?
I heard that. There was a rumor.
Are they hiring somebody else?
There's a rumor working.
Oh. Is that you nudging me in a direction?
I just heard it. I just heard it. That was just something I heard.
Let's see what's happening here.
Someone was talking about it.
We're going to test some things tomorrow that may lead that direction a little bit, but we'll wait and see here.
Wow. I don't even know what Brendan's talking about.
Oh, it's the pit lane rig.
Oh, you're going to test it? Sweet. All right.
Yeah. I got to pick up the rig from the hotel this afternoon or this evening, but I should be able to give it a shot with Zach tomorrow and see what we can do. The bike
Dustin's
works.
Leaving us?
We got... Yeah. Dustin's a one-hit wonder.
Really?
I don't know. Maybe Dustin.
We need people for next season?
We do.
Dustin, here's the deal. Here's the offer. Whatever Brendan's paying you right now, we'll triple it.
Double it and give it to the next guy.
We'll throw in a hot dog.
Yeah, there you go. Costco
Whoa, you guys have hot dogs?
Costco, yeah, man. Northwest, dog.
I had a hot dog at the Tulsa game the other night. It's pretty good.
Was it more expensive than a Costco hot dog?
Yeah, it was like $5.
Was it
beefy?
bigger than?
Pretty beefy boy, though.
It was beefy. That's good. I found Sheboygan Sausage Company sausages at a grocery outlet here in town. I was very excited.
I was going to say, do you have them in Sheboygan? Although you probably didn't go to Sheboygan.
I did not go to Sheboygan from California. No, I did not make that trip.
I mean, even when you were at Road America, probably didn't go to Sheboygan.
I did when I went with you.
That's not a trip I need to make again. I will drive the extra 15 minutes or whatever it is each way to Fond du Lac instead.
Now just stay in town. Just stay in Elkhart
yeah,
Lake.
I stayed in Plymouth. Well, I stayed in Plymouth for the Super Tour, and it was fine.
No, right, but then you get to go to go do the things. Go to the bar and have fun.
I had fun. Fond du Lac's fun.
No, it's
Oshkosh. Oshkosh is more fun.
Fond du Lac is not fun.
Oshkosh, there's a great restaurant in Fond du Lac. It's actually one of my favorites. Like traveling restaurants, it's one of the best.
There's like 2 great restaurants in Elkhart Lake.
Well, that's fine. It's not Fond du Lac.
Fond du Lac is so bad. You know, my favorite town actually in that region is Appleton, and it's like super far from the track.
Is it fun?
I liked Appleton as far as like paper mill towns go. It was pretty nice.
It is one of the nobody really ever talks about like how much they like going to the cities that these tracks are associated with. Everyone talks about the tracks, not like, hey, you know what's fun? Sand Springs. Sand Springs is not fun. Tulsa's not been bad. I've enjoyed my time.
I did see a Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives episode where they went to a barbecue food truck in Ocala, which I think I'm going to have to hit up when we go to Sebring.
Do you know how far Ocala is from Sebring?
Do
you have any idea?
Isn't that the next town north?
No, it's like 3 hours.
Oh, okay. Then no, that's not it. What town am I thinking of?
Why go there when you can go to Dimitri's?
Avon Park?
Probably. What town did I get out of with... what town did I go to the Publix with JT and I had to ask the lady what town I was in? What town was that?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know either.
I think Avon Park is one. Is that right? Or maybe that's the one south.
Anyway. Yeah, I thought Ocala was like the next north town, but
no,
I guess not.
Ocala's up by Gainesville.
Oh, okay. Got it. Well, dang.
Sorry, man.
It looks really good. I will absolutely.
Yeah, Avon Park is directly north of Sebring. Avon Park, probably. Frostproof.
What?
There's a town called Frostproof. The 593 had a quick on and off. That is your GP2 leader, but no harm, no foul there.
To be clear, that was 10 minutes ago.
Yes, I noticed it 10 minutes ago and didn't say anything.
Gotcha. Don't scare the team now.
At 160 is in cruise mode at the moment. 131.1 last time, and it did not sound like they were giving it full beams up the front straightaway. 28 seconds, call it, the margin between 147 and 522 in the battle for GP1. It has come down, and come down meaningfully, but I don't think that's enough. In fact, I know that's not enough on its own, because we've only got 7 minutes left, and therefore something like probably 4 or 5 laps. Sitting on 310 laps complete at the moment. Although, we actually are probably going to have a change for second overall here before the end of the race. I think Dexter is going to catch and pass.
It's going to come down to the wire.
It's not, because they're basically nose to tail.
Oh, they're right there.
Turn one. Yeah.
All right, that's too bad.
Yeah, they're right together. If we could pick them up headed out of Cam 2 here. Yeah. Look at that. Well, we were there. There we are.
There you go.
Yeah, 147, 162. Not a class position battle, obviously. This is first in GP1, second in GTO, and the battle for second overall. Yeah, you know, a 29, guys, for that number 147 is not the number you're looking for.
No. Still a 22-second gap.
That it is.
And we're inside the final 6 minutes, so it's...
Yeah. It's BK overreacting again.
It's not done, but it's definitely trending one way.
Maybe Chad's just so tired of us listening, tired of listening to us talking about nothing.
Probably.
He's like, well, just pretend there's a problem, slow it down, give them something to talk about. I have to listen to them anyway. If you happen to be listening from downstairs or elsewhere around the track, please feel free to come see us tomorrow. 3rd floor of the tower. It says employees only, but make an exception.
We won't tell anybody.
Just say you're with the band.
There you go. That's how you do it.
Stop on by, say hello. We don't bite. We do occasionally get drivers' names wrong, but...
We get a lot wrong.
No kidding.
But don't worry, it was the damper.
It's probably a damper.
I'll see, look at the dampers working well on that.
Yeah. Yeah, that time actually more had... no, it did not pick up time. It's down to 21 seconds. Yeah, I think that worked more stay safe.
What are you thinking? 2 to go? 3 to go? 2 to go?
3 to go, probably.
3 to go?
Yeah, definitely not 2 to go.
3 to go.
4 to go, presented by Credit 4 Bank.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Brendan, what's the next event? When's that going to be?
Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
No, I'm sorry. When's the... When's the next weekend? Where are we going to next after Oklahoma?
I can't announce that yet. But we are going
for WRL.
For WRL, we go to Sebring. I did this like 15 minutes ago.
Not even. It
Maybe
was like,
10.
Yeah, more like 10.
All right.
I went through the whole thing. You responded with these hallowed grounds when we talked about Coda at the end of the year.
Was it really 15 minutes ago? That feels like it was.
It was like
ago.
10. I was like 10.
Oh, it feels like a long time ago, to be honest.
Nope.
Okay.
Well, literally just happened.
All right. Well, it's been a long day.
It has. It has.
But sleep at 2 o'clock. Woke up at 6. You know, or
why did you choose that for yourself?
I don't choose that. That's just how I work. I don't sleep now apparently. So good.
So came across the line here with about 3:10 left. I think it's going to be this one and 2 more.
All right.
think is my math there.
I believe that.
What are they? Is somebody going to crash through the roof here? What is happening? There's a tremendous racket going on above me at the moment.
Are we going to be able to get a post-race band in as well?
I mean, I might be banned post-race.
I reached out to Korn to see if they wanted to be the post-race entertainment. They said no.
That's Iowa, man. We're in Oklahoma.
Oh, sorry. I reached out to Dave Matthews Band, and they also said no.
Good to see Tortilla still running relatively well in the M2.
Tortilla.
At the end of this train of cars right here.
Yeah, the white M2.
Yeah.
I would really respect that car a lot more if it had a tortilla wrap on it.
Okay,
where it looked like an
burrito's
actual
not the
tortilla.
same as a wrap.
So across the line with 141 left. So white flag next time by.
Yeah, for sure. Yep, this lap and then one more.
Wow.
Will be the difference or the total distance here. 3:16, barring disaster, is going to be our total here. Margin in GP1 down to 15.8 seconds. And like I said, I think Moorhead just managing the gap here. Hey, you know what?
It was 8. Yeah, under 8 now.
I haven't seen crew members on the pit wall at the end of the race for a while. This is not something I've noticed recently at WRL races.
It's pretty cool.
It is very cool, and it's back here because the pit wall, the cold pit on the left-hand side is the same as where the pit wall is, adjacent to the track. And it's something I've missed, actually. I noticed it back at Barbie, but we didn't really get the rush over to the pit wall in the last lap. But I think it is an appropriate welcome home for those who put in the 8 hours. And then some. Let's get the cars ready, prepped, and get them through the 500+ miles that we've done today. White flag is out. The LS-powered BMW M3 from Screaming Goat Racing heads out on the last tour of Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, 1.8 miles, through the Tully, the bad, and the good on our clockwise configuration today at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Reminder that when you come back with us tomorrow, we'll be doing this the other direction. The classic Hallett direction, as it were, counterclockwise. To do this, it's going to look a little different. Race might play out a little different. Either way, we're treated to something unique on the Saturday and something unique on the Sunday, which is always welcome. Moorhead crosses the line, 12 points. Actually, we don't have a gap yet. I'll tell you what, whoever in that choice car is pushing hard. It's down to 9 seconds now, but I think this is going to go the way of the 147. In any case, either of them will have earned it. It's been a good fight to watch here, a good fight back from that 522 of choice racing. Likely to come up just a couple of seconds short. On the other end of the spectrum, Screaming Goat Racing did the laps, did the thing all day long, pounced when an issue fell for the 99 GTR BMW, and they have reaped the benefits. Screaming Goat Racing, your winners, the Saturday 8 hours at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit by 2 laps over the number 162 from Dexter Racing. LS-powered BMW beats Toyota Supra to the flag. In GP1, we'll wait for them to come back around. Big Mission with a formation finish, which is nice on their return to World Racing League competition. This is GP2 second place. Moorhead Speedworks a minute and 12 behind. It's going to show as a lap margin because that number 593 is going to come back around and complete an extra lap.
There's our leader in GP2 and GP1 right here.
Yep, so that will seal the deal. Moorhead Speedworks, your GP1 class winner. 593, your the 515 motorsport car, your GP2 class winner. And we should have that choice BMW come around here in just a second. It already did take the flag, didn't it? Perhaps? Didn't think it took the flag anyway. Huh. Wonder where the 522 went.
So there's a
it stopped.
Lost a wheel.
At 5. Oh my gosh, you're kidding me.
Oh.
Wow.
What?
Wow.
What on earth?
He was literally driving the wheels off that car.
Ha! I hope that was Will. Driving the wheels off that car.
Oh boy.
Anyway.
That's a bummer not to see the checkered flag, but
I mean, it hasn't made a difference, right?
No, it's a solid second place.
It is, and a thoroughly deserved second place. It could have been a class win. It would have been a thoroughly deserved class win. But, yep, really hung that car out. I think they got everything out of it that they were going to get, and came up just a couple of seconds short. And in the end, it's going to look like a lap short. But there's way more to that story. The left rear, it looks like, at kind of a sketchy place to lose a left rear. Over there at, in this direction, turn 6. Yeah, you see it there. I wonder if that's the whole wheel or if it's just the tire carcass. I was getting a little bit of kind of poor resolution on my monitor here when we cut to the camera. Oh, it's all come apart. The rim is there and the carcass is separate from it. Well, they just did that so they didn't have to go through tech. Actually, they are going to have to put a tire, as long as the hub hasn't failed, they are going to have to put a tire in that car and go get weighed and everything. So that's an interesting way for this one to end. Very interesting way for this one to end. In GP1 at the very least. GP2, we mentioned the 515 Motorsport Porsche Boxer. GP3, it's never really in question. AOA Racing number 85 leads the teammate home, the 55 and the 65 from Open Throttle Racing in third. Handful of DNFs today, gentlemen. We're going to hope to see back tomorrow. Zepa Racing, Hero Flight, ZJS Racing, the 135 from Rapscallion, Deep Eddy Racing obviously had the fire a little, very early on today. So some question marks remain as to who we get to see for the rest of the weekend. We hope it's a full grid again tomorrow. Again, it is the last opportunity to score points in the Midwest Championship. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you all have anything to add before we get wrapped up here. You're welcome to do so, of course. Otherwise, we'll be on our way for our Saturday evening. Ryan or JT, if you have anything, feel free.
Nope, just very excited for tomorrow. You know, I think we ended up having only about 24, 3, something like that, cars running at the end, and I would hope for a few more tomorrow. So really looking forward to that for sure.
We had a lot of good on-track racing today.
Yes, we did.
It was clean, and you know, mostly green flag racing, which is always good to see. And, you know, we always have a good fight at the end, it seems. So it's just another good race from the WRL group.
I think I love the comment about it being clean today. That's been great. Any issues we've had have been mechanical related. I don't think we had any major impacts other than the little taps into the tires down there at turns 8 and 9. Very much looking forward to tomorrow. It's the Hallett I am more familiar with. It's been great today running clockwise. Can't wait to see it go the other way tomorrow. Lots of unique challenges that this course presents. And we'll get to do it from 8 o'clock Central Time tomorrow morning. We'll be on just a couple of minutes earlier than that as the cars roll off and do it for 8 hours and wrap up our Midwest Championship. Anyway, I thoroughly enjoyed the race today. it was an endurance race in the middle, and then we got a little bit of drama right at the end to help spice things up a little bit. But with that said, we'll leave you to it. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday evening, everybody, wherever you happen to be. That includes you, Dustin, because I just looked at the score. And I wish you the best. Feel free to start drinking now. But yeah, we'll step aside and rejoin you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock Central Time, 6 o'clock Pacific Time, 9 o'clock Eastern Time for the finale of the Midwest Championship, the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. For JT Tammy and Ryan West, Dustin Ollis, our one-off on production this weekend, joined us for today. Thank you so much for being with us, Dustin. Thank you for being with us, dear viewer. I am Brendan Kazmarek, and I will be back early tomorrow morning for our season finale. See you then.